are we preventing? We are preventing substance use and other social vices. And this is a subject that I am most passionate about. One, because of my experiences and what it cost not just me, but persons who genuinely love me, and what it is currently doing to others. It will interest you to know we are witnessing an unprecedented decrease in the age of initiation into drug use. Now we have children between the ages of 8 and 13 actively using substances. I've shared this story many times. 2 or 3 years ago, I was invited to Lagos to speak at a high school. And when I was done, 3 young girls came up to me and said, the one in the middle said, "Sir, please, I'll need to speak with you." I asked her what the problem was, and she said, as a matter of fact, as soon as I saw her, I knew she was on some sort of sense. And she began to cry. I said, "What's the problem?" And she said to me, "Sir, I am on drugs." And I said, "Okay, what sort of drugs are you on?" And she said, "Sir, I am on cocaine." Now, when she was saying this, I was trying to figure out how old she is. And then in my mind, I felt she was about 16 or thereabout. So I asked her the question, "How old are you?" She said she's 13. I said, "Okay." I went further to ask, when did this start? And she told me the story of how 2 years ago, then 2 years ago from that time, she stumbled upon a bottle of Hennessy in her father's closet. She drank out of it and very quickly started sharing with the friends in her neighborhood. Somebody introduced her to marijuana, and from marijuana, in 2 years, it graduated to cocaine. At this point, her parents had absolutely no idea that their 13-year-old was using cocaine. The father, a politician in Abuja, the mother, a global businesswoman in the United Arab Emirates, and this young girl was left to be catered for by stewards who weren't paying attention to what was going on. Parenting through the lens of prevention. I've said it many times, substance use can be prevented in our society. And if that is supposed to happen, we must take prevention seriously. And prevention in the family, that makes we as parents or intending parents who are the custodians of the family, the front runners in the prevention business. And by the grace of God, in the next 40, 45 minutes, this is what I am going to be talking about. Please permit me, most times I teach, I like to share stories because I think it buttresses my points easier. Substance use is destroying the lives of our young persons on a daily basis. Recently, a 14-year-old was brought to me. Oh, by the way, the young girl I talked about, by the time we set up proper interventions and got the relevant health practitioners and all the tests were carried out, found out she was already had problems with her kidney and liver. And psychologically, this young girl was already self-harming. So when I started counseling sessions for her, she pulled up her skirt to show me her thighs, which she had slits, which she had cuts in hundreds of places. And she was doing this every night. Now listen. She said to me, she said, "Sir, there are over 25 of us in this school who are going through the same thing." Eventually, when her parents were called, she was flown to India for a transplant. Now, I was going to tell you the story of a 14-year-old boy whose mother came to me. The mother came in from US. The boy is one of the best schools in Enugu State. Just like the girl, was one of the best schools in Lagos. I mean, they were paying millions. They pay millions. Same thing with this young boy, one of the best schools in Enugu, 14-year-old. Got into my office and was laughing uncontrollably. When I asked what's the problem, he said nothing. What's the problem? Nothing. What's the problem? Nothing. Of course, there's a problem. And so we ran the toxicology test on him. And in that test, we found that he was using marijuana. So he was positive for THC. And I asked him, I said, "You're smoking marijuana?" He said, "No, sir, I'm not smoking." And he started laughing again. And I called the mother into the office and she said, "Tell him the truth. You're smoking marijuana." And he said, "I'm not smoking." He kept on emphasizing on, "I'm not smoking, I'm not smoking, and I'm not smoking." And then the Holy Spirit told me, smoking is not the only means of ingestion of marijuana. And it was like a light bulb. I said, "Okay, you're not smoking. Tell me everything you have eaten today." And he said, "It's only cake I've eaten. I've had only cake." I said, "Where did you get the cake from?" He said, "From his students in school." And I said, "Oh, that's it. That's what we're looking for." And we carried out our investigations. We interest you to know that a student was trafficking muffins laced with marijuana. By the time we went to that school, in that young boys class, a class of 25, 19 of them tested positive for the substance. Parenting through the lens of prevention. It's tearing families apart. I was called to settle an issue in a family, a marriage of 28 years that had broken up because of the son's drug abuse problem. The father wants to solve it one way, the mother wants to solve it one way, and that was it. There's an increase in the deaths by overdose and other deaths induced by substance use. Last year, I got a call. I was in Lagos. I got a call from one of the Dean of Student Affairs in Enugu State saying, Mr. David, there's a problem. I said, "What's the problem?" He said, "Two girls have overdosed in university. One is 16, one is 18. And I said, "I'm not around." He said, "Well, what do we do? Because we don't know what to do." So from his story, these girls had lied to their parents that there was something to do in school, came to the university, rented a room, and started using drugs. It took the intervention of a smart hotel attendant who realized that since these girls checked in, there's been no call for food, there's been no call for water, there's been no visitors coming in, there's been nobody coming out, and it was the third day. And so he expressed his concerns to the management, and they went to knock on the door, there was no answer. They used the master key to open the door, and they found both of the girls lying lifeless. We can go on and on about the pain that is caused from substance use, but that is not my mission here today. We can go on and on and on. As a matter of fact, I would love to even share my own experiences with you. Yes. Before then, last year, I was in a meeting, in a conference like this, well, a physical conference. Ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing. And my assistant kept on beckoning to me that this thing is serious. So I went to take the call. And a frantic mother was crying on the phone, "Oh, Mr. David, help." I said, "What's the problem?" She said, "My daughter is missing." I remember saying to her, "Your daughter is missing, then call the police." She said, "No, it's a drug case." And when she related it to somebody in church, they said, "You have to talk to Mr. David." I said, "Okay, what's the problem?" She said, "Her daughter has been missing for 3 days. Her younger son has told her that the daughter usually goes to a particular place. Whenever she comes out, she looks drowsy, and the daughter is 16 years old." And so I said, "Okay, what do we do? We have to look for her." And so she sent me the daughter's picture. I took permission from my host and I set out to that place because that area that the younger son talked about is notorious for drug use in Enugu State. So we went there armed with just her picture. And we got there after checking 1, 2, 3 of the place. We call them bunks, the trap houses. Somebody beckoned to me because I know these people. Because of my work, I have to relate with them. I keep a working relationship with the traffickers. And so they direct
Sorry. Is this me or is it everybody's frozen?
Yeah, same here.
Oh, can you hear? Okay. All right. Yes, it's here. Okay. I don't know if is he back or he left. Okay, he left. Okay. So I'm sorry. We'll just if you have any question, please pop it in while he's trying to get this is the issue I have with technology. So but he's back. Okay, thank you, David. Okay, you're back. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, so sorry, I just switched my network providers. I don't know what's happening. So a 16-year-old, I hope I'm continuing from where I stopped. A 16-year-old asking me not to take her out of the bunk. And let me put this in perspective. Some of you might not know or understand what the bunk is. The trap house is dirty, filthy, smelling, unimaginable for somebody to live in. You know, you see the worst of the worst happening there. You literally see people having oral sex, having sex, doing whatever. You see menstrual rags on the floor. Yet, a 16-year-old girl was begging me that she wanted to stay there. So what could have gone wrong? Her mother was crying, oh, Ada, please follow that man and leave that place. And she was begging me, sir, please, can I just stay a few more hours to take some more? I said to her, no, because obviously I knew she was not in her senses. And my staff members and I took her out of there and into the hospital. Now, when the parents came and the police came and everything, I remember the police was shouting, you are a Christian. You went to a Christian school. Your parents are fervent Christians. How can you be embarrassing us like this? And I said, sir, please, 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 please. If you know you don't know much, stick to your police work and stop, stop just saying what you're saying because you're not helping anybody. And so I told my story in that hospital that day. And I said, I was once like this young girl. Yes, I'll see if I can tell this story in 5 or 10 minutes. So we'll continue with our teaching. I was once like this young girl, born in a Christian home, dedicated by Bishop David Oyedepo in Kaduna State in the mid-80s. My parents' idea of parenting was making sure I was in church all the time. Went to Christian primary school, Christian secondary school, came fourth in JAM in the country, and went to Covenant University. So they must have done everything they knew how to do. As a matter of fact, I remember because of my results in secondary school, I had scholarships to several federal universities, including the universities I put in my JAM application, UniMed and UniJust. I could have gone to either of them on a scholarship. But my mom said, go to Covenant University because you will be safeguarded. You will be shielded from substance use and other social vices. Now, so I was put in Covenant University 2003. When I was in 200 level, I remember a group of friends said, David, let's take a stroll to the university library. Then it was still under construction. And I was wondering, why are people going to the university libraries under construction? But then I went there and then voila, I saw people smoking and drinking, and I saw the effects of what they were using immediately on them. And I was like, what is this? So prior to that time, I had had no form of exposure to substance use, no form of education on substance use. And here I was with students, and some of whom I looked up to in the university, smoking, drinking, and offering it to me. This was the same university that my parents had said will shield me from substance use. I was able to say no that evening, but I went back and I started thinking about what I had seen. The Bible says, when men slept, the enemy came and sowed. So an evil seed had now been sown inside of me and was beginning to germinate, even though I did not know. Where was the problem? There was no substance use education. There was no drug conversation between my parents and I before going to Covenant University. So it is not enough as parents, please listen to me, to send your children to a spiritual environment if you don't equip them enough, well enough, they may still fall prey to some of these vices. I was speaking in the same Canaan land 3 years ago at the International Youth Alive Convention. And I've so speak for 3 days. After the first day, a young girl came to me and said, "Sir, I came for this convention with 5 grams of cocaine." She showed it to me. She showed it to me. And I looked at her and I smiled. And I said, "Why did you bring this for this program?" She said, "Because she's addicted to it and she needed it." I said, "Okay, why did you bring this much?" Because I looked at her and I didn't think she could finish all of that in the period we were supposed to be there. And what she said next blew my mind. She said she brought it to share with those who may be interested. So I sat down and I thought, so there are some parents somewhere who have sent their children for this convention. These children are going to interact with this young lady and she will offer them substances. The parents who have equipped their children enough with the proper skills through prevention are the ones whose children are going to come back victorious. Those who felt that delegating the task of parenting to the church and youth programs is enough will be the ones who may suffer the consequences of their ignorance. So parents, we must wake up. We must wake up. I'm going to release a list of the private universities with the highest prevalence of substance use in Nigeria. 7 of them are mission universities. 7 of them are mission Christian universities. So what I'm saying here is it is not enough. Where you send your child to does not determine the outcome of their lives. It is what you have instilled inside it. So I said no to drugs that day, went back to my hostel, and by the grace of God, I graduated from Covenant University in 2007. Right? Later, I went to the UK for my master's trip with me, and we rented a flat to, a shared apartment with 2 other Europeans. And immediately my mom went back to Nigeria. It was almost as if I had moved from the experience Covenant University to a worse scenario, because these 2 flatmates of mine were, in fact, they had no business with school. They were students, but I don't think they went to class all through. It was drugs, alcohol, girls, partying. That was it. So I was now thrust into the deep end of peer pressure. So every day I will step out of the apartment, I will see them using drugs. Every day. And every day I saw them using drugs, they would invite me to join them. And I tried to say no. I tried to say no. I tried to hold on to what it was that I knew was right. I took up a job in a caregiving home, and I was taking care of elderly people. And they started making jest of me, making fun of me. At the time, I was earning £7 an hour. I was working for about 7 hours. That's £49. They will tell me that, "David, stay back, use drugs with us, have girls with us. We will pay you the equivalent of what you are going to work for." Now, this was winter. So people are offering you your wages in the cold out there for you to stay back and use substances with them. So parents, again, I ask you, have you prepared your children for this level of peer pressure where they are offered money to do what is evil? Have you prepared them? Answer that question within you. And if you are an intending parent, peer pressure, because that's what's happening outside there. That's what's happening outside there. Now, imagine if this happened in 2010. Now think about the techniques that is happening in 2025. In Ezekiel chapter 11, verse 2, the Bible says, "These are the people who stay up at night to devise mischief, to plan evil." Evil is sponsored. Listen to me. Evil is sponsored. Money, it takes money to propagate evil. As parents, are you sleeping or you are preventing, or you are parenting through the lens of prevention to make sure that the money that is being allocated to propagate evil does not suck your children into that web. 4 or 5 years ago, my sister told me we got a mail from an organization in Eastern Europe asking us to use our foundation, our NGO, to propagate LGBTQ. And we were offered $30,000 renewable every 6 months if we meet our requirements. I mean, if we meet our targets. So the people on the other side have allocated money to pull our children out of light into darkness. What are we doing as parents? Eventually, my defense line broke and I gave in to the pressure and I started using drugs. And from there, the master's degree, I was supposed to be in Brunel University in Oxbridge, London, from one country to another in Europe until I came back to Nigeria with nothing. Unfortunately, my parents did not know that this is what happened. They rented me a house in Gwarimpa in Abuja and bought me a car, furnished the house. Under 3 months, everything in the house was gone. Collected the money, sold the car, gave up my international passport with my visa in it as collateral, collected my balance of my rent from my landlord, and found my way to the bunk. Now, the day I got into the bunk, I saw young people. I saw people with bright futures. I saw people that when they spoke English, I knew that they came from a family with substance. Yet, they were there at about 9 a.m. in the morning, literally walking like that, like zombies, just, going from left to right, looking tattered, in clothes that you would not believe people can wear, no shoes on their feet, looking battered, looking beaten. I saw people lying down on the floor lifeless. I went there and I spent the balance of my rent, 750,000 naira, in less than a week, without food, without sleep, all on drugs. And then because I had given up my home, given up my car, had nowhere to go, the bunk became my new home. So you see why the story of the 16-year-old girl I told you about, I could relate with her when she said she didn't want to go. Listen, there are people in the bunk who have been there before I started using drugs. Now, this story I'm telling you, they were there when I met them. And as at last month, when I went there for an outreach, they were still there. 15 years of bondage, they were still there. I begin to wonder, where are their families? Didn't somebody carry this one in their room for 9 months? Quickly,
Sorry, your
Network is
network
off. Yeah, we're so sorry about this.
Now you're muted. I don't know.
I think it took him out and he's back in.
Apologies. I really don't know. I always have 2 different networks when I have programs like this. And I've switched twice, and it's just one of those days. It is well in Jesus' name. So I became friends with her, like I was saying, and she told me the story of how she started using drugs and got pregnant. And so she eventually gave birth to a bouncing baby boy in that place, in that dirty, filthy, horrible place that we had now known to be home. And 2 weeks later, after the birth of the boy, the compulsion came, because addiction is a compulsion. It's a compulsive disorder that makes you do what you don't want to do, irrespective of its consequences. And she was seated next to me, and she started saying, she was speaking Hausa language, I need to smoke. I need to smoke. I need to smoke. She was breastfeeding her baby while she was saying this. And then one of the dealers, those are the guys that sell, made a pass and said, why don't you sell your baby? And I was expecting her to say no, but it was almost as if she had made up her mind and she sold that baby or exchanged that baby for drugs and some money, which finished in less than 3 days. Now, I went back to the same bank and I have found out that that has now become a practice of young ladies who get pregnant intentionally in the bank and even mortgage that baby's life, the baby in the womb, for substances before the baby is born. That is what addiction can do to a person. And so there I was. This is me who grew up in the church. I was reading the Bible to my mates at age 8. I was preaching at the age of 13. Went to all the Christian schools you can think of. I was now living in a trap house with the worst of the society. And so one day, it dawned on me, like the prodigal son, that my family security man is living better than how I'm living because I had started begging every day to use drugs. So 5 a.m. in the morning, I wake up. As soon as they call the Muslim prayers, I go out to the mosque and start begging. And I beg from 5 a.m. till dawn. Take back whatever I had made to come and use on drugs, not to eat. I will pick up scraps and pieces of leftover in the bunk to feed, because whatever money that I got must be used on drugs. So one day I said, the security in my house lives better than this. You know those of us in Nigeria, sachet water? I will gather all the dirty sachet water that people have thrown and then now keep squeezing it into an empty bottle until it gets to the point where I can drink some water. Now, the irony, sometimes I beg and I make as much as 20, 30, 40,000 naira, but every single dime will go back to drugs. So I said, I'm going home. And then I ran home with no money. I just took a taxi, and then when I got home, the security man, who was shocked, to say the least, to see me, because I'd already changed. I looked nothing like who I was. Paid for the taxi, and I went upstairs. I saw my father and my mother, and they almost passed out when they saw me. And I said, please, I need to talk to you both. Where have you been? They've gone to my former place, no trace of me. They couldn't get me on my phone. They were surprised. So this was the first time they were seeing me. And I said, I have a drug problem. And I remember that day, my father laughed me to scorn. Because when I told him I'm having a cocaine problem, he said, there's no cocaine in Nigeria. And you see, that's another problem we have as parents. You want to parent through the eyes of prevention. You have to know what is obtainable. The Bible says, and of the sons of Issachar were men who understood the seasons we belong. And because they did, they knew what Israel ought to do. As parents, do you understand the seasons we belong? Do you know that drugs are sold on social media, on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter, with different code names? Do you know that people order drugs and delivery bikes bring them with nice cupcakes and muffins and all of that? And sometimes as parents, you are the one that receives the delivery and takes it to your children. The times and the seasons we belong. Do you know that the drugs that are obtainable now are not drugs that smell anymore? So if you are sleeping in your room right next door, your children might be using drugs and you don't know. Do you know that vapes now come in fancy full packages like pens and like USB drives and like anything, and it can be in plain sight and you don't know? You can't prevent what you don't know about. You can't. You cannot prevent what you do not know about. So my father left that meeting, but my mother, God bless her heart, still did not understand what I was talking about. But since her son says there's a problem with drugs, there's a problem with drugs. Now, what did she do next? She said, oh, kneel down. My mother is a mother of faith, she's a woman of faith. And she put her hands on me and prayed. And she tied a mantle in our church, what we call mantle. Tied it around my neck and anointed me with anointing oil and said, the affliction of drug abuse is broken in your life. And I said, amen. And she said, okay, go and sleep. We'll talk tomorrow. And I went up to sleep. But what happened next? After everybody had gone to sleep, I started feeling the pressure to use drugs. I started feeling the urge to use drugs. And I started pacing back and forth. And I was restless and restless and restless and restless. And then I went downstairs to drink water. And then it felt like it was tea I needed. All of this was that evil spirit of addiction. I was finding expression. And then I saw my mother's laptop on the coffee table. And then it occurred to me that if I take this to the bunk, I'm going to have enough cocaine for the night. And there was the first time I stole anything to use on drugs. I took it to the bunk. My mother was in charge of HR in her organization. So we had all of the information and everything that pertained to the staff of that organization, a bank, on that laptop, and I traded it for drugs. And it finished. Now, because my parents did not know that there's bunk, they don't know where the bunk is. They started looking for me, but they don't know where to go. Going from police station to police station, nobody knew where I was. So I was back in the bunk and back into that same routine of going out to beg every morning and coming back in. One day I ran to church, just like I ran to my parents' house. I said, but I have a pastor that the pastor is one of the biggest churches in Abuja. He should know how to help me, because I needed help, and I knew I needed help, but I did not know where to get the help from. And that is part of prevention, because prevention is not only delaying the initiation into substance use, it is the ability as parents for us to stop it from developing into a disorder. Let's not be under any illusions that some of our children have not experimented with these things. No. Well, if you choose to, then fine. But just in case there might have been an experimentation, that's a stage of substance use. As a parent, the onus is on you to make sure it does not develop into a disorder. And so my parents had failed that test because they didn't know what to do. So I said, let me try my pastor. And I ran to church. And I got to church, the same thing, because I was a church boy. Everybody knew me. And David, what happened? Then I went to see my pastor. And he said, what happened? Why do you look like this? I said, I'm using drugs. He said, oh my God, why? I said, I'm sorry, sir. I need help. And he said, that way you could have called. We could have helped you. Where were you? I said, we said, you sold your phone? I said, yes, sir. And look at your clothes, all tattered and all of that. Okay. So what we're going to do is, I tell my secretary to give you some money, and then you go and get new clothes, get a haircut, get clean shaven, buy a phone, and come back and stay with me. You live with me. I said, okay, sir. That's another failure of the test, because you do not give someone who is in active addiction, you don't give them any money. That's not love. No, that's not love. You are fueling that addiction. And so that money my pastor gave me, I took it back to the bank and spent it there. And so I couldn't go back home. I couldn't go to church. The two places I would have provided solace for me had failed me. And so I was back with the wolves. And I turned into something I did not understand. I remember one day in Abuja, I was begging. A classmate of mine drove and was on traffic, and I ran to beg. And she just broke down in tears because of how I was looking. We don't have much time. I was in that bunk and in this lifestyle for about 7 years. I'm writing a full memoir on everything that happened to me in those years. Some things I've never mentioned anywhere. I remember I lost 4 of my friends who died drug overdose or drug-related incidents. One of them, the son of another prominent Nigerian, I mentioned his name, probably 9 out of 10 of us know him. This young boy came back from a university in the UK, Aston University, in 2011 and had a degree in something that was related to robotics. Now, I'm trying to tell you how smart he was, that all of this AI robotics were shouting now. He was a guru in it in 2011. But he got addicted to drugs, found his way into the bunk. One day he said to me, David, let's go and get money to use drugs. I said, I don't have money. I don't have time. I'm tired. And he went on his own. He didn't come back. The second day, he didn't come back. The third day, I was looking for my friend, because they used to call us London boys, because we always lay down at the same corner of the bunk. A young girl ran into the bunk and looked at me. She said, they've killed your friend. I said, why? Who killed him? He said she went to steal. And while stealing, he got caught. Before he could mention his name and surname, he was beaten to a pulp and burnt to death. She said it happened in her presence. Only son of his parents, extremely intelligent young man, lost his life on the grounds of sourcing funds for his addiction. This is not a joke. This is not fiction. This is true life story. This today, I've had a 15-year-old brought to my office. We ran a test on him and we found he's using crystal methamphetamine. Good parents, great school he's in. How does this happen? Where is the missing link? At some point, my parents bundled me and took me to Ibadan to stay with another of the senior pastors in our church, Bishop Aremu at the time. I was living in his house, getting better. One day I was outside, just doing something, and somebody was next to me speaking Hausa language, talking about 10 grams of cocaine he was taking somewhere. And I said, what are the odds? This thing has pursued me from Abuja to Ibadan. Parents, listen, there's nowhere you take your children to that this thing is not available. Nowhere. Nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. It has infiltrated our system so badly that you find it everywhere. And so that's how I started pursuing that person. And then he took me to a bunk in Ibadan. I was there until November 19th, 2015, 10 years ago. This happened. I was leaving that place. I had an accident induced by substances and I broke my right leg. When I mean broke, it was an open wound. I could see inside my leg. I was taken to UCH. The leg should have been amputated. Another hospital amputated. It was by the mercy of God I was taken to Obafemi Awolowo University for a surgery that lasted almost 9 hours by a consultant, Professor Kayode Ogdibe, and was able to put my leg together with the help of some metals and all of those things. And then I was bedridden for almost 6 months. I went back to Abuja, still slipped back into old habits, and found myself back in the bunk in crutches. And I lost all the money I had, and I gave my crutches out in exchange for drugs. And so I started hopping on my left leg because the right leg had not healed. It still had metals and casts and everything around it until I fell down and passed out somewhere. Somebody recognized me from Cornell University, called my course rep, who called my parents, and I was taken to another hospital and handcuffed to the bedpost. I got out of that place, got back home. I dug through under the fence because they locked everywhere. You can't go out. So I dug through the inside part of our house under the fence and came out to the other part and went back to the bunk. So my case was, everybody gave up. I mean, because of the time, I couldn't say 90% of what happened to me. And so one day, in closing of this story, so we can move on, my mom came to the bunk, 17th August 2017, 2 years after the Ibadan incident. And then I came out and I gave her a hug. I was wearing only my inner vest and boxers with no shoes on my feet. That's the life in the bunk, because somehow you sell everything, including your clothes, you sell it for drugs. And we both stood in Area 1 in Abuja by corn oil and were crying. We both were crying like babies. And she said, son, let's go home. And we were going home. In her car that day was a message by Bishop Oyedepo from a program titled One Night with the King. And I just heard him saying, the siege on your life is over. He repeated it over 100 times. For some reason, I don't know. And he started emphasizing on the siege of addiction over your life is over. We got home and my mom made dinner, locked everywhere. They had reinforced the fences of my house, so it looked like a prison, just so that I can't come out. But you know, I had made up my mind that enough is enough. I wasn't going to continue in this life. I had tried to come out of it and I couldn't come out. By the way, I've gone to rehab twice, at home and abroad, spent millions of naira, and on each occasion, I relapsed 1 week after rehabilitation. And so I just said I was going to commit suicide. And of course, suicide is a byproduct of substance use and other mental health issues. So when she went upstairs to sleep, I wrote a suicide note and I apologized to everybody. And I said, look, this is something that I cannot overcome on my own. And as such, I have decided to take my life. And I mixed poison and bleach and I drank it, fell to the ground, God will have it, my younger brother got in at that time, just at the nick of time, shouted for my mother to come down. She came down in a wrapper. I could see what was happening, but I couldn't move. I couldn't talk. I was foaming from my mouth. They bundled me into the car, and then with our neighbor, who is a pastor, and our security man, they rushed me to Federal Medical Center, Jabi, Abuja. And a consultant psychiatrist. Before I got there, a call was made to our pastor, and they put the phone on my ear, and he kept on saying, "Son, you shall not die, but live to declare the works of the Lord in the land of the living." That was all he was saying. I couldn't respond, but I was listening to him, and I was listening to him, and I was listening to him. And at some point, my eyes closed. So I woke up, and when I woke up, I felt it was just a few hours after getting into the hospital. So I got angry with myself and with God. There were pipes, in my nose, my IV, and all those things. And I tried to remove them because I was angry, because I said to myself, I can't continue living. I mean, I'm going to die like 4 of my friends who are gone, or I'll end up in jail. And so I heard a groaning from the floor because I was on the hospital bed. And I looked down and I saw my mother. She was still in the same wrapper she took me to hospital in. And she said, "Oh God, it's been 3 days. My son has not woken up. Please do not let him die. Rather, take my life." That she's saying God should take her life and give me life. And I cried, and I cried, and I cried. And I remembered everything my mother and I had been through. And I said a prayer. And it occurred to me that I had not ever genuinely asked God for help. And I said, "Oh God, help me." Very short and sharp prayer. Because if you don't help me, I can't help myself. And I slept back. Now, as soon as I slept back, I heard very clearly, as I believe everyone is hearing me, "A new spirit will I give unto you. I'll take away the heart of stone and give you the heart of flesh." As in Ezekiel 36:26. And then I woke up. And when I woke up, I looked around. There were people around my bed. My mother had won something else. That was after another 2 days. So it was 5 days I was in hospital. And then I said, "I am free and I want to go home." Everybody got apprehensive and worried and said, "No, you're on the suicide watch list." Dr. Amarachi Iwu, the consultant psychiatrist who was managing the case, said, if I wasn't brought in 10 minutes, I was brought in 10 minutes later, I'll have died. So she doesn't advise me to go home. I said, "I'm free. That he who the Son of Man has set free is free indeed. No more chains. I want to go home." So everybody was astounded by the level of authority in which I was speaking, because I knew that something had shifted inside of me. And so they gave me a discharge against medical advice form, and I filled it. Then I filled it, and then I was discharged to go home. And my brother, everybody was around. I slept that day, and I woke up the next day, and I knew I was healed. How did I know I was healed? Prior to this, I was smoking 30 sticks of cigarettes a day. I was using 2 grams of cocaine and half a gram of heroin. That cost about 40,000 together every day. That was the level of my dependence on the substance. So it was no more an addiction. It had graduated to a dependence, in the sense that when I wake up in the morning at about 4 a.m. every day, it was like clockwork. If I didn't smoke on the ground where I slept, I would not be able to even get up to go and ease myself. I'll pee on myself. I will stool on myself. And then I'll have so much pain in all of my joints. When I stretch like this, you'll literally hear the crackling sounds on my elbows, my wrists, my ankles. But that day I woke up, I was able to get up from my bed. I was able to use the toilet. That's something else that was impossible without smoking. And then I said, "To God be the glory." And then that was how Jesus saved me from 7 years of chronic addiction. But like I always tell people, it did not stop there. 2 weeks later, I checked myself in for rehabilitation on my own with a psychologist, a clinical psychologist called Dr. Komolafe. He's late now, of blessed memory, at Garki Hospital in Abuja. And I was there for 3 months. And you know something? I learned the 12 steps, the Narcotics Anonymous, from him, and of course the Alcoholics Anonymous, which is the oldest treatment style in the world. And one of the steps, I think step 11 or 12, says we should take the message of hope to others. And right in that hospital, it's interesting to know that I will go downstairs, in my uniform, because they gave us uniform, and I'll be speaking to others. Oh, do you know that Jesus loves you? Do you know that substance use can destroy you? Do you know that substance use is one of the tools of the enemy to derail you from your destiny? And that was how David Folarin Foundation was birthed. Right there and right then, Jesus turned the story around. 7 years of chronic addiction to becoming a crusader against substance use. And when God does his thing, God does his thing big. A few years ago, I was invited to the presidential villa. I was seated on my own. I got a letter saying I should come to the presidential villa to speak. Just the same testimony I had told you was what I shared on the occasion of the International Day Against Drug Abuse and Trafficking. In the state where I reside, I got a letter from the state government saying I should partner with the Enugu state government to carry out intervention programs and rehabilitation for young persons there, to the glory of God. But what do we learn from this testimony? I was able to marry faith-based intervention and medical or evidence or scientific-based intervention for my overall healing, to the glory of God. So when I picked up that 16-year-old girl and the policeman was saying all that he was saying, I just understood that he cannot relate. I have 10 or 12 more minutes. I'm going to run as fast as Elijah so we can cover as much as we can. Definitely we can't finish all I had planned, but wherever we're able to stop, we'll take it from there. Yes, like I said, we can go on and on and on about the pain that is caused from drug abuse, but today we're here to discuss the way out. What is the way out? The way out is prevention. The way out is prevention. Prevention is the only way out. Because let me tell you something, cure is not sure. I repeat that, cure is not sure. I was in Accra, Ghana for a conference, and I was saying to some of the participants that because addiction is a complex issue, it's not like malaria that you drink Amatem soft gel and you go and do a test again and Plasmodium plus is no more there. With addiction, there's nothing, there's absolutely nothing you're going to drink that's going to make you feel better. It's that complex. Yes, so the only way out, the most assured way out is prevention. Please, I've seen people run from one rehabilitation center to the other, all in search for solution to the drug problem, to no avail. We have people in our facility today. By the grace of God, I run 2 rehabilitation facilities and I consult in quite a number of others. We have people who have been to 10. 2 people currently have been to 10 rehabilitation centers. Prevention is not only better than cure, it is cheaper than cure. Yes, it is cheaper than cure. You have rehabilitation centers that cost in Nigeria millions of naira, and guess what? Most of the times, there's no solution. Prevention, prevention, prevention. Unfortunately, some of us as parents are the primary cause of our children's struggle with drug abuse. When you should be parenting from the lens of prevention, we engage in irresponsible parenting, inconsistent parenting, passive parenting, enabling parenting. These are the issues we are dealing with on a daily basis. Young persons come to my office. I only need to interview father or mother for less than 5 minutes and I can point out where the error has come from. Recently, I did a test on a 21-year-old and from the drug test, we found out that he was using alcohol. I told the mother who brought him all the way to the office, she said, thank God it's only alcohol. When the Bible says it is not for kings, O Lemuel, to drink alcohol, it is not for rulers to crave strong drink. You encourage alcohol, you build your house, you put a bar in it. One, close that bar and turn it into a library. Turn it into a library. If there's nothing you have picked from this conference, if you have a bar, go and turn it into a library. Some parents will literally destroy the life of a child for 30 years, then come looking for a solution overnight. This fire brigade approach to parenting does not work. It does not work. A woman called me about her daughter who is using crack cocaine from the age of 13. 13. The lady is now 29, still using drugs, of course, she's still using drugs and pregnant. I told her, I said, Madam, you have a long road to go because finding a solution for your daughter is not impossible, because with God, nothing shall be impossible, but it is highly improbable, highly. but for the mercies of God. Parents, hear me, take caution. Take caution, take caution. Let me sound like my chancellor. Take caution, caution. You don't want to ignore the price of prevention today because you will live a life of sorrow tomorrow. The price to pay for neglecting drug abuse prevention in the home may be too costly to bear. Maybe too costly to bear. I've told the story several times of a woman. And now it's not only one woman. I've had it about 3 times. Came all the way to my office from the UK. She said to me she had come to Nigeria to poison her son because of his drug use activities. And it has cost her so much. He sold the woman's house in Lagos with the woman's mother, that's his grandmother, was in the house. He sold it for drugs, took the money and went to Transcorp Hilton in Abuja, lodged in 3 different rooms with 3 different girls using drugs and blew the money. So the woman came to poison the boy. And I said to her, Mama, where were you when he started? Where were you when he started? What prevention mechanisms and interventions did you put in place? Some of us, our children start using drugs at teenage years, like the boy I told you came to my office today. And you forget that that money you are chasing outside may not be able to take care of the problem you are creating. It's a part of the brain, the frontal cortex, responsible for executive functions, decision-making, impulse control, etc. That part of the brain is not fully developed till the child is 20 or 21, depending on how quickly they develop. When a child starts using substances before that part of the brain is developed, because it's like almost like a sponge, it develops around instructions given to it by substance use. So listen, teenagers, you can see how risky they behave. They throw caution to the wind and do things. That's because they are teenagers. That part of the brain is not fully developed. That is why as parents, we must hold their hands and guide them through that part. Yet some of us are so careless, we leave them to chance. They start using drugs. That part of the brain develops fully. And guess what? Once it's fully developed and is used to substances, forward ever, backward never, it doesn't go back. It just takes instruction given to it by substance use. And that is why we have 40-year-olds in my rehabilitation center today who can't make decisions for themselves except they use drugs. They have to ask me, Mr. David, what do I want today?
All right. Hi, can you hear us, David? Okay. I think it's almost time for the question and answers. I don't know, we need to start getting ready for the question and answer. I don't know if you have any of your questions, please put it out there so that Mr. David can answer, but he's frozen. We have a quick question and answer before our next speaker comes in. Okay. We have some questions already. Okay. Oh goodness, I think he had to go out because of network issues. I'm trying to see what we can do. Okay. Hello, David.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, we have time for question and answer. We have some questions already waiting for you.
So I should stop now?
I think so. So we can answer, because some of these questions are pretty tricky and I know I cannot answer them. So
We have not even gone 1/10 of the teaching part of the Abunga. Okay, let's take the questions then.
Okay. Okay. So we have 4 questions. I don't know if you can see. Do you want Sophie, do you want to read them out?
All right, I would read them out.
Are you there?
So the first one, yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Please confirm that you can hear me. Okay, great. So we have a question from Emil. Emil is asking, what strategies will you propose for busy parents to attend to the needs of the children, to know what's going on with them? Mr. David, would you prefer me reading all the questions at once, or do we take them one after the other?
Okay, can we take them one after the other? But even in that, I still didn't hear that first one. I just said, what strategies can we do something?
All right, I'll take it again. So what
We can take
strategies
them one.
will you propose? Okay, sir. Got it. So I'll take that again. What strategies will you propose for busy parents to attend to the needs of the children, to know what's going on with them? Hi, Mr.
Okay,
David,
so
can you hear me?
there's no fast way out of this. Can you hear me? There's no very
Yes.
fast way out of this. There's a process, and I just wish Madam Kumbi gave me more time because I had to share that story. And at the same time, I had it all planned out to go through the process of what needs to be done. But very quickly, we need to engage into you are. You must explore life skills training. That is actually what evidence-based prevention is all about. That is actually what evidence-based prevention is all about. Life skills training is proven to cut drug abuse by up to 75%, alcohol use by up to 60%, verbal or physical aggression by up to 50%, and tobacco use by up to 87%. You will teach drug resistance skills, personal self-management skills. Then the particular life skills you need to emphasize on will be problem-solving skills, stress management. So some of us knew I wrote a book called The 12 Pillars of Prevention. If you've gotten that book, fine. If you've not gotten it, please try and get that book. It will help you. Yes, and along with the other 4 books that I just wrote this year. Refusal skills, very important. You need to teach your kids how to say no. Not all of them know how to say no, and that's the problem. What about effective communication skills? That's something you need to teach them. What about assertiveness, decision making? So you see, it's not as straightforward as you are. There's no easy way out of this. So you need to settle down and teach them these life skills because, like I said, in evidence-based prevention, life skills training is key. Life skills training is key. However, I also have scriptural-based prevention. We're doing parenting through the lens of prevention. If you want to know, get the 12 pillars of prevention. Number 1 is self-discipline. Parents, teach your children self-discipline, self-control. Apostle Paul speaking in 1 Corinthians 9 verse 24. Don't you know that we all that are running the race, but only one will obtain? When you go down to verse 27, it says, even me that is talking, I have to be careful. So that not that after I've preached the gospel to everybody, I'll be a castaway. It takes self-discipline. Daniel chapter 1 verse 8. But Daniel proposed in his heart, he will not defile himself with a portion of the king's meat. Have you taught your children how not to defile themselves with alcohol and drugs and cigarettes? Yes. Genesis 39 verse 6, the story of Joseph. So these are some of the ways we can teach our children scriptural-based prevention. Marry it with evidence-based. Evidence-based life skills training, we have the scriptural-based. Then you also teach them delayed gratification. Now, for those of you who think drug abuse prevention is about showing them the types of drugs, look, in my office, I have all the drugs. All in my drawer. My children have never seen one because that is not drug abuse prevention that is suitable for their ages. No, it's not. But I teach my 5-year-old daughter delayed gratification. So yesterday I got a bar of Kit Kat and I went home and I know she wanted it, but I didn't give it to her. And she smiled at me and said, Daddy, I know what you're doing. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to have it tomorrow. That's simple. Delay gratification. So I have 2 daughters. One of them would always want to finish her own first. The other one has to wait for your start. Not that it's going to change anything if she takes it then or not, but I'm teaching her to suppress that urge, that compulsion to do something immediately. That's delayed gratification. What else can we teach? Purpose discovery. Do you know that as parents, you are the sole custodians of your children's spirituality? Yes, so you must be spiritually sensitive. You should help them to discover their purpose. It is not too early for them to know what they need to do. But because they cannot write the vision down, make it plain for all to see, and so that he that readeth it might run with it, you should do it as parents. Channel their efforts, their energies, their strength into the right direction. Because when it is not done, they will use that energy for something else. Yes. Then prayerfulness. The prayerfulness is important. So there are certain scriptural-based drug abuse prevention methods. You can find that book on Seller if you want to get it. 12 Pillars of Prevention. You can get a soft copy on Seller. Just search for David Folarin. You'll find the book there. I hope I was able to give a crash course on that, answering that question. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, we have a training coming up. Practice family prevention. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. So I will take the questions 2 in 1 because we have quite a number of questions. So I'll be asking 2 questions this time so that you can just run through them. So one from Mahmoud. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, but I apologize. So I think this question came up when you were sharing some examples of teenagers who were once users of substances and all of that. So this person's question is, what are the strategies you use in treating these cases? And then another question here is, how do we convince other Christian parents that church environment alone doesn't guarantee safety from substance use and addiction? Yeah.
Okay, so how do you treat these cases? They need help. There needs to be an intervention, right? We run a facility that is faith-based but offers medication-assisted treatment, MAT. When your child, you find out a teenager is using substances, please refer them. Don't try to hide it. That's another problem parents make. You are hiding it because you are covering your mistakes, because you are the one that made the error. That's why they got into it most of the time. So don't hide it. Cry out to get out. That's what I tell people. Cry out to get out. Seek for professional help. When you do, make sure that whoever, and this is not me saying you should bring them to me, whoever you are taking them to has a track record of success. He or she is certified and licensed, because we're having a problem with quackery in the mental health space. Yes, a mother told me about somebody she took her daughter to, and that woman is an everything. So there's a lot of quackery in this industry. So please don't make a bad situation worse by taking them to people who are not certified or licensed professionals with a proven track record of success. Do your due diligence as parents. Do your research. Visit the place you're taking your child to. Ask questions and then get them the help they need. And when you get them into treatment, then back it up with prayers. That is how you marry faith and evidence-based intervention.
All right, thank you, sir.
Sorry?
Okay, please go ahead. I wanted to draw your attention to the second question.
Yes. You can only tell them, basically. You can only tell them. You might not be able to convince them. That's the truth about the matter. And please, whenever you are trying to do that, don't make it sound as if church is bad. I'm sure if you listen to me, I never said that. I'm a man of faith. Everything we do here is faith-based. My pastors come here to speak to the client and all of that. So we believe in that. We are just saying that we should. That's what this conference is about. We should marry the two. We should marry the two. So when people take their children to church, encourage them, but also ask them to gain knowledge so they can have the drug conversation with their children. They don't teach you that in church. Those of us that have read my book, Drug Conversations You Should Have With Your Sons, there's 49 of them there. None of them are taught in church. So, but there are also certain things that are taught in church that will help in prevention. So marry the two of them together. Marry evidence-based. Evidence-based means whatever works in a particular place works everywhere else. And marry it with what is being taught in the church. That is what you should talk to them about. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, sir. We still have some more questions. And although you've answered them in a way, yeah, but I'll just breeze through them. So what is the proven method or tool to help someone with drug addiction? I believe you've answered that in a way. Another question here is, what are the ways to educate our children? And I think it's with respect to prevention, right? Since we know that,
so the education prevention must be age appropriate. That's number one. Please note it must be age appropriate, and you must get the skill. You must know you must have the knowledge, because you can actually you can actually create something bad out of what you want to do. Yes, and we don't want that to happen. So make sure you understand what you're doing. If you are talking to them about the right things, discernment, that's a prevention skill. At what ages do you test effective communication? At what ages do you introduce types of drugs to them? So that's a whole different curriculum on its own that we need to understand.
All right, sir. Thank you so much. Another question here. So what things should parents pay attention to in parenting their children? And another one is, how can a parent know that his or her child may be involved in substance use so that it could be stopped early enough? So 2 questions from
Okay, the telltale signs. So that's part of what we're supposed to talk about a bit, but Madam Kumbi did not give me enough time. So we need to watch out for the telltale signs. And guess what? These telltale signs evolve. So the telltale signs 3 years ago are not the telltale signs this year, because even the substances are changing. So if, for instance, in 2020, in COVID year, you knew some of the telltale signs, you use that curriculum now to prevent your child, you are in for a shocker. But the general ones, let's talk about the general. Bloodshot eyes. Yes, but even now, some of the substances don't give you bloodshot eyes anymore. And sometimes you can even use, the children use Vicin, the Vicin eye drops by the eyes. Yes, but then excessive loss of weight, excessive weight gain, different drugs make us use more food or eat less. So when there's excessive weight gain or weight loss, there's a problem. When there are general behavioral changes, so we need to pay attention to these things. General behavioral changes, pay closer attention to your children. When they drop of grades in school, like the boy that was brought to me today, the father said for a year or thereabouts, his grades have significantly dropped. Pay attention to those changes in friends, and then changes in our appearance, or the person, for instance, used to be very outspoken and the person now becomes withdrawn. Pay attention. All of a sudden, the person starts spraying a lot of perfume. He's trying to mask a smell. Or the person starts licking tom-tom all the time. He's trying to mask something. The person starts wearing clothes that covers all his body. This happened with a young girl. And the father said she started wearing jalabia every time. When we found out, she was injecting herself and trying to cover the needle marks, right? When you find out that they start defending teenage drug use, there might be a problem. You find drug paraphernalia with them, which is why as parents, we should know the drug paraphernalia. You should know what a stem is. You should know what a pipe is. You should know what a vape looks like. You should know a lighter. You should know Ritzler. All those things you need to know, because sometimes these things are kept in plain sight when our children know we don't know what they are. So when you see those things, you should know that there's a problem. Yeah, so I think these are some of the telltale signs, I could easily think of off the top of my head, but there are quite a number of them we need to know.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. Our final question for now. Please still send your questions. We might not be able to address more. So this is from Michelle. We have like a Google form. So some people are sending their questions through that form as well. So I'll just read through it. So she has noticed how social media increasingly influences young people's behavior, especially when it comes to substance use. The question is, how can we help? And then also, you spoke about marrying faith-based and scientific-based intervention to achieve total healing. What happens to those with shaky faith or not of the faith at all? And then the final one, to the parents that try to be available, but friends and society poison their children, how do they get to know the signs and help? She apologized for her question being so long, but yeah, that's it, sir.
Okay, that's the last
question. The first one we need to control. Yeah. The first one, we need to control social media. We need to, there's an age. First of all, they shouldn't be on social media till a particular age, right? Good. They shouldn't be on social media till a particular age. Now, I'm very sure different parents have different ages. They think that they can give their children access to social media. I'm not even going to talk about that. However, before you give them access to a phone, make sure that you have taught them how not to get influenced by what is on the phone. That's actually where it lies. Before you hand over the gadgets to your child, it's not just drugs, there's pornography. There are things that will alter the course of your child's life forever once you give them access to devices. So before you do, and sometimes I have parents who say they gave this one, they didn't give this one because they saw that this one has a higher level of maturity to understand how to, and that's the truth. So you know your children better. and you know the work you are putting to them more than we do. So you should be able to gauge it. Is he or she ready? Because if they are not, that's when that question, the first question, can come in. That's when they can get influenced by social media. And so part of prevention, we need to, even adverts, we're talking about that in Accra. Do you know there's a lot of money used in adverts for things like alcohol? Things like alcohol. And these things are tailored to get into the minds of your children. You see somebody, for instance, coming out of a flashy Mercedes, wearing nice chains, nice shoes, and then they're advertising an alcoholic brand. What does that have to do with all of those? Why are they showing the people that are in the gutter, who have drunk and they have passed out in the gutter and all of that? It's because they're trying to get into the minds of your children. So even before you give them access to social media, you must educate them on some of these commercials and how they work. Yes, so that's number one. Number two, you talked about if
marrying faith-based. Yes, sir.
Yeah, or if the person is not even in the faith at all. Well, in prevention, because we're talking about prevention, right? In prevention, even all of the scriptural-based faith preventions that I talked about self-discipline. I talked about purpose discovery. All of these things can be taught without necessarily emphasizing that you are teaching any particular faith. Yes, everybody should be disciplined. Muslim, Christian, Hindu, whatever it is you are, you should be disciplined. Yes. So the way you portray the message counts a lot, right? We run a faith-based facility. We had 2 Muslims come into our place, and they've gone through the process. They went through the entire process. One of them spent 6 months with us, 6 good months. So the way you also portray the message, your delivery of the message of these interventions also matters. I have been invited to speak in a mosque before. Everything I taught was from the Bible, but I didn't quote the scriptures per se, where I was taking them from. But all of the teachings were from the Bible. And I'm very sure they understood what I was saying and they learned from it. So if the person does not believe in God, he or her faith is shaky, then pick out the teaching points without making the person necessarily feel, because your aim is to prevent substance use or delay it from becoming a disorder. Pick out the necessary points without necessarily emphasizing that you are here to preach. You're not preaching religion, you're not preaching faith, you're just picking out the teaching points from the faith gospel. I think the third question had been answered already, so I'll leave that. Yes.
I want to say a big thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I'm sure that you had a lot of things to cover. I'm so sorry. And I'm grateful to you. Thank you so much, David, for coming. Thank you for what you shared. It's been powerful.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
And, please, what we'll do is before at the end of the day, we'll showcase, your profile for all our, where we can get you books and everything. We'll show it at the end of the
sorry. Thank
so that people can have access to you and know where you can get things from. Because we have our next speaker ready to go. So he's been waiting patiently. Thank you so much, Art.
No worries.
Sophie.
All right. So like Mrs. Kumpi said, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Mr. David. It's been such a pleasure having you talk to us. So quickly, I will just play an introduction for Art, so we get to know him a bit. Sorry.
Oh boy. That's a scary picture.
Okay. A community started with healing the family. We'll be having an educator, clinician, and global trainer with over 2 decades of combined experience designing, implementing, and supervising substance abuse and family treatment programs. He's also a board member of the Strengthening Families Program Foundation and has trained countless family coaches since 2017. His journey with SFP began while leading a global substance abuse prevention initiative for the United Methodist Church. In search of an effective evidence-based program, he discovered SFP and never looked back. His hands-on work bridges both prevention and healing, supporting families impacted by addiction with real, sustainable tools. At this conference, he will unpack the Strengthening Families program, alleviating trauma and substance use, sharing how this powerful approach transforms family dynamics, reduces relapse, and brings lasting change to homes affected by addiction and adversity. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Melo.
Thank you so much.
Yes, over
I
to you,
appreciate
Art.
that.
Thank you so much for coming.
Oh, it's so nice to see you again, Miss Kumbi.
Nice to see you, Art.
I had the privilege about a year ago now, I think, of training folks with Living Vines on how to use the strengthening families in our faith communities and in our community. So it's really a pleasure to be here. Before I get started, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate Mr. David and all that he just presented. I listened very, very carefully. I wanted to make sure I wasn't repeating and that we could build on and continue to build a conversation. So I really appreciate what he had to say, and I'm absolutely going to build on that. And one of the things I just want to keep in the back of my mind are a couple things that were said during that, and that substance use is tearing apart good Christian families. And the other thing is hearing from adults that we did all that we could to prevent substance use in our children, and really finding that it wasn't enough. The other thing I'll mention too is Brother Emil asked about strategies for parents, and there were some other really, really good questions that were asked. And I'll continue because I know that Mr. David kind of ran out of time, so I'll build on his answers as well. So let me get started. I'm going to share a screen with you. I hope this comes through okay. You can let me know if it doesn't. You all see that screen now? Let's see. You should see a screen now. Do you see that? Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. So I'm used to having I think like Mr. David, I'm used to having lots and lots of time to do presentations. And the last time I was in Africa, actually in Ghana, I only did one day, but when I was in the southern parts of Africa, I would do like 3 days in DRC and places like that. So it's actually very nice to maintain a connection. I had a connection with Sub-Saharan Africa as someone working for the United Methodist Church on their global prevention efforts. So my job was to help the United Methodist Church globally to figure out effective ways to prevent substance use. And the key word there is effective. So let me just start here. You should be able to work here. See if I can get this to work. Okay, so I did a really exhaustive survey of all the evidence because I wanted to find a program that actually worked. As you can tell from my video, from my image here, I'm an old guy. I've been around a long time. I started in the addiction field and then into some prevention work starting in the 80s, the early 80s. So a very, very long time. And I'm here to tell you that if I look back, a lot of things that, and I worked mostly in the addiction treatment field back in those days, and a lot of things that we did probably were not effective. So when you get to be an old duck like me, you look back and say, why did I waste so much time? I'm not interested in wasting any more time. I only have so many years left on this planet. And I wanted to make sure with the Methodist Church Global Initiative on Prevention that my friends in the faith community were using things that were going to be effective. And that I have to tell you, I had to spend many, many, many hours going through programs that supposedly were evidence-based programs. So the first thing I want to say to you is that evidence-based programs are not created equal. Some are effective, some are not. And truthfully, It cost me a lot of time because I had to go through all the research and find something that my faith community could do that actually was going to have good effect across the board, or as best we could across the board, with all children, or at least most children, and that the effects would be lasting. So just a couple things about these outcome studies. So this is all the scientific research, and I won't bore you with a lot of it, but I want to share with you, this is based on my personal experience. So first is to say many prevention programs may not help at all. Okay, may not help at all. They may only help for a short time, or maybe they were only measured for a short time. So we don't know whether the effect lasts. They may only help a small amount of children. One example of that is there's a beautifully designed program that you would say, oh my goodness, this program should really help children. All the skills that Mr. David was talking about, all of the peer pressure, all of the life skills, all those things taken into account. It should work, but the evidence shows that it only works. At that time, it was about 10 years ago, a little bit more than that, when they did the research, and only about 8 to 10% of the children had any kind of long-term effect from the prevention program. So for the 90% of children going through this prevention program, it did not have a significant lasting effect. So I'm not interested in any of these, and I don't think you are either. And I heard your questions about what can we do? Mr. Emil, your question, what can busy parents do? Those are the questions that I'm really interested in, and I'm going to address them here. So what we want to do first off is, and Mr. David talked about this a little bit, and that is that prevention programs that work are the ones that are family-based. And a good family-based program includes a faith-based component to it. They can absolutely be faith-based. As Ms. Kumbi can tell you from the training that I did with her team last year, absolutely. Because we're talking about building relationships. We're talking about love. We're talking about being good parents. And if that's not biblical and faith-based, I'm not sure what is. So absolutely can. So family focused programs are successful, okay, or could be successful, not necessarily, okay? Just because a program makes sense and you say it should be good, and just because people in the United States might say, hey, that program is really good, it may not be. It may not be. And that's why I had to spend so many hours going through so much research to find programs that would work for most kids and would be things that we could implement in a church setting, for example. So when we focus on youth, the effects just on youth, not on the family. So when what was happening when I took over at the Methodist Church is there was a lot of focus just on youth. So get a megaphone, right? One of those big megaphones, and get a huge group of kids, make a pot of soup and make sure the kids are fed, and just tell them the dangers of drugs. And that was pretty much what I had inherited as so-called prevention work. But I'm here to tell you that the research shows that just does not affect enough children. It's going to affect some, but it's not going to affect enough. We need to do that. They need to know the dangers. But like Mr. David said, they need life skills and other things, and all within a family focus, okay? So we focus in strengthening families. I started off as a volunteer with Strengthening Families. When I was with the Methodist Church, I gave them a grant to train my church volunteers. And then eventually I I started training other family coaches to lead groups, and then in churches and in the communities, and then eventually became a board member, which I'm going to be for a little while at least. I'm getting a little too old for that now, but at least for a little while, I'm on the foundation's board. Family programs have improved outcomes over time. So not only is it good right after the program, but the outcomes tend to improve. With youth-focused programs, the outcomes tend to go down. Okay, so let me just share with you some of the outcomes, and then I'm going to share with you how we get there. Okay, so these are the outcomes that have been measured for over 40 years. Okay, starting right around the time I started in the field, the early 1980s. These are the outcomes that have been noticed with strengthening families. So for the children and teens, depression, you see the downward arrow, depression goes down. Conduct disorders like acting out, being violent, talking back to their parents, those kinds of things are going down. Aggression, right? Violence and other aggressive behavior. Drug use, of course, going down. Cooperation going up. School grades and school performance going up. The number of positive friends, or as Strengthening Families calls them, pro-social friends, going up, right? So hanging out with people, having friends that are goal-oriented, who go to church, who have, all those positive things we think about, okay? Social competency. So those are the life skills, like being able to be assertive and communicate properly. Those kinds of things, how to have good friends, those kinds of skills. And then for parents, better parent involvement, more positive parenting skills, less depression. This is for the adults now, less depression. And the one that came as a surprise to me is less alcohol and drug use for the parents too, not just for the kids. So I was very surprised. And let me just tell you that I am about as much of a doubting Thomas as you can get. And so when I looked at these, I'm like, yeah, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I had to see the evidence. And I've actually had the fortune to now be involved with a major multi-year, it ended up being, research project to actually see families go through the program and see how do they come to the conclusion that these things are improving. I got to see that. So how's that sound? Right? How's that sound? Sounds pretty good. It's something that I could get behind as somebody with the United Methodist Church. I could help get them funding, and then I could dedicate my life as a volunteer and now as a trainer. So in any event, that's that. So here's just some more research stuff real quick, because it's important to know that the effects don't end 6 months later, right? A lot of programs, that's the problem, is the effect doesn't last very long. So there's been research to show that strengthening families last very long, including a 10-year study. This goes way back, even before some major improvements, et cetera, have happened in the program. And this is what they found 10 years later. Depression was down, social anxiety was down, phobias, antisocial personality was down. And in this case, they were measuring methamphetamine, and that was way down. So some really good results. I won't bore you with more of that, but if a doubting Thomas like me can be convinced, I'm hoping you can be too. And before I go on any further, Ms. Kumbi has a team of people who already know how to implement this program. And I'm certainly willing to do further training for folks that would like to be family coaches and bring this to their own faith communities or their larger communities. But you have a a really great team there with Living Binds that's already been trained. So please take advantage of that and have further conversations with Miss Kumbi and her team. All right, so the model that I shared with Ms. Kumbi and her team, there's different ways to implement this program, but the way that is easiest to do when we're doing it this way, virtually, is actually a video discussion group that we can do over a Zoom call or something similar to that, okay? And we just need a couple of adults who are trained, and we have families, the entire family, children and adults, who watch together and practice skills. Mr. David talked about skills. Skills are vital, okay? If we want change, it comes down to learning new skills and practicing those skills in our daily life. For example, how to teach our children about the dangers of drugs. That's a skill that we need to learn and implement, but also skills like how do we spend quality time with our children when we're so busy? You know, taking one-to-one, the parent or the auntie or whoever, and the child spending one-to-one time having fun together is a way to build a relationship so that prevention can work down the road, okay? It starts with a relationship. It all starts with a relationship, right? And if we look at our faith, it's all about look at it. There's so much of it that's about relationship. It's about having relationships with our children. We're not there to be their friends, but we have to spend time with them in our busy, busy lives, so that when we have rules and when we make sure our children are doing well, that they know we love them and that we're looking out for them, not just there as an adult trying to make their life difficult, but I'm actually there because I love them, and that this is part of being a good parent, you know, is disciplining our child. If you go through the Bible, there's so much in there about how to give good discipline, right? How to give good discipline. And even the spare the rod, spoil the child, which doesn't say that exactly, to be truthful, in the Bible. It really is talking about discipline and coaching our children to be strong children and strong adults who don't use substances and who hopefully don't have so many mental illness issues. So anyway, it's a very simple program to implement. It takes 11 sessions, and each of the sessions builds on the session before. And at the end, all those things like Mr. Emil, you were asking about, what are the skills? You know, what are the skills that parents can learn? It's all in there. It is all in there. And during the course of the program, the adults study. And first off, they learn what the skill is. They realize how it can help their family. And then they go home and they practice with us, and then they practice at home. And that's what brings the results. So it's not about knowing, they have to know more too, right? So knowledge is good, but it really, and changing old ideas, but it's about using skills, key skills, like spending one-to-one time with our kids, learning good communication skills, right? It's about having clear family rules. It's about monitoring those rules to monitoring our children so we know they're following the rules. It's about having rewards for children doing what they're supposed to do, and it's to have good consequences for children when they don't do what they're supposed to do. It's not about physical punishment. We've learned from science that physical punishment doesn't get the job done. We have to be smarter as parents and adults, and give children consequences that have lasting results. And that's all part of the program, how to do that. Okay, let me move on. So there's 3 types of skills that we focus on in the Strengthening Families program, and they're all necessary. Bonding, right? Relationships. Have to have a loving, warm relationship, right, with my children. I'm not going to be their friend. I am their coach. I'm their parent. Okay, I'm not their friend, but I do have to have a relationship with them. Okay, and that goes to the question too of how will I know my children are using drugs? Well, part of that is having a relationship with them so that I can see changes. You know, I can see the changes in them when I have an ongoing relationship with them and I really get to know them. I get to see the changes when things start to go not so good, or when their friends change, or when their school grades get worse, or their behavior gets worse. You know, to be there, have a relationship with them so that we can figure out what's going on. So the relationship is key. I have to tell you, I was doing a training in the Philippines, and they asked me, this was before I gave the grant to Strengthening Families, but they asked me what this was a minister who asked me. It was had a whole bunch of ministers in that audience, and he asked me, Art, what can we do? And I said, well, the very first thing, he had a very large church, several hundred kids in the church. He said, Art, what can I do? I said, the very first thing is to get to know the first names of all your children. Do you know the names of your children? And he just looked down and said, Art, I have hundreds of children. I said, it's a tall order, but there's no prevention unless I have a relationship. I have to have a relationship first. If I don't have a relationship with a child, why would they listen to me? Why would they listen to me? Have to have the relationship first. Okay. One of the things I was impressed with, many things with Mr. David, is he clearly has an ability to build relationships with children. And that is really key. And here bonding is an important skill. So things like good communication skills, spending time with our children, you know, doing a weekly family meeting, complimenting our children with sincere, specific compliments. I can still remember I usually share a lot of my stories, and I won't share a lot of that today because we just don't have time, but I will share that there are compliments I've heard over my lifetime that still bring a warm feeling to me. Compliments are king, because I grew up in an environment with alcoholism and there was no compliments. My mother made it her job to make sure I was never complimented. And if anybody ever said a kind word, she corrected them. Truthfully, that's what she did. So compliments really weren't there, but in a faith community that I joined, lots of compliments. And I can tell you, they saved my life, which is why I love doing faith-based work, because I owe my life. I really do owe my life to this wonderful church who welcomed me in without my family, with friends, and just loved me. And it started with them greeting me, Artie, they would call me then, Artie, I'm so glad you're here. And then at the end, when everybody was leaving church, Artie, will we see you next week? I'm looking forward to seeing you next week. And sure enough, I would go, and I was 14 years old. I was a teenager. And they just loved me back into, you know, being a good human being. So I'm forever grateful to them. But it starts with bonding. It starts with them getting to know, and us getting to know our children. Okay, boundaries, clear rules, clear consequences, clear rewards, clear ideas about who we are as a family. What are our values, right? So there's 3 skills: bonding, and I can't hear everybody, but if you can repeat these, I would love that. Bonding, boundaries, and monitoring. So we create the relationships. Then, you know, we have good communication, we compliment, we spend time together, etc. We do family meetings. There's a bunch of different skills related to all these things. Then we have clear rules that we talk about. and agree to as a family, with the adults having the final say. But the kids get some buy-in. They get a chance to give their opinions, which is fine. It's good, because then they're more likely to follow the rules. They get a say on what the consequences are. And we teach adults how to figure out consequences. You know, it's different if your child comes home under the influence of drugs versus if they're 10 minutes late to coming home on time, versus if they backtalk me and they say something not nice and they're not respectful. All those things need appropriate consequences, not too harsh, not too soft, just right. And then monitoring doesn't make any sense if we have all these rules, but we don't know what's going on with our children. Where are they going? Who are they with? Will there be drugs and alcohol there? Okay, will there be other dangerous things there? Right? We want to make sure our children, and Mr. David answered a question about social media. Monitoring is really key. Where are our children going on the internet? Right? Knowing that. It was easier. My child is in their 30s at this point, and it was easier then because we could have a computer in the living room and there was no privacy. Now, when they can go on a phone, so it is definitely harder to monitor, but there's definitely ways to monitor. So these are the three skills: bonding, boundaries, and monitoring. Okay, moving on. So research, I'm going to skip most of this. Research shows us that bonding makes a huge difference in teen substance use. And let me just share, I don't know if you can see this, but let me just share with you. This asks questions of teens. Do you feel close to your mother or father? Do you share your thoughts and feelings? Do you enjoy spending time with them? If you have a personal problem, can you go to them for help? And when they answered absolutely yes, they were much less likely, that's the blue line in there, much less likely to use alcohol. This survey focused on alcohol because that in this area, that was the biggest drug that was being used at that time. If I was in Liberia, that's the question I'd be asking. I'm not sure if I was in Abuja, what question I'd ask, or Lagos, you would know. But in this particular area, alcohol use, you know, was the thing. And so bonding made a difference. More bonding was associated with less substance use. And the same thing with teen suicide. I don't know about your community, but we're losing kids to suicide, taking their own lives. And bonding makes a huge difference in helping children avoid suicide. It's still high, even with good bonding, it's still too high, but it's an important thing for that. Okay, boundaries. I want to show you this about having clear rules, very clear. It is a skill. It's not something we're going to know as a typical parent, how to do this properly. Okay, I come from an alcoholic family. I haven't had a drink in over 40 years because I know all it's going to take is one drink and I'm going to become, I'm going to be on my way to becoming alcoholic. That's what the science has taught me. Okay. So you would think I would be able to give clear rules. I come from the addiction field. I should be able to do this, but I'm here to tell you that no, I don't think I did a great job on this. And if we don't do a great job, it is not good. Our children are much more likely to use substances. So we teach how to do this right, not just how to teach our kids to say no, not just teaching our kids the dangers, but really being clear about family rules, right? And what are the consequences for kids using substances? Because what we know is that children using substances damage their brain. I was getting drunk when I was like 12 years old, and I'm here to tell you, science teaches us that drunkenness damaged my brain, period. No two ways about it. The body could not do what it was supposed to do on those days that I was drunk, and my brain did not get what it needed. And it doesn't make up for that time. It's just gaps, basically. I won't get into all those details, but it's basically gaps that never get corrected. So it's really vital. You already know how important it is for kids to not use substances. But I just want to add to that, that the damage to the brain is really scary. That part is really scary, what it does. It makes us slower. You know, it's just very damaging, not a great thing. So all those fears you have, absolutely. And by the way, let me just say this, not really related to this screen, but I think you already know this, but I've worked with so many groups. I've gone to so many different church settings where they're not worried about the kids that come to church. And I saw a really great question early on that makes me think maybe you realize that we have to worry about the kids who are in church too, that we're losing them. That's what I was hearing from Mr. David's presentation, is that we're losing our children from our churches, and that going to church isn't going to be enough. That might not sound very good, does it? That doesn't even sound good when I say it. But, you know, it's so important to have good prevention that actually works. And the Strengthening Families program is the program that I found. Now, my last boss at the Methodist Church is a medical doctor. I think she got her training, I think it was in Lagos, but I'm really not sure. But she's Nigerian, her husband, etc. And she used this program with her children. We were in New York City in the United States, and she used this program. And I forget where I was going to go with that, but anyway, that actually helped me realize that it's an important program to bring to everybody. Oh, I know where I was going to go with that. She said to me, because I was trying to get funding for Strengthening Families, and she said, "Art, don't worry, you'll find another program." And the woman who worked for me, because there was I needed to get it in, and I get the funding happening. And she said, "Don't worry, Art, you'll be able to find another program." And the woman who worked for me said, "No, Dr. Simbo, this is it. This is it. This is what I came down to. This was the only program I found that would work for my faith-based communities, where you could have church volunteers actually implement this program. If you have a church member, or if you yourself know how to lead a Bible study or another kind of meeting, and you have a good heart, which I'm sure you do because you're here, and you can speak pleasantly to people, you and someone else could actually lead this program during, there are places that do it during Bible study night, like in the United States, like it might be a Thursday night that they have Bible study, and they'll do Strengthening Families and incorporate scripture references to it, which is easy to do. Or they'll do it on a Sunday morning, during normal Sunday school time. They'll do that. So anyway, all right. Monitoring, same thing with monitoring. If we don't know where our kids are, they may be in danger. So it's really our job to make sure that they're not with people who are getting high. They're not with people who are drinking. They're not with people that are in dangerous situations, where there's gangs or weapons and things like that. And so it's really, really important. And that's why those activities in our churches are really important for kids, to do more than youth choir, to do more than Sunday school, to really have good youth activities in the churches. So we at least know when that's happening that our kids are being monitored properly by, our church folks and all that. So with monitoring, here are the questions that were asked. Did I get my schoolwork done? My parents asked me that. When I'm not at home, my parents know where I am. That's the second question there. Would your parents know if you didn't come home on time? Okay. If you drank alcohol, would your parents know that? Okay. And in the situations where the kids could get away with not being asked about schoolwork, the parents not knowing where their kids were, not knowing that they didn't come home on time because we're working, everybody, it's hard, right? Or if they drank. If the monitoring is happening properly, kids are much less likely to binge drink. Binge drink means, really drinking to get drunk, drinking very excessively. And the number drops down dramatically. You'll see that on these graphs. The little teeny line on the right-hand side, that represents families that have good monitoring. And that's the percentage of kids who still binge drank. But you'll notice that when there wasn't monitoring, how big that line is on the left. That it was a huge number, up to 20% of kids who say, when I'm not at home, my parents know where I am and who I'm with. Simple thing like that. If they don't know, 1 out of 5 kids are binge drinking. And in your community, you can translate that to whatever the drug of choice is at this point. All right, so we want to use all three skills, bonding, boundaries, and monitoring. Let me give you an example here. This is an introductory lesson. There are handouts for each of the families to have that they can read, or someone can read to them. And this is an example. This is the introductory lesson. And I mentioned my time. So think about this. People say, what's one thing I could do? Well, how about this? Spend 10 minutes playing with your child each day, doing something that they want to do. This is not, how was your day at school? This is coloring. This is playing a game. This is throwing a ball together. This is reading together. Whatever it is that the child wishes to do. And all we do as the adults, look at this here. I'll highlight it for you. You should be able to, I went too far. Sorry, I can't highlight it. But at the bottom there, the parent, the auntie, the whoever's taking care of the children must not criticize, give directions, or suggestions. All we're doing is enjoying the time together. This is huge. This sounds so simple. This sounds so simple. And truthfully, if you go back in time before everybody had to go someplace to work, families were spending time together. So this is just using what we know worked in the past, spending time together, okay? Learning things together, having fun together, right? All of those things are really, really important. So there's one thing that could be done, right? It trains us to look for the good in our kids. It trains us to give positive attention, to compliment, etc. Now, when I'm doing the training, Ms. Kumbi could tell you that I ask my trainees to go ahead and practice this together. Pretend you're the parent, pretend you're the child. And that's what we do with, that's what we do with our groups too, is have our families practice this. This is just one example of an important skill that we teach families, okay? The next lesson, we focus on compliments. So what is a compliment? We give it immediately. We are excited and sincere. We're specific. And the videos show what these compliments look like. And when they're with us in these groups, when the families are with us and they have 2 adults that have been trained as family coaches, they get to practice this together. And then they go home and they practice it. And then we talk to them, we have phones, we talk to them during the week and see how it's going. We are coaches. We're there to help them practice these skills, because if they practice these skills, they will see the results. I don't know if you can say that's 100% guaranteed, but research shows that if they're practicing these skills, there's a really good chance that they will see the kind of results that they want, that their children are doing better, that their children are more likely to avoid substance use, drugs, alcohol, that they're more likely to do well in school. You know, they're more likely to just do well, okay, when we use these skills, right? So let me just reinforce something that I said earlier. It's so important. It is so important to use a program that has been tested to make sure that it works. The program that I taught Ms. Kumbi and her team has been improved over the years, because even though it made total sense from the very beginning, it had to be adapted to make sure that it was having the effect that the team wanted it to have. So like those phone calls during the course of the week, that was something, you know, that was found out to be very important to getting people to practice the skills. Just like Mr. David said, cure is not sure. I want to add something else. I like that expression, by the way. There's no guarantee that people can be cured if they have an addiction. So prevention is the way to go. Without practicing the skills, don't expect progress. So the simple way to say that, no practice, no progress. And so they practice my time, one-to-one time. They practice reinforcing compliments, okay? They say things like, I'm proud of you for, I enjoy spending time with you. In my family, we didn't say any of these things. I had to learn that. My wife and I practiced doing these things together because neither one of us knew how to do this. We would actually take an envelope, you know, that you mail letters in, and we would put notes in there to each other every day, something positive, because we didn't even know how to say that stuff to each other. I didn't know how to say that stuff. It was embarrassing to me. I had to, you know, and over time, compliments just, that we compliment each other all the time. We notice positive things all the time. And that wasn't the case for us early on. So it's a skill that we can learn, and it makes a huge difference to children if we want them to be alcohol and drug free, and if we want them to do well in life. All these skills that might not even seem like they're related, they're all related. They're all related to having kids that are doing well, that are involved with church, that are doing what they're supposed to do. You know, so that's what we're focusing on. Okay. Communication skills. I'm not going to go through all this, but learning how to stop negative communication, put downs and negative communication, how to listen with our hearts, how to show that we understand our children. We're not their friends, but we need to listen to them if we want to know if they're going to come to us with a problem. Remember that skill? Remember that survey on bonding? Do I feel like I can go to my parents if I have a problem? Well, they're not going to if we're not listening, right? And listening is a skill. It is not something that we're born with. Okay, so that's really important. So moving on. We have a weekly family meeting. Just another skill that we have to talk about business and make sure we're on the right track. Then we get into, because we've had several weeks to build a relationship with our children in these groups, now we can get into rules, rewards, responsibilities, and we talk about them as families. And, you know, we coach them during the week. We make sure they have rules that the kids have been part of. We get their ideas, and then ultimately the adults make the decision, and we write them down. And we write down what the rewards are. We write down what everybody's responsibilities are, okay? This is what helps the family work more closely together. So it's really about rules, rewards, responsibilities, and, you know, consequences is the next part. We teach people how to do, oh, by the way, the best reward is free. It's a compliment. It's a compliment. That's the best reward. Thank you for taking care of that chore. Thank you for cleaning up your room. Thank you for doing your homework. Thank you for putting away your stuff when you came home from school. You know, thank you for setting the table for dinner. Thank you for washing the dishes after dinner, whatever. Okay. I really like spending time with you. I really like coloring with you. I like reading with you. All those things. Those are social rewards, and they're free. No need to just give them out a little bit at a time. We help our children be stronger when we compliment them. That makes children stronger. That makes children behave better, and it helps me like them more. Okay, that's what's been proven over and over again. The next part is, and I know I'm running out of time here, I can't believe how fast this goes. The next part is setting rules, not setting rules, but setting consequences to the rules. So if people don't do what they're supposed to do, if kids don't do what they're supposed to do, we teach them exactly how to do this so that they don't have to just constantly be yelling and nagging their children. It's a very straightforward thing, and consequences are known ahead of time. If you don't do your chore, here are the consequences. And we figure out what those consequences are together. We know them, the children know them. It's just a matter of implementing the consequences. We don't have to hit our children. The truth is, and I know that's what we learned, that's what we all grew up with, but the truth is that just doesn't help. It actually, the research shows that it hurts the part of the brain that makes kids act better. So the part of the brain that helps us say no to drugs and alcohol gets damaged by any kind of physical intervention. Not a good thing. So we don't need to use that, right? We really don't. If we do this carefully, we really, really don't need to do that. We can be calm. We can be consistent. We don't have to argue about it. It is what it is. Now, I have many years of dealing with drug addicted people, for example, in my addiction life. So I'm used to people who try to get around consequences, right? So parents would say, well, what do I do if the kid doesn't do the consequence? There's another consequence. There's always another consequence. There's no way for them to avoid the consequence, okay? And, you know, the one thing, truthfully, is this little thing here, this little phone, that's a privilege. That's a privilege no matter where we are in this world. That's a privilege. That's not a right. Kids don't have a right to that. And so maybe one of the consequences, if they're not getting off their phone to do a chore, is maybe they lose some phone time. You know, I don't have to do it for very long. It's very small consequences, but really, you know, that's what's helpful. So we teach all these skills. We do all these things with videos, with discussions. It takes 11 weeks. The groups run about an hour and a half, and we can do them virtually. And people who, like I said, people who are church volunteers or volunteers, people like yourselves, people who are professionals. We have lots of professionals who use this model because this is the model that works best if we do it virtually. Now, if you want to do stuff in person, we can have that conversation too, because there are other ways to do this program that you could do in person, or you could do it this way in person as well. This is what my church communities have done, is use this in person. You know, but there's other ways too. If you have a group of people who are professionals for many years and they want to do a different method, cool. They're used to doing group therapy, etc. Definitely other ways to do this. So here's just what that looks like. Here's a chart that we teach, and it just shows what you do when your kid's not doing what they're supposed to do. And we teach them very specifically what they're supposed to do. And when they don't, we give them a clear direction. And if they do it, then we compliment them. If they don't, then we give them a warning cue. A lot of times it's their whole name, right? It's their whole Christian name, which they don't normally hear unless they're in trouble. And then if they still don't do it, then we give them a consequence. Easy peasy. It's already agreed to. It's already agreed to. But if they follow the direction after hearing their full name, we still compliment them and we move on. We don't expect children to do things the first time when we ask them. That's just not. Eventually that's what happens, but not in the beginning. Okay. So I'm going to skip through all that. I think I've covered a good chunk. Now at the very end, we're also teaching things like how to avoid substances, right? And one of the skills about avoiding substances, kids want their friends. So if their friend says to them, hey, I got some stuff, let's get high, let's drink, how to turn down that friend and still keep the friendship. Now, this happened to me in a youth retreat, a church retreat, where I had people, kids I knew, come up to me and said, Art, I have some marijuana, let's get high. And I came up with an excuse. I did not use these 5 C's, but I came up with an excuse and I said, it was really cold outside. In Celsius, it was probably about 5 or 10, and I was really cold. And I'm like, I'm freezing. I'm going to go inside. You guys have fun, and I'll catch you later. But we teach our children how to say no, how to give an alternative. No, let's not get high. Come over. I have a new game, or come on, we're going to do something else. But if the friend wants to still get high, I can still maintain my friendship and not get high with them, right? It's really important to kids. Kids don't want to give up their friends. We don't either as adults, but they don't want to give up their friends. So looking at my time, I think I still have 15 minutes. Could that be possible? Miss Coombe, is that possible? Or Miss Sophie? How much time do I have left?
Yes, sir, it's possible. You have about 15 minutes.
But that's for question and answer, right? I believe.
Oh, is that when does my question and answer start?
No, the question and answer starts in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. I love that. Okay, cool. All right. I'm speaking faster than I think I am. So anyway, this is the 5 C's. The first thing we start off with is when a kid is asked, hey, let's get high, just like I was at that church retreat. It's like, asking a question, so yeah, my dad's got some stuff and I got it from him. Okay, so what are we talking about? That's the caution. Cool it is, and coming up with an excuse or a reason not to do it, coming up with a one-liner. For me, this got easier as I got older, because I don't drink and I'm around people who drink. Not in my family necessarily, but I have friends that drink, whatever. And I've had people ask me over the years, hey, Art, have a beer. Hey, Art, have this. And I'm like, I can't. I'm basically allergic to alcohol, and it's not safe for me to drink. And that's all it takes. They're like, oh, okay, cool, no problem. And if all they're doing is getting drunk, I come up with a different plan. That doesn't really happen to me at this point, but it did as a kid. Come up with a different plan. And if they still want to get high or drink, that's cool. That's cool. I'll catch you later. I didn't have a problem with my friends who wanted to smoke cigarettes. That was the first thing when we were younger, maybe 11, 12, I don't know, something like that. My friends smoked, and I would hang out with them actually, but I never smoked because I knew I just couldn't handle it. But they didn't care and I didn't care. But I don't recommend that for being around people, for our kids to be around people who are using. That's not the best plan. But it did work for me, and I had friends that respected that. In any event, that's one of the skills, the 5 C's, learning how to implement the 5 C's. We also do all those things that David talked about, Mr. David, about life skills, communication skills, stress and anger management, problem solving. All of those skills are important to this program. So there's no way to shorten these 11 weeks. You can make it longer, but it's really impossible to make it effective and shorten it. Okay. We also look at goals. Now, this is important. If we want to look at a prevention skill specifically, I mean, all of these are prevention skills, but if we want to look at, we want our youth to understand, and this program does that, Strengthening Families program does that, teaches youth, helps youth figure out what they would give up if they decide to use substances. Okay? We want our youth to have good goals. We want them to have, life goals, whether it's, they're going to go to Africa University. A friend of mine who lives there in Abuja, he's done Africa University. That's a, Methodist involved, I guess. Wants to go to a university, wants a good job, wants to start a business, whatever those goals are. Okay. If they use substances, for them to figure out what are your chances of getting into university, what are your chances of getting a loan to start a business, what are your chances to reach your other goals. So goals are important. Let me just share with you, I have not shared with you any stories, but I started in the addiction field. I've done a bunch of prevention, especially in the last however many years now with Strengthening Families. But in the middle there, I did some special education teaching. I'm also certified. I've been certified as a social worker. I have my MSW, my master's in social work, and I have a master's in education for teaching. And one of the things I did, I was teaching children who were not doing well, who failed regular school generally, and who came to me in my class because they needed extra help. So it was a whole different program. It wasn't in the same school. They were sent to me kind of as a last ditch thing. So the very first thing I had them do, these were like, maybe 14, 15-year-olds, was to identify what were their goals. And they made these nice posters and I put them up on the wall in my classroom. And the posters said what they wanted to do. And there were pictures. They wanted to be in the military, or they wanted to be an auto mechanic, a car mechanic, whatever. It had pictures and what they wanted to do, but it also had how will the schooling help you to reach those goals. And let me give an example, and then I'm going to tie it into helping kids with substance use and those decisions. So I had a child who said he wanted to get into the military. And to get into the military in the United States, you have to have certain education and math, for example. You have to have certain math skills. So I'm trying to teach him. And this one day, he was just ignoring everything I was trying to do to try to teach him. And so I went over to his poster on the wall. I took it off and I said, okay, so today I'm going to have you focus on something else, because the goal you identified is not going to work anymore. You want to be in the military. You told me, and I agree with you, you have to have a diploma, which means you have to have math, etc. And you're behind in math already, so we don't have time to waste. And today you're making the choice to not do math, so let's come up with a better plan. So military is going to be out of the picture. What else would you like to do? And he stopped me and corrected me and said, no, Mr. Meller, I want to be in the military. Give me the book back. He took back his math book, and I'll do it. But it was important for him to identify, why is it important to do that education? And for our kids, it's important when it comes to substance use, it's important for them to identify, what is in it for me to stay alcohol and drug free? How will that help me with things I think as a teenager are important? Not what my parents think, but as a teenager, what do I think is important? And how will staying away from substances help me reach those goals? So coming up with goals, really, really important. And you'll notice that it's lesson 8 where we finally talk about in depth ATOD, alcohol, tobacco, other drugs, and how they damage our brain, how they damage our behaviors, and all the stuff that we normally think of with prevention. The old school model was just give them this. And I still have people ask me, Art, can I just do lesson 8? I'm like, no, because kids aren't going to listen to this. Lesson Intro to 7 helps build the foundation so that children are more likely to pay attention to the harms of substances. If I hit them with that first, they're not going to listen, okay? Or not going to listen as much. It's really important for me to have that relationship as the parent so that the kids understand I am on their side, I am their coach, I'm trying to help them, I'm disciplining them, I'm helping them, so that they're more motivated. It's all about motivation. What's in it for them to avoid substances? not just all the scare tactics. Oh, this is going to do this. This is going to do that. Because kids will say to you, yeah, that was him. I heard his story. You have somebody come in and they're sharing how bad things were for them. They're going to say to themselves, that's not me. I'm not going to let that happen to myself, right? Does that sound familiar? Kids will say, that's not me. Not going to happen to me. It has to be, what do they think? You know, what do they think is important about avoiding substance use? That's really vital. And it really is important to take the time. We have a relationship with our children. We've been spending one-to-one time with them. We've been complimenting them. We have clear rules. We have clear rewards. We have clear consequences. We've been working on communication skills. We've been working on problem-solving skills. We've been working on all these life skills. Practice, practice, practice. No practice, no progress. So practicing these skills at home is really, really vital. And you know, so now they're ready to hear a little bit more. Now, if I had said to my kid, who was my student, who didn't want to do his math, you have to do your math, he'd be like, no, I don't want to do my math. It's only because he identified why that was important to him and his goals. That's what made the difference, right? So, you know, we're helping kids say no, keep their friends, you know, say no to substances, say no to dangerous situations, keep their friends. We're monitoring them to make sure they're in safe situations. And now it's looking at how will staying alcohol and drug free be helpful to you? How is your life better? Okay. It's so important with youth to get them to identify why it's important to them, not why it's important to me. Maybe those are the same thing, but I have to hear it from them. Now, if I had a student, that student said, I don't care. I'm just going to live with my father, my mother for the rest of my life. I would have had to take a different intervention when he didn't want to do his math, but I knew math was part of his goal. And I just had to remind him, Okay, so that's lesson 8, lesson 9. Oh yeah, so one of the things to know is that substances affect the brain of kids way differently than it affects adults. Okay, so if you have people coming, the adults, if you're working with adults who are drinking, who might be using substances, okay, and they're saying, well, I drink and it doesn't cause me a problem. It's different when it's the teen or child brain. It really damages. We can argue about how much it damages the adult brain, and we could have a discussion about that forever. But I can absolutely tell you that whatever we decide it does to the adult brain, it does way more to the teen brain and the youth brain. There's no safe use of substances for youth and children. There just isn't. I don't know if you can see this, but this is kind of an interesting picture, and I'll describe it to you. Some of you are on phones, etc., and so you may not be able to see this really well, but on the left is showing a brain. And what this is showing you, all of that pink and red stuff is good stuff. That's the brain working. And this is a 15-year-old. It's a 15-year-old who doesn't drink, okay? Look at how good that brain is firing up. That's what it should look like. Now look at to the right, the brain of a 15-year-old who's a heavy drinker. There's nothing there. I mean, there's a few little pink spots, but it's not firing up. And they've shown this over and over and over again. So this idea that it hurts our brain isn't just some crazy idea. Now we have this science. MRI is a fancy X-ray, if you're not familiar with that, magnetic resonance. It's a very fancy X-ray type thing that can measure or can actually show you the brain itself and what's going on inside the brain. It's a very cool thing. You know, so this is very telling. It's like, wow. So the person on the right, let's just think about that. 15 years old, heavy drinker. Are they going to be able to get a job? Are they going to do good in school? You know, it's really sad. This is a very sad picture of what it does to the brain. So truthfully, my brain probably looked somewhat a little bit like that. I don't know if it was that bad, but probably did. And I don't know what it looks like 10 years or in my case, like 50 years later. But it's not a great thing to see that kind of damage. All right, so that's that. And then we get into I'm gonna skip by all that stuff. And then lesson 9 is how to choose good friends. And it's also teaching the adults how to keep track of their kids, how to monitor on social media, how to monitor when they're going to other people's houses or they're hanging with their friends in the community, how to monitor that. We have to teach them to ask simple questions. Where are you going? Who are you going with? What will you be doing? When will you be home? And will there be any alcohol or drugs? And you can add things to that: weapons, gang involvement, whatever. Those are the 5 W's. And this is a skill that we teach. And then we end with lesson 10, teaching about values, traditions, and service, because that's important, right? We know that. We know how service, especially in our faith community, it's so important to give to others. That's one of the key things I get, from the Bible, from especially Matthew, is how important it is to be of service to other people, to take care of our brothers and sisters, and to figure out, even as a child, what can I do to support my community? And that helps. That's also a life skill that's important for prevention. Okay, so here are, and I'm gonna end with this slide and then take questions.
Okay. We
I
have
would
some
keep
questions already, I believe.
Nice. So here, just real quick, here are the 7 essential skills. I've talked about a bunch of skills, but here are 7 that are really, really vital. Mindfulness. If you get a chance to do training on mindfulness, please do. It is helpful to healing the brain. Okay. Really, really helpful. Really helpful for improving behavior, dealing with anxiety and stuff like that. My time, I talked about that. Compliments, I talked about that. Positive communication and family meetings, we talked about. Positive discipline, the rewards, the mild consequences, being consistent, and then monitoring. Those are the 7 key skills. And now let me unshare this so that I don't get in the way of that. And now let's hit some questions. Hit me. What do we got?
All right. Thank you so much for that session, Art. I mean, it was so beautiful. Felt like a masterclass on parenting. So there's a question here by Fortune. It says, how do we differentiate between setting and maintaining clear rules with being a radical parent, like Mr. David mentioned in his session?
I missed that part when Mr. David said that. I must have walked away for a second there. So I'm not sure what radical parent means. Maybe Ms. Kumbi, can you enlighten me on what that means, what he was referring to? Anybody?
Sorry.
No.
The question, sorry, can you ask the question again? Sophie, what's the
Yeah,
question?
no, I got the question. I just didn't know what he meant by radical. Yeah, so well, let me just go ahead and say something about the maintaining and clear rules, et cetera. It's just so important to have not a lot, 8 to 10 rules for our family. And we teach how to do that. I don't know that I would call that radical. I would call that being a strong parent. So I'm not sure if that's different than being a radical parent. But it does mean that I'm monitoring. It does mean that we have clear rules. It does mean we have clear rewards. Kids deserve rewards just like we do. We go to work, we get a paycheck. We just and kids, maybe it's not financial because we don't have that ability in some situations, but some kind of reward, extra phone time, extra whatever. So I wouldn't call it radical. But I'm not sure what Mr. David was referring to. If that's radical, then I guess I would call it radical. But really, it's just being a good, strong parent, doing the things that we used to do naturally. We did all these things naturally as parents. Go back 200 years, 300 years. You didn't see these kind of issues because families worked together. The next question was a good one.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay. So from Esther, she's asking, how can parents who take alcohol set rules against their child taking alcohol?
That is a great question. So I know I just mentioned something about that, so I might have answered that already, but it's separating out the adult use of alcohol and the teen use of alcohol or youth. The damage that it does is so much more. But perhaps the adult is willing not to be under the influence of alcohol, not to drink in front of the kid, not to be under the influence with the kid. Maybe a lot of adults are willing to do that. They don't want to give up their own drinking, but they're willing to not do it in front of their kid or to be under the influence of alcohol or other drugs in front of their kids to help them. Ooh, good question. I got some good questions in here.
Yeah. So, in the next question, an anonymous attendee. So, in a Nigerian or African context where extended families and cultural norms differ, how do you adapt the SFP framework?
Good. Excellent. So basically the key, that is such a great question. Thank you. And I didn't get to that. I should have. It's really important that when we're talking about examples and we're sharing our stories, it's important to share, how we are using these skills as family coaches. And when we share our stories, it makes it relevant to the people that we're working with. And I also didn't mention, this is a program that's been used it's over 40 countries at this point. And every kind of situation that you can think of, extended families, single parent families, all different cultures, indigenous cultures, every culture you can think of, because these are skills that are universal. If we think about these skills, it's all about having a connection with our children, which is about as old as you can get. That's how people used to function as families before we started working in factories and going out of the home. We did this stuff naturally with our kids. So, so absolutely sharing our stories. We want to keep the skills. The skills are really, really important. So my time, et cetera, all those skills that we teach are so important to stick with those, but they fit in every culture. They absolutely fit in every culture. Now, I have to tell you truthfully, when I talked to my friend Simbo, Dr. Simbo, I was like, Dr. Simbo, I don't know if you're going to find this relevant for your family. I mean, she had just come from Nigeria and now lived in New York with her 2 boys and her husband. And I'm like, and she said, Art, she set me straight, as she did often. She's a very strong person. And she said, Art, these are skills that everybody needs. So absolutely, these fit. So she actually took the videos home and did them individually with her husband and her children, which is another option for you all, is to do these individually with the families that you have and not have to wait for a group situation. The videos are online or there's DVDs, whatever. And that's how she did it. I don't recommend that for everybody because a lot of families are like mine, where there was, violence and things like that in my family. So asking the family to do this on their own wouldn't have been a great idea. But great question. I hope I answered that. So we want to use the skills and share stories, etc., that show that we're using them in our culture. All right.
Right.
Another question.
So yeah, we have about 3 more questions. And
Cool.
so one person is asking 3 more. Yeah. So one person is asking, because for context, we have a couple of counselors on this call and teachers from some schools.
Excellent.
Yeah. So
I love
how
that.
can volunteer counselors or teachers, how can volunteer counselors or teachers get involved in delivering or supporting the Strengthening Families program in their communities?
So I think that's a great question, and I was ready for that, and I didn't have a chance to ask Miss Kumbi or Miss Sophie, but I would say let whoever that makes sense to reach out to at Living Vines, let them know, and then we can work it out from then. I would say personally, I don't know, Miss Kumbi, if you can come on with me here, but I would suggest actually reaching out to Miss Kumbi and letting her know. Is that okay, Miss Kumbi? I know you were busy, and I wanted to ask you that question. I'm like, I'm not bothering her with this.
No, you're not. Please, if anybody is interested, they can reach out to me and we can work something out.
Perfect. All right.
All right, thank you. Another question here. Okay, question numbers are increasing. Okay, I'll just run through them. You mentioned the 7 essential skills
I'm here all day, by the
in
way.
family. Okay.
Yeah, so which are the
Thank you
7
so
essential skills do they struggle with? Because I'm reading them as we go here. So I run through all those 7
great.
essential skills. They struggle with all of them, truthfully, but not when they learn how to do them, right? So they don't do them naturally, but when we teach them and we help them and we're using the skills ourselves, that I can't stress that enough. So when we're complimenting our children and our nephews and our nieces and our kids in the community, when we're doing these skills ourselves, when we set good rules, when we have good rewards and consequences, when we're using all of these skills, our families learn them from our experience, just like a good coach, right? So they don't struggle so much when they're going through the program, but they don't do them naturally before the program. I hope that answers that. So, and then basically we just work through it with them. Oh, let me give you an example. So in the United States, I can think of families that have like one parent, and they have lots and lots of children. And this one family in particular, the mom couldn't figure out how to take 10 minutes a day with her child. And she said, I want to do this, but I don't know how to do it. We're never together in the house, which happens in the United States. They're just not together in the house. So how do we do this? We don't spend time together. And with coaching, with my friend coaching, they were able to figure out a time that they could actually do it. And it had to do with the time where the daughter was getting ready for school in the morning. And the kid loved it when her mom read her stories. So the mom could read stories to her in the bathroom while the child was getting ready for school. So that's one of the ones that they could struggle with because they don't know where the time. Families are busy. So we need to help them figure out where to find the time. And it starts with, do they see how important this is? Do they buy in? Just like my student had to buy into math in order to get into the military. Do they buy into these 7 skills are going to help your kids do what you want them to do? They're going to pay attention better. They're not going to badmouth you. They're not going to talk back to you so much. They're going to do better in school, whatever the goals are, that it's going to help them. So if they buy into, yes, this is going to help, then it's just a matter of helping them figure out, how do I make that happen? So we coach them, we call them during the week, that kind of thing, just to kind of help them through any problems. Great question. You guys have great questions. All right. Aha, the next one's awesome too.
Okay, so let me read it so others would hear. So the idea of monitoring includes emotional well-being. How can parents or guardians monitor this without seeming intrusive or controlling?
This is probably one of my favorite questions. I'm serious. That's a great question. So yes, absolutely monitoring, because I didn't get to that, but it's in the program, how to monitor emotionally. The very first thing is to have that relationship, to spend that time, to do fun things with the kids. So we're actually spending time. We get to know them better. We get to know what they're like normally on a good day, a bad day. And it might be a day where they're getting teased or put down by their friends or maybe other kids. And so you see a change in their behavior. I don't think it's as simple as, are you happy? I don't think it's as simple as asking those questions, but I think it's important to listen carefully to kids. Let them know that we're going to listen. We're not going to. And the first thing, let's put down the phone when our kid is talking to us. put it to the side. Okay. So we can look at them, we can really hear them, and we can let them know that we hear what they're saying. Then they're going to be more likely to come to us when there's an issue. I am a clinical social worker by trade. So, I mean, this is near and dear to my heart, how to help kids who are not doing all that great. You know, and how to recognize that, how to see that. Such a great question. And I didn't do it justice here, but it does start with the relationship. It does start with having that bond with our children so that they feel comfortable coming to us when things aren't doing well. And for us to realize, put down whatever it is. Nothing else is as important as that at that moment. I don't care about dinner. I don't care that the house is a mess. I don't care. At that moment, the child is coming to me, reaching for help. I need to stop. I need to stop and pay attention. And I did go through a bunch of crises, quite frankly, with my child. Thankfully, actually, in large thanks to the faith community, my kid was able to work through that and realize that helping other people is really a vital thing, and it really helped her, actually. But, you know, to be on top of not being intrusive. I don't need to be intrusive or controlling. I just need to be there. I need to be there. I need to be listening. I need to be building a relationship. So thank you so much for that question.
Hi. Oh, okay.
I see that next question. It looks really good.
Sophie, can you?
Do you want me to read it?
Okay.
I can read it. In a family where a child grows up, you have two questions here. Where a child grows up, there's little attention and love after the child's been exposed to alcohol use and is now an adult. Is it possible for the child and parent relationship to be strengthened, even when there's a past trauma of the relationship? And I'm here to tell you, I absolutely hated, and you can take that word to the bank, hated. I think we mutually wanted each other dead, truthfully, okay? Truthfully. My parents and I came to just absolutely love, especially my dad. You know, he became like a best friend to me. He did get sober, and we were able to build that relationship. So it is absolutely possible, but it's using these skills, spending time together, find something, even if they're in their 20s and 30s. I have people come to my trainings where their kids are grown and out of the house, and they're finding things that they can do together that they enjoy. Is it cooking together? You know, my kid and my wife, they still cook together every time. We're 3,000 miles away from each other, but, you know, anytime they're together, they're cooking. It's find things that you enjoy that you can do together, and it builds from there. My dad and I, we would ride motorcycles, we'd hang out, we'd go to baseball games, we would just do things together. And every chance I got, I was either talking to my dad or I was visiting him, and he lived like 2 hours away from me. And I would just show up. And every time I showed up at his door, he just welcomed me with so much love. And this was a man who was absolutely horrible as an alcoholic. He was horrible, mean, nasty. We had no relationship whatsoever, you know, but thanks to some therapy and other things, we were able to build that relationship. So yes, absolutely possible. Not everybody's going to have the same positive, incredible reaction that I had. Maybe it's not going to happen, but you know, there are definitely things we can do.
Oh, okay.
It starts with taking time. Did I fuzz out there, Kumbi?
Just a little bit. I think
Okay.
we have a next speaker here, so might not be able to answer all the questions.
All right, cool.
Right. She's starting on top of that. Right, Sophie, I believe.
Cool. Well, thank you all so much. Thank you for taking the time. Ms. Kumbi, it's always my pleasure.
Thank you so much, Art. I really appreciate it. And I'm sure people have so many questions that want to know more. We'll definitely connect, let them know, send them the way, and send them questions and all of that. So they can connect with you.
Sounds great. Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay, over to you.
I am going to, okay.
All right. It's very...
At Breaking Barriers 2025, we'll be demystifying mental health, and to take us through that session is a woman of faith, purpose, and deep compassion, merging clinical wisdom with spiritual insights to bring healing to hearts and minds. She's a licensed clinical psychologist and the founder of Hopestead Counseling Services, a practice dedicated to transforming lives through psychotherapy, education, and consultation. With over 10 years of experience across women's correctional facilities, psychiatric hospitals, universities, and churches, she brings a rare depth to the conversation on mental health. She's also an ordained minister with Redeemed Christian Church of God in Long Island, New York, uniquely positioned to bridge the gap between faith and emotional wellness. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Dr. Funto Oyewole.
Hello. Good morning from New York. I don't know what time it is in Nigeria. I believe it's in the afternoon. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, anywhere that you're watching us from. Thank you for having me here today.
Thank you so much for coming.
All right. So do you want me to just get into it?
Please start. Yes.
All right. I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen. Give me 1 second here. All right. Can you see my screen? I'm just gonna make it full screen. Everyone can see? Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Funto Oyewole, and I am a clinical psychologist with Hopestead Counseling Services. And today I'm going to be talking about demystifying mental health. From my experience, over 10 years of experience, a little bit more over that, what I've noticed, especially in the African context, is this for lack of a better word, mystification around the word mental health. We don't understand it, and we think we do, but we don't really quite get it, and we try to avoid it. There's a lot of stigma around it. So this is one topic that I do enjoy talking about, especially with people of faith. This is one of my life's passion because I believe God wants us all to be in good mental health. So that's what we're going to be looking at today. So first off, I'm going to talk about what mental health is, right? So if you think about mental health as a big umbrella, think about there's 3 other umbrellas under that, which make up the big mental health umbrella. We have your emotional well-being, your psychological well-being, and your social well-being. So your emotional well-being refers to being aware of your emotions and accepting of your emotion, being aware of how you're feeling, the emotions that are coming up from the experiences that you're going through, and also being aware of other people's emotions, also being attentive to your thoughts, your feelings, and your behavior, whether they're positive or not, because we will all experience a wide range of different emotions. I personally don't even like to label emotions as positive or negative, but they're just emotions. But that's not the topic for today. So the first umbrella under that is the emotional well-being. And then the second part of the mental health umbrella is the psychological well-being. This refers to a feeling of purpose and meaning in life. And this also relates to your personal growth and development, like feeling like I'm part of a bigger picture here. I'm serving a purpose in my life. There's something that wakes me up every morning that keeps me going. Okay. And then the last part of that is your social well-being. This refers to how well you're able to function in your community, in your social setting, with family members, with your community, with at work and stuff like that, how you interact and live with other people, right? So all these 3 different umbrellas fall under the main umbrella of the mental health. So it involves your emotional well-being, your psychological well-being, and your social well-being, how you're feeling emotionally, how well you are emotionally, how well you are psychologically, and how well you are in social settings. Okay, so mental health is important because it affects how we think, how we feel, and we act. The way that you think about a situation that you're going through or that you've experienced will impact how you feel about that situation and will also impact how you respond to that situation, how you respond, how you act. So mental health impacts how we handle stress. As we all know, life can be stressful. Um, More so now than ever. There's a lot of stressors left, right, and center. So being mentally healthy enables us to handle stress appropriately as they come up. It also helps us relate in an appropriate manner to other people in our lives and make healthy day-to-day choices. Helps us to live a productive life and have fulfilling relationships. It also helps us to adapt to change. Life is not static. There's going to be change as we grow older, as we go through life. So being in good mental health helps us to adapt well to changes that we go through, and also helps us to cope well with adversities. Mental health is important at all stages of life. I hear this notion, especially in African context, right? We tell little kids, you have nothing to worry about. You don't know anything about sadness or depression. You don't have any worries. And that's part of that, what I was saying earlier, the lack of information. Mental health is very important for everybody, whether you're a baby or you're 80 years old or you're 90 years old. Just like your physical health, even if you have a child, you want them to be in good physical health. Same thing. Mental health is important as all stages of life. It's not just the adult problem or an adult issue. So we want to make sure that everyone is doing well mentally. So mental health is more than just the absence of illness, of a diagnosable illness. Mental health is being well mentally in all those three sections that I talked about earlier. Being well emotionally, being well psychologically, and being well socially. So one may not necessarily have a diagnosed mental condition, but they may also not be mentally well also. Just like a person might not necessarily carry a medical diagnosis for any particular issue, but they can also not be physically well, right? So it's more than just the absence of illness. And it's just as important as physical health. Just as unfortunately, we spend a lot of time and effort on our physical health. Not a lot of people really stop for a moment to say, how am I mentally, or how am I feeling mentally? How is my child feeling mentally? We spend a lot of time focusing on physical health, but mental health is also just as important because they work hand in hand, as we're going to see later. If you're not well physically, it's going to have an impact on your mental health. Also, if you're not well mentally, it's also going to have an impact on your physical health. So it's just as important as your physical health. And there's no overall health without mental health, because if you're not well mentally, you can't enjoy any other kind of wealth, whether it's financial health or physical health. If you're not well mentally, it's going to impact your quality of life as a whole. Okay. So it's very important that we keep that in mind, that, to be overall, to be healthy overall, you need to have good mental health. So let's look at the definition from the World Health Organization. They identify mental health as a state of well-being in which the individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make contributions to his or her community. So you see all of that. They're able to cope, they're able to function normally, cope with stresses, and be productive and fruitful in the community, and make fruitful contributions to their community. Everyone has a right to mental health, just like everyone has a right to physical health, and everyone deserves a chance to thrive. And that's why I said earlier, it's not just an adult thing. It starts from when a person is born. They have a right to mental health so that they can thrive and they can go up to become adults that are productive and are able to function well. So it's not just a thing that only adults have to worry about. Mental health is for everyone. Okay. So we think about mental health is not like, it's not in little boxes, right? It's fluid, and exists on a continuum. And based on what's going on in our lives, we're moving, back and forth on this continuum. When everything is well, we're able to cope well, things are going well, we're flowing around the health area, but stuff happens, like, situations in the environment can happen that can move us down the continuum, so think about mental health. It's just like physical health is on a continuum also. It's not like, oh, I'm well today and that's it. Things can happen that can make us move up and down on that spectrum. On the one end is complete health, where we're doing well, nothing phases us, we're able to cope well with stress, we're able to do what we have to do, we're productive, all our relationships are healthy, everything is 100% perfect. And then on the other end of the spectrum is when there's a diagnosable mental illness, there's something going on, it's affecting our ability to be productive and to function. Okay. So for all of us, we're moving up and down that based on what's going on in our lives. Okay. All right, so we've talked about what mental health is. Now let's talk about, and I in my work and in the past few years that I've been doing this, I realize a lot of people don't even know the difference between mental health and mental illness. If you just mention the word mental, people start rejecting it in Jesus' name. People start running for the hills because, again, there's a lack of awareness about this thing. So we all want to be in good mental health. We all want mental health. Right? Because I remember I had gone to speak at a church and I was saying we'll all be in mental health in Jesus' name. So I was like, God forbid. I was like, no, God doesn't forbid that. God wants us to be in good mental health, right? So the difference is we want to be in mental health. We want to have good mental health. Now, on the flip side of it is mental illness. This is any disease that causes mild to severe disturbances in the way that we think, in the way that we behave, and it results in an inability to cope with life's ordinary demands and routines. So somebody who's mentally ill and is not getting in treatment, is not being taken care of, will have a significant disturbance in the way that they think about things happening around them, in the way that they cope with situations in their lives, and just with life's ordinary demands and routine, like regular demands and routine of everyday life, they will have a significant difficulty with dealing with that. They may have problems with showing up at work, taking care of their family, doing whether it's child learning and all that stuff. So it causes disturbances in the person's life. This is what we don't want to have, right? So we want to have mental health. So research shows that many mental health conditions are affected by a combination of factors. So we're going to go through some of the factors that can impact one's mental health and can trigger mental illnesses or can contribute to mental illnesses. The first one are the biological factors, and these are like the genetic factors. I can't even speak. Genetic factors, right? We hear cases of diseases that are passed down from generation to generation, like, it could be depression, schizophrenia, there's a familial pattern, there's a genetic pattern there. So that's a biological factor. Brain chemistry issues, hormonal imbalances and things like that can impact one's mental health. Alcohol or drug use. I really enjoyed Mr. Art's presentation. He was talking about some of that. Alcohol and drug use can also impact one's mental health. Poor nutrition, we don't really stop and think about that, but having poor nutrition can really take a toll on one's mental health. And biochemical imbalances, we talked about that already. So those fall under the biological factors. And then we have the psychological factors. And these are things that impact one's sense of self, like your emotions, and this can be caused by things that fall under that umbrella. Could be stress. When there's high stress or poorly managed stress in one's life can impact somebody's mental health. Feelings of inadequacy, low self-esteem, things like that. Abuse. Again, earlier I talked about mental health is also important for children. We do know that adverse childhood experiences, abuse in childhood, neglect in childhood, can impact someone's mental health as they grow up, so these all fall on the psychological factors. So experiencing abuse in the home, whether it's physical, sexual, emotional, or verbal abuse, all those things can impact one's mental health. And then we have the environmental factors, and these are factors in the environment, such as a dysfunctional family. So a child that grows up in a family where there's dysfunction, where there's always yelling all the time, or one person is an alcoholic, one person is abusive, all that stuff can impact the community that you live in. Somebody lives in a community where there's high crime, there's too much noise, all those things can impact one's mental health. So the environment also can impact one's mental health. Witnessing violence in the environment, experiencing trauma in the environment, air pollution, noise pollution, all those things that happen in the environment can impact one's mental health. And then because I'm a person of faith, and we do know that faith has a huge impact on one's mental health, spiritual factors also come into play. And one thing I've seen in my work with churches is for people of faith, we were so quick to run to it's a spiritual factor. They must have done something wrong, or the village people have finally gotten them. That's our first go-to when we see somebody struggling with mental health problems. I do not deny the fact that there are spiritual factors or spiritual issues, but which I just talked about, there could be a lot of other different factors that could be at play. So we should not be so quick to run to go straight to, oh yeah, it's a spiritual something, village people have gotten them, things like that. It could be a lot of other different things. So just to keep in mind, the next time you see somebody struggling with their mental health, take a step back and remember what we talked about today. It could be biological factors that you're not aware of because you don't live inside of their body, right? And you're not the doctor. It could be psychological issues that they've gone through in their starting from childhood, or things that have happened in their life that you may not be aware of, or stuff going on in the environment that you may not be aware of. So the whole gist of what I'm trying to say here is to bring some grace and some humility to when you're addressing or interacting with somebody who's struggling with mental health issues, because you don't know. You don't really know what are some things that may be going on, and don't just always assume that it's a spiritual problem. Okay, so I just want to talk about some facts here, just to help us understand a little bit better. So mental illness is the equal opportunity problem. It affects everybody, whether you're old, young, rich, poor. It's not a poor people problem alone. It's not a rich people problem alone. It's not a Western problem alone. It's not an African problem. It's affect the whole world, everybody. As long as we're alive, we're all prone to that. So about nearly 1 billion people all over the world is currently living with mental illness. That's about 1 in 8 people globally all over the world live with some kind of a mental disorder. And many more people struggle with their mental health. These are people that are 1 in 8 people have a diagnosable condition that we can say yes, but even more than that, 1 in 8 people struggle with their mental health here or there. May not necessarily carry a diagnosis, but they may struggle with their mental health. Like I said before, mental illness can affect anyone, or mental health issues can affect anyone. It can affect somebody who's educated, somebody who's literate, somebody who's rich, poor, white, green, whatever. The good news is it is treatable. And then the earlier we identify that there's a problem here, and the earlier we step in and try to take action, the better the prognosis. What makes it really difficult is that when we ignore the situation, or pretend like nothing is happening and deny or chalk it up to something else, what happens is the condition starts to get worse, and then it starts to have the ripple effect where it starts to impact not just themselves alone, impacts their family, the community, whatever. So now it's affecting more and more people. So early recognition and early treatment is very important to get people into treatment. And the sooner people get help, the better it is. And then there's the issue of stigma. And I think a lot of the stigma comes from a lack of understanding, like I spoke about before, a lack of education around mental health issues. So because of that poor understanding, the poor education of mental health, there's this discrimination that's attached to mental illness. So when you hear the word mental illness, people they run for the hills, like, no, I don't want to be, I reject that in Jesus' name. It's not that. Fine and all good, but the stigma makes the problem even worse. It can lead to social isolation, and prevents people from really going out and getting the help that they need as soon as possible. And we also know we all went through COVID-19. We know how that really took a toll on everybody's mental health all over the world. COVID-19 really shot up the cases of mental illnesses all over the world. And we know that the people who were mostly affected were children and women. Because think about it, even before COVID-19, women and children are one of the underprivileged groups, right? And then when COVID-19 came up and there was all the restrictions and everything, women and children suffered more than men. And then that we saw more mental health issues with women and children, especially during the first year. And during that first year, there was a significant increase in depression and anxiety disorders. Okay. And because of the stigma that we have and the lack of education, many people who are living with mental illnesses or mental health conditions are not able to get the care that they need or the care that they deserve. So a lot of people are suffering silently. And because of the stigma and the denial and lack of education, people are going to the wrong places for the help that they need. So and like I mentioned before, this does not only impact the individual themselves, it impacts the community at large, and it impacts the nation at large also. So we all benefit when we could, educate ourselves and provide support to people who are struggling with their mental health. It benefits everybody. So quickly, let's talk about some common myths out there that people might have about mental health issues. One is like, oh, my family, thank God nobody in my family has a mental health problem. We're all good. It doesn't affect us. The reality is mental health problems affect everybody. For instance, if you have a neighbor or a coworker who's struggling with their mental health, it's the ripple effect is going to affect you whether you like it or not. So if it's a coworker and they're struggling with their mental health, they're not able to come to work, they're not able to do their work to be as productive as needed at work. Guess who is going to have to step up and help out with that work? So it's going to have a ripple effect. So whether you like it or not, mental health problems affect everyone, whether you are actively diagnosed with a mental illness or not. The ripple effect, you may not experience it as much as the person struggling themselves, but the ripple effects can touch everybody. I talked a lot about children experiencing mental health problems. So it's another myth that, oh, children have nothing to worry about, only spoiled kids, are depressed. And that's not true. Mental health illnesses can affect anyone, even children. Children can struggle with their mental health also. Another thing we see out there, belief that people have out there, is that people with mental health issues are violent and unpredictable. I think what comes to mind for people when they hear mental health is the picture of somebody who's experiencing psychosis and they're having a break with reality and things like that. But that's just one fraction of people struggling with mental health. There are also many, many people struggling with mental health there that are not exhibiting those kind of symptoms. But there's this general notion that people who are struggling with mental health are violent and unpredictable. But in reality, people who are struggling with their mental health actually tend to be victims of violence. People tend to abuse them more and more violent towards them than they are towards other people. Okay, so that's a misconception. Another one out there is that mental health problems are caused by personality weakness or character flaws. I hear people just snap out of it, just try really hard and you can overcome this depression. That's easier said than done, doesn't quite always work that way. You remember all the different factors that we talked about that can impact people's mental health. So you can't ask somebody to snap out of biochemistry issues, chemical imbalance, right? You can't tell somebody to snap out of that or be stronger and just overcome that. Also, you can't really tell somebody who's been abused all their lives to really just snap out of it. That's not very helpful. And then I've also talked about this, mostly common in faith circles where we think that mental illness is due to demonic possession. We can start a whole argument about that, but I'm not going to get into that now. That's not the topic for today. Remember, we talked about all the different factors there. I don't underestimate that could be a possibility. Yes, I know that, but let's not be quick to jump into that conclusion. It could be a lot of other different factors that could be at play. Okay. So what are some of the effects of mental illness just on the individual and the community at large? So as we've been talking about since we started, mental health issues has an impact on the individual's overall functioning. We see that people who are struggling with their mental health may have difficulties with finishing their education or really being successful at school. People may have a difficult time holding down employment, being gainfully employed. So that's another big one. They tend to have poor relationship because remember what I said earlier, mental health impacts how we relate with other people in our lives. So they can have one of the consequences of poor mental health is poor relationships, whether with the family members or with neighbors, with communities, co-workers, and things like that. Okay. And then people who struggle with mental health issues also tend to die prematurely. And that could be due to a lot of different factors. So not everyone who struggles with mental health issues also struggle with suicidal thoughts, but people who struggle with suicidal thoughts, most of them tend to also have mental health issues. So people who struggle with their mental health may tend to die early. Research shows that people who suffer severe mental health conditions die on an average 10 to 20 years earlier than people in the general population. So the fact that somebody's struggling with their mental health alone has an impact on how long they can live, whether they die by suicide, or another factor that comes to play is poor physical health. Poor mental health can also lead to poor physical health, where it could be a condition of people not coping well with their mental health, so they're doing things that makes their physical health worse. For instance, we know that people who struggle with the mental health may also tend to struggle with use alcohol, drugs, or smoking to cope with their mental health difficulties, and that impacts their physical health, right? They may tend to have an unhealthy diet, which also will impact their physical health, right? They tend to exercise less. Do you see how they all kind of interact with each other? Also, we have the side effects of medications that can impact their physical health, right? Some of the psychotic medicines or psychotropic medicines that people take has significant side effects that can impact their physical health, whether it's glucose intolerance, high cholesterol, people gain weight. Some people gain weight on psychotropic medication. So all this takes a toll on the physical health, which also impacts their mortality, how long they're able to live. So that's another effect of poor mental health. We've talked about this a little bit. People who are mentally ill tend to get abused more often than general population. Women and children especially are more susceptible to that because people take advantage of the fact that they're poor, their mental health is poor, and they manipulate that, and you take advantage of that and abuse them. Okay, so that's another consequence of mental illness. And then we have the economic consequences, where it takes a toll on the economy of the nation, whether it's by people not being able to work, or by all the cost of treatment, the cost of getting treatment and things like that. So it takes the economic consequences to mental illnesses. And then we have comorbidity. Going back to what I was saying about the premature mortality, when people struggle with one or more mental conditions, in addition to a physical condition also, that takes a toll on their health. And it really impacts their quality of life and their well-being, and also ties into the premature mortality, short lifespan, if you want to say in a different way. So these are all consequences of mental illnesses, and this is why it can no longer be just the individual problem. We can't pretend like, oh, my neighbor is struggling with mental illness, I'm just going to pretend like it's not happening and deny it's happening, and just hopefully they figure it out. We can't hide our heads under the sand anymore, because it will impact us in one way or the other. We all will be impacted by it. So we have to do better. And one of the first things we can do is what we're doing through this conference, this 2 days, is to really educate ourselves about, what's going on, how can we help, how can we make everybody better, have better life quality and things like that. So I'm glad that we're all here today. All right, quickly, I do want to talk about what are some warning signs that can indicate that there might be a problem with one's mental health. I do want to put a disclaimer out here. Remember, I said earlier, when somebody is mentally ill, it has an impact on their overall functioning. They're not able to function as well, or as well as they used to, or as well as they're expected to. Okay, so don't just take one of these warning signs out of context. For instance, somebody's having low or no energy and they're sleeping all the time. Don't just assume that they're struggling with their mental health. Could be they're just pregnant and tired, or just they had a long day and just tired. So you want to take these warning signs in context of what's happening in their life also. So don't just take it out of context. So some warning signs to keep an eye out for, whether for you or for somebody that you may know, somebody in your family, somebody in your community, somebody at your church, somebody, your student. I did hear that we have some teachers and counselors here. So some warning signs to keep an eye out for. If there's a sudden change in thoughts and behaviors, somebody who maybe was optimistic before, happy-go-lucky, all of a sudden, they're very pessimistic in the way that they talk. And there's, it's sudden, there's nothing triggering it, there could be a warning sign. Problems with eating or sleeping, whether they're eating too much or not eating at all. And this is not their usual way of being, whether they're sleeping too much or not sleeping at all. If they start to pull away from people and things that they usually enjoy doing, that could be a warning sign. Having low or no energy, and there's no reason why they don't have any energy. They're not pregnant. There's nothing really making them have no energy, then it needs to be a warning sign. Feeling numb or like nothing matters, they're not necessarily excited about life. Nothing really matters to them. And this is not the way that they used to be before. Having unexplained aches and pains, they've gone to the doctor and the doctor can't find anything, yet they're still aching and they're still in pain. Could be a warning sign that there's something going on with their mental health. Feeling helpless or hopeless. This is very important because we know that hopelessness is one of the factors that can trigger suicidal thoughts and suicidal ideation. So if you see somebody who's usually optimistic before, and then they're starting to feel hopeless, helpless, nothing can change, this is the end, this is just the way it's going to be forever. You want to pay attention to that because, usually with hopelessness comes suicidal thoughts and things like that. If people are smoking, drinking, or using drugs more than usual, it's an indication of poor mental health. And this is something, I do see a lot with our youth right now. I know that's that's a situation that we're struggling with. I know in Nigeria, there's a lot of people, young people using drugs more than ever before, and it could be an indication that a lot of these people just have poor mental health and they don't know how to cope. And that's the one way that they know how to cope. Okay. Feeling unusually confused, forgetful, or on edge, upset, just emotional, they're not just stable emotionally. Experiencing severe mood swing that causes problems in relationships. One moment they're extremely happy, the next moment they're very sad. They're just bouncing back and forth between emotions. That's a warning sign. Having persistent thoughts and memories they can't seem to get out of their head. There's a memory they just can't seem to get out of the thought that keeps coming back. It could be an indication of mental health issues. Hearing voices or believing things that are not there. Again, I understand that, we have some people from the faith community, and we know that in the faith community, we talk to God, we hear from God and things like that. So again, we're not taking this out of context. Oh, somebody said they heard God tell them da, da, da. They must be mentally ill. Please don't take me out of context. You also want to put in place the context on the culture of what's going on. So, okay. Thinking about wanting to harm yourself or harm somebody else, that's the indication. And general inability to perform daily tasks is an indication that that person may be struggling with their mental health. So I did want to talk a little bit about warning signs of suicide, because suicide is also something that we have seen an increase in since COVID. So it's important to kind of keep an eye out for this so that you can kind of intervene or step in or provide support when you see people struggling with some of these. So if somebody all of a sudden they're starting to talk about death or writing about death or dying or committing suicide, and they're out of the ordinary, that's a warning sign that you do want to pay attention to. Don't just ignore and say, oh, they're just seeking attention and all that stuff. Take that seriously. When someone starts to make comments about being hopeless, helpless, or worthless, I did say earlier that hopelessness is a very strong precursor for suicidal thoughts. So keep an eye on that. When somebody starts to express that they have no reason for being alive, there's no sense, no purpose in life, nothing is ever going to work out. Why am I here? That's an indication that they may be struggling with suicidal thoughts. Increased alcohol or drug use could also be an indication. When somebody starts to withdraw from their friends, their family members, the community, whether church community, school community, whatever community that they're part of, they start to step away from that. They're not interested. When before they used to be a very active participant in those relationships, that could be a warning sign that this person might be experiencing some suicidal thoughts. When they're starting to engage in reckless behavior or risky activities without really thinking, right? They're driving over, they're over speeding, they're just doing things recklessly without really worrying about their safety. That could be an indication that this person is just trying to, end their life. So pay attention to that. Dramatic mood changes, and it could go both ways. So if somebody who's usually very happy all the time, all of a sudden they're extremely sad, could be an indication of a mental health issue, or could also mean that they may be thinking about ending their life. Also, it could go both ways. Somebody has been very depressed for a long time, and all of a sudden one morning they just woke up out of the blue. Nothing happened. They just woke up super happy out of the blue. It could be an indication that that person has decided to end their life and they're happy about that. So for you, the outsider looking in, we might say, oh, thank God this person's feeling better. They're happy now. Yay, all nice. But don't be deceived by that. It could also, that could be the case. It could also mean that this person has decided to end their life and they're happy about it. So just pay attention to any dramatic mood changes. Don't be afraid to ask questions. One of the myths is that if I ask somebody and they're thinking about killing themselves, I'm going to put that thought in their head. That research has shown that that's really not the case. For somebody who's not thinking about killing themselves, they just said, no, I wasn't thinking about that. And that's fine, they move on. But for somebody who had been thinking about killing themselves, research shows that somebody just stopping them and asking them that question and showing concern for them actually goes a long way to help them feel better. So don't be afraid if you see somebody exhibiting some of these warning signs. Don't be afraid to ask. Like, you see, I noticed this, that, and that. Have you been thinking about wanting to harm yourself or kill yourself? Because these are all things to keep in mind. So somebody starts to give away their prized possessions, things that they hold so dearly, that they really care about, that they really love. And they're trying to put their affairs in order, tying up loose ends, changing the wheel, those kind of things. You do want to check in with them because it could be an indication that they're thinking about ending their life. Also, a previous suicide attempt, somebody who's attempted suicide in the past or has a close family member or close friend that's attempted suicide in the past, can also, and they're showing any of the signs that I talked about, that's a very strong indicator that that person may be thinking about ending their life. So please, let's pay attention to these things. You may not necessarily be a mental health care professional, but you can support in any way that you can. Now that you're learning about the benefits of mental health and the impact of mental health issues on everybody, you can help definitely jump in and help out. Okay. So just to give us some facts also about suicide a little bit before we move on to the next part of the presentation. So research shows that suicide accounts for 1 in every 100 deaths all over the world. And for every every death by suicide, there are at least 20 attempts. So for every one person that dies by suicide, over 20 people have attempted it, but weren't successful with it. So it is a major problem. It is a major problem all over the world, and something that we need to pay attention to. It's a major cause of death among young people. It's the number 4 cause of death for people between the ages of 15 to 29. So let's pay attention. It affects everybody. People of faith, people of rich people, poor people. So don't just say it's a poor people problem, it's a rich people problem. There's nothing like that. It affects everybody. So let's keep an eye. Let's pay attention. More females tend to attempt, whereas males tend to use more lethal options. So when a male attempts suicide, they tend to be successful at it. While females may attempt it more, they tend to use less lethal means, where it might be they may use medications, where people can find them and take them to the hospital. Men tend to use more, lethal means, whether it's by guns or whatever, stumps, things that get the work done. So let's keep an eye on that. And again, like mental illness, it has a ripple effect on everybody. Dying by suicide impacts not just the immediate family alone, impacts friends, colleagues at work, at school, communities, the society, the nation at large. So it also has a ripple effect. So we've talked about the consequences of mental health. So let's talk about some of the barriers to people getting the care and the help that they need. I did mention earlier that the earlier somebody gets help, the better. Yet we're still seeing people not getting the care and the help that they need. We see people struggling for years and years and years with their mental health, and there's no help, and they're not able to get help. One of the things that impacts access to care, or barriers that stands in the way, is the stigma and discrimination that we talked about. Stigma, again, I believe is secondary to ignorance, poor education, poor awareness. So people who are struggling with their mental health are often discriminated against. They're assumed to be lazy, unintelligent, weakness of character. We assume that they have weakness of character. We assume that they're dangerous, they're violent, nobody wants to interact with them. We assume that they're irresponsible, or that they're not able to make rational decisions for themselves. I just want you to stop for a minute and meditate and think for a minute about the first person you interacted with who was struggling with their mental health. What were some of the thoughts that you had towards that person? If we're being really honest with ourselves, we'll see that many of the thoughts initially that most of us had was that of discrimination, where we thought that, they're lazy, or they're not able to make rational decisions. So all these things, the stigma, this discrimination against people struggling with their mental health, impacts the way that people will go out and seek for help. Also, I've talked about ignorance and lack of knowledge. And this is also often perpetrated by the media. Just think about how the media portrays somebody struggling with their mental health, right? Look at Nollywood, for instance. I mean, back in the day, when you think about somebody who's struggling with mental illness, you think about somebody, who's stark raving mad, naked, walking around. So these are the images that the media feeds into us, and this fosters stigma and discrimination. So we need to do better. We need to change that notion. And then there's lack of access, poor supply. Just many countries, unfortunately, do not take mental health seriously. There's not a lot of monies allocated to strengthening mental health of the nation. So that also has an impact on that. And people who do go to get help, maybe privately, that could be very expensive. It's very expensive to get mental health treatment without having any kind of support, from the government. It costs a lot to pay out of pocket for that. And then we have a lot of poor quality counselors or mental health care providers that not necessarily, a lot of people are not adequately trained. We have a lot of under the guise of spiritual counselors that actually can even cause more harm to the person coming to them for treatment. So these are all things that can make situations worse. And then if somebody has gone out to treatment to get treatment before and they experience poor treatment, it can lead to a distrust of health professionals where people are like, you know what, I'm just not even going to talk to anybody again. Just leave me the way I am, not interested because of the bad experiences that they've had with whether doctors, nurses, or poor mental health professionals, the poorly trained mental health professionals. Because I mean, online now, I mean, I just look on social media, everybody's yeah, that's a different topic for another day. Everybody's a TikTok professional, mental health professional, Instagram professional. Everybody has some kind of advice or the other. But all of this may not necessarily be helpful to somebody struggling with mental health, right? So there's that. And then we also see that people who are mentally ill tend to get incarcerated. A lot of people get incarcerated for things that they're not even aware of, things that they don't understand. We've seen that a lot of our correctional facilities are now being like housing people who are mentally ill. So that's another issue that we're struggling with, to really get care to people who are struggling with their mental health. So we've talked about some of the consequences of mental illness. Quickly, let's talk about what are the benefits of mental health. If we are in good mental health, it improves our overall health. Like I said earlier, if we're well mentally, we're well physically, and we're able to go out and be productive and be well overall. So it improves overall functioning, improves quality of life, not just for that individual alone, for their family members, their children, their spouse, their brothers, their family members, their community at large. It gives us a greater sense of purpose when we're mentally healthy. It improves life expectancies. We've talked about how mental health can shorten one's life expectancy. And then there's always the ripple effect. I like that, how it's not just affecting you as a person, it also impacts everybody around you. Okay. So I didn't want to just come here and talk to us about mental health. And just like you can improve your physical health, there are things you can do to improve your physical health. There are also things that you can do individually or for help other people do to make sure to improve their mental health or to make sure that they stay mentally healthy. So we're going to quickly go through some of them and then I'll answer some questions at the end. So first things you can do to foster your mental health is take care of your physical health. Take care of yourself physically. Take good care of your body. You only have one body. I mean, if somebody has spare parts or other places, but as far as I know, you only have this one body. So you got to take good care of your body. The first thing you have to do, you make sure you have a healthy, nutritious diet. Make sure that you're staying hydrated, you're eating healthy, right? I know we're in really bad economic times right now, so it's easier said than done, but to the best of your ability, as much as you can, try to make sure that you're having a healthy, nutritious diet. Being healthy, having good diet, and staying hydrated can help protect your physical health and help provide energy for you to adequately address challenges that you may be going through. Skipping meals or waiting too long before you eat can impact your emotions, can make you less patient and more irritable, which can also impact how you handle stress. So be conscious, make an intentional effort to take care of your diet, make sure you're eating well. And then sleep. Sleep is also a big one. Not getting enough sleep can impact your mental health. I don't know if anyone has ever experienced that. If you have poor sleep the night before, the next day it's like you're wading through molasses. You can't think well. You're more irritable. It's hard to concentrate, So sleep is very, very important. Not getting enough sleep can impact how you address the stressors of the next day. And when you're overly stressed, it now impacts how you sleep the night. So it could be a very vicious cycle. So make sleeping a very intentional effort to make sure that you're getting good sleep. What some of the things you can do, avoid caffeine or alcohol in the afternoon or late towards the evening, because that can impact your quality of sleep at night. Put away your phones towards the bedtime. Bedtime is not the time to stay on Instagram and keep up with the Joneses or who's saying what, who's fighting with who. Put that away. Because again, when you get caught up in that, you actually get more riled up and it's hard for you to fall asleep. So have a sleep routine where at a particular time, I'm going to put my phone away. I'm going to start winding down to go to sleep. Hygiene, take care of yourself, take a nice shower, smell good. These are all things that can boost your mental health. Put in effort into how you look. Again, you don't have to buy the rich, expensive stuff. Whether it's the one shirt you have, clean it, wash it clean, put good effort into the way you look. That can impact your mental health. It sounds really inconsequential, but you'll be surprised at how much it can boost your mental health when you take good care of your hygiene. You take a shower, you smell good, you look good. That can help you feel good. Exercising also is very important. You don't necessarily have to join a gym, but stay active as much as you can. Take walks, if you have to drive somewhere, don't park close to the entrance so you can get your walks in, keep your body moving. When we exercise, our bodies releases endorphins that actually helps us feel good, helps us feel well, and helps us stay relaxed and feeling good throughout. And avoid alcohol or other substances, especially using them to cope. Using alcohol and drugs to cope is like slapping a Band-Aid or plaster, as they would say in Nigeria, on a leaking dam. It's just slapping a Band-Aid on a leaking dam. You can only hold for so long. After a while, everything is going to blow over. And what happens is when things get even more stressful, people tend to drink more. Just like it's like a dog chasing it still. Never solves anything. It just keeps you stuck in this loop. So try to avoid that as much as possible. So those are things you can do for your physical health. For your mind, you got to watch the thoughts that you are allowing to stay or that you're focusing on. We don't get to pick the thoughts. We don't get to pick and choose the thoughts that come to our mind, but we can choose what to do with them. Because you have a thought doesn't mean you have to let it stay or you have to drop everything and massage this thought and give it room. You can choose to say, this is not a helpful thought for me to have. I'm going to shift my focus to something else. So be mindful of the thoughts that you're buying into, the thoughts that you're having, what you're focusing on. Pay attention to your feelings. A lot of us are just going through the day. We're not even stopping to check in with ourselves. Oh, I'm feeling angry right now. What am I responding to? Because just doing that, taking a pause and stepping back and looking at what you're feeling and trying to understand what's going on can go a long way to help you distress and cope and, handle what's going on in a healthy manner versus just going on autopilot, not necessarily stopping to think. So stop to pay attention to your feelings and your thoughts. Have a positive attitude. Remember, garbage in, garbage out. If you're constantly thinking things are not going to go well for me, things never works out for me, if that's the attitude that you have, don't be surprised if that's what happens to you, because the way that you think impacts how you show up, how you act, right? So if I have the thought of I'll never be anything good in my life, this is just what I'll be, I'm going to miss out on opportunities for me to actually be better because I'm having the thought of nothing is going to work out for me. So have a positive attitude, because that also helps open you up to seeing opportunities that can help you be better and utilize those opportunities. Value your strengths. Value your strengths. You may not be as fancy as the next person. You may not be as smart as the other person, but every single one of us has some strengths or the other. Instead of comparing yourself with somebody else, identify what your strengths are. Be inspired by that person. Identify what your strengths are and utilize your strengths to help you keep moving forward. Have a realistic view of your situation. Many times we get in trouble because we're over exaggerating our situation. We're over magnifying our situation. So what we're responding to our head is not what's really happening. We're overly stressed out because what's in our mind that we're thinking, the way that we're thinking about the situation is more pronounced than what's really happening. So it's always helpful to step back for a minute and really take a realistic look at the situation. Is this really what's happening? Is just what my mind is saying? Think about what has helped you in the past. How did you overcome adversities in the past? Remind yourself of those times and learn from that and utilize that in the current situations. Identify what are those things that are within your control or those things outside of your control. A lot of things that get us in trouble are things we're so focused and worrying about things that are outside of our control. Some of the things that are outside of your control, other people's behaviors, other people's thoughts. So really stop and just step back and say, is this situation What's within my control? What's not within my control? Let's let go of those things that are outside of your control. Focus on what's within your control and take action towards that. Another thing you want to do to help improve your mental health is have self-compassion for yourself. It's very easy for us to be compassionate towards other people, and we find it hard to turn that inwards. It is your responsibility to be compassionate towards yourself, right? Think about if somebody else was going through what I'm going through right now, what would I say to that person? And then turn it inwards and say to yourself. I do that a lot. I talk to myself a lot, I encourage myself a lot. I have a lot of self-compassion. Okay. It has to start with you. You can't be so compassionate towards everybody, not you, and you're killing yourself or you're destroying yourself. That would impact your mental health. Okay. So practice self-compassion. Also try spend time to meditate. Deep breathing. I mean, this is a very short time. We can't go into all of that. So I'm just kind of going through. So, but look into deep breathing, like deep breathing, meditation, exercise, and things like that. If you're somebody of faith, meditate on the promises of God, whether in your Bible, in your Quran, and just think about what has God said. Like, these are all things that can help you feel better about your mental health. I'm trying to rush it because I have about 6 minutes. Another thing you need to do is take action. Many times we stay complacent and we just kind of give up and just sit in our troubles and our stresses and don't take any action. And that does not help our mental health at all. So one of the easy things you can really do is just organize, stay organized. Sometimes just organizing what you have to do and organizing your time can go a long way. Anybody here ever had times when you have so much to do, it's all in your head. You're like, oh, I'm so overwhelmed. I have too much to do. And then if you just sit down and write it down, okay, then when you take a look at it, it becomes, oh, this is manageable. It's not as bad as my mind thought it was. So just the simple act of just staying organized, writing down what needs to be done, organizing can go a long way to help you feel better. Prioritize your responsibilities. Does everything have to happen right now? Do you have to take care of everything right here, right now? Or there's some things that can maybe wait till next week, and there's some things that can maybe wait for tomorrow, that I can take tomorrow, so prioritize. What are your responsibility? And I do want to stay here that taking care of yourself and relaxing and getting rest is also a priority. Also, you have to schedule it. It's not something that you do when you have time or when I'll see when I have time to do it, right? Those things are priority. Also, you have to schedule it. Also, delegate. Do you have to handle everything by yourself? Are there some things that you can delegate to other people? And even when we delegate and ask other people to take responsibility, we actually helping that person also feel improve their mental health, because now they feel, yeah, I'm a part of something. Somebody trusts me enough to give me the opportunity to do this. So delegating not only helps you feel better, it also helps somebody else feel better if you're choosing the right person for that task. Set realistic goals. Make sure that your goals are realistic. I want to lose 20 pounds in 1 week. It's not a very realistic goal. Like they would say, they play. That's not going to happen. And you're going to be depressed and angry that didn't happen, right? You want to set goals that are realistic, because when you achieve realistic goals, it actually helps you feel good and it motivates you to keep going. So when you're thinking about goals, think about SMART goals. You want to set goals that are specific, simple, sensible, significant, something that you can do simply. I would rather you start small and achieve that and be motivated to keep going than have a big, gigantic goal that you can't achieve and then you feel sad and you're angry with yourself. You start to beat yourself up. Okay? I'd rather you start small, succeed at that, and keep going. Right? So be specific. Dream as big as you want. I'm not saying don't dream or don't have ambitions. Be ambitious with your dreams as big as you want, but make sure the goals that you're setting to get you to that dream are manageable chunks, because that will guarantee you more success than if you're trying to do everything at once. Make sure your M, it's measurable. A is achievable, attainable, relevant to what you're trying to achieve, and T, time bound. And set boundaries with yourself, for yourself and for others. A lot of times we get into trouble because we don't know how to set boundaries. We don't know how to say no to people. or even to ourselves, and that can impact our mental health. And don't be afraid to try new things. This is the way we've always done in our family, in my house. This is the way but this thing that you're doing is killing you, is impacting your mental health. Don't be afraid to say, okay, this is not working. Acknowledge that. Let me step back a little. Can I learn it a different way? Can I try something else? Don't be afraid to try new things. Staying in a comfort zone can really impact your mental health. Relax, relax, relax. Take time to relax. Like I mentioned earlier, relaxation is not something you just do when you have time for it, right? Make sure you're incorporating that into your regular routine, because that's when your body, your mind rejuvenates, when you're relaxing and taking things easy. Relax your muscle. If you stress causes our muscles to be tense, and that takes a toll on our mental health. Find time to relax. Maybe you might want to go get a massage, take a warm bath, soak in a warm bath, whatever works for you. Just find time to relax. Spending time in nature. Research shows that people who spend time in nature, that helps you feel better, helps you think clearly. I know many of us maybe lives in cities and things like that. We not necessarily have a lot of nature or whatever. But if there's a park close to you, if you can take time to go to a rural area where there's, you can hear the birds chirping, you can see the beautiful flowers, those kind of things, spending time doing those things help you feel better. Engage in pleasurable activities. Find things that you do enjoy doing for yourself and take time, set time aside to engage in those things. Listen to good uplifting music. Music is very powerful. The music that you listen to can either help you feel better or help you feel worse, right? So be mindful of the kind of music that you're listening to. Make sure it's uplifting, good music, and have a dance party, let loose and have fun. These are all ways to improve your mental health. And lastly, laugh, laugh, laugh. Humor is a good stress buster. And then you want to stay connected. When we're struggling with mental health, many people who are struggling with their mental health may have this urge to stay away from people. Like, I don't want people to know that I'm struggling, so I'm just going to isolate myself. But that's the worst thing you can do for yourself when you're struggling with your mental health. Social support is a very, very powerful way to improve your mental health. So make sure you're staying connected to your family members, your friends, whether it's God or your higher power, whatever, whatever religion you are, make sure you're staying connected to God. Another thing you can do, reach out, step back from even your struggles and reach out to give help to others when you can. Because that also can help you feel better. And don't forget to seek help. One of the things that stop people from seeking help or even talking to people at all is that they think that people will think that I'm weak or there's something wrong with me. But seeking help doesn't equal weakness. It actually requires a lot of strength to acknowledge that something is not wrong, something is not right here, and I need help. It takes a lot of courage to identify that, to recognize that, and then go out to seek help. So don't be afraid to do that. Also, when you're trying to seek help from people, whether it's family members or friends, make sure that you're intentional about who you're choosing. If you know somebody has a bad mouth, they're the local gossip, they have nothing good to say, that's not the person you want to reach out to when you're struggling with your mental health. So be very intentional about who you're trying to talk to when you're struggling with your mental health. Make sure it's somebody who has shown themselves to be caring, supportive, and those are the kind of people you want to initially start out with, okay? So what can we do as a community to foster mental health for everybody? Because mental health is everybody's business. It's not just your family, yourself. It affects all of us. So as a community, we can start to raise awareness like we're doing today. I like these kind of programs because I'm always like, yes, let's do it. The more people know and educate ourselves about this, the better it is for every one of us. So whether it's the religious communities, we can raise awareness by having this kind of meetings where we educate our people about mental health, mental illnesses, and ways to improve our mental health. Schools, I go to churches, I go to meetings just to educate people. This is what I love doing, talking about mental health. Community health centers, we can do this. The more people are aware of this, the less stigma, the less discrimination our communities will experience. And then we as individuals, we can support other people who are struggling with their mental health. We can show up with empathy and really be caring and loving, active listening, and encourage people to get help. We can provide safe spaces by support group and improve access to care and support. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening to me. Now I would answer any questions that anybody has.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Funta. That was so beautiful. I loved your presentation. I'm sure everyone did. So we have a couple of questions here. We have about 3 questions, even though
Okay.
we barely have about 12 minutes to wrap up the Q&A. But yeah, so first the first question here, where do one draw the line? I think this was asked when you were talking about suicide, self-harm and all. So where do one draw the line between wanting to just harm or cut yourself and wanting to commit suicide?
Yeah, so you're very right. It could be a very slippery slope. So we don't want anybody to self-harm at all. So even we need to start intervening when we see that somebody is already self-harming, because it could be very slippery slope. Like, so for somebody who has been self-harming or cutting, we do know that suicide is very impulsive. It doesn't take a whole year or a whole day for people to say, okay, I'm ready to kill myself. So somebody who's already self-harming is already, for lack of a better way to think about it, is already on that path. So if anything kind of triggers them, they already know what to do. So I think because somebody is self-harming doesn't mean we should intervene right there, because we don't even want anybody to do that, because it could be a very slippery slope into going into that. Because if they start to have suicidal thoughts, they can just kind of easily slip into that.
All right, thank you so much. I believe that answers the question well. So we have another question here. It says, what role does spiritual activities like deliverance and prayers play in maintaining a good mental health from a faith-based perspective?
Right. So, like I said before, I mean, I don't deny that there could be spiritual factors at play for somebody's mental health. But I think it shouldn't be like our first go-to. I mean, we pray, but also while we're praying and doing that, let's also get this person to first off see their medical doctor. Make sure, because there's some chemical biological issues, conditions that can trigger mental health conditions, right? Poor thyroid functioning, hormonal imbalances. So while we're praying and doing let's also get them to go see a doctor and make sure that we're covering all the bases, right? Because you may assume that it's a demonic possession situation or village people situation, but it may not be. It could be there's a chemical imbalance, and I'm not saying that God can heal a chemical imbalance. God can heal that, but at the same time, just as you won't tell somebody who's struggling with who's diabetes, for instance, or who's diagnosed with cancer, you won't tell them, don't go to the doctor, let's just stay here and pray and deliver. While you're praying and deliver, I've seen people encourage them, go get your doctor, make sure you're taking your medication. The same way we can pray, we can do deliverance, but also let's go see the doctor, because we're here for a reason. God put us here for a reason also to help to. I hope that answers that question.
Yeah, it does. Okay, so the last question here. I grew up with a family member who has mental illness. She's been in and out of cycles of relapse with different diagnoses. The family is hurt. How can family members help or better cope in situations like this?
Yes, this is, yeah, thank you. This is a very good question, and goes back to what I was saying earlier. Unfortunately, there are a lot of self-proclaimed mental health therapists or mental health practitioners out there. And unfortunately, I don't know if I'm saying this correctly, because I don't currently live in Nigeria, so I don't really know, or I can only speak from America. I don't really know what the government has in place. There's not, from what I know, there's really no governmental oversight on who's licensed or who's advertising themselves out there as a therapist or as a mental health care provider. So it's really tough to know who's legit and who's not, or who's a charlatan or who's trying to take your money. So I can feel this person's pain. One of the things that I would say is, before, maybe really do your research about the doctor or the treatment provider that you're trying to send your family member to make sure that this person is legit. Don't be afraid to question, like, where did you go to school? What experience do you have? Knowing that your family member has gone through different people that they didn't really find helpful. So don't be afraid to ask questions. You have a right to be in charge of your care, of your your healthcare and your family members' healthcare, don't be afraid to ask. If you had experience treating somebody with this condition, this is what we've experienced. How can you make this better? And for family members who are struggling with somebody, who are dealing with, who are trying to support somebody struggling with their mental health, one of the things you can do is just keep social contact, that empathy, that providing that safe space for that person to feel like they don't have to, they can be safe with you. They can be able to express themselves with you. They don't have to pretend or ignore what's going on when they're around you. So something as simple as just providing that safe space, providing that empathy, providing that opportunity to say, you know what, I care about you, I'm here for you, will overcome this. That can go a really long way. You may not be able to help treat them or cure them or help them feel better, but just providing that social support, that contact, that empathy can go a very long way. And that's at least what you can do for now. And second, like I was saying earlier, you can help them find a legit treatment provider. Don't be afraid to ask questions. How can you help us here? What qualifications do you have? What is your training? What experiences do you have? Because nowadays there are all kinds of different self-proclaimed therapists and doctors out there, so we have to be careful.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, another question came in. It says, how does one deal with family members that lack empathy?
So if you're struggling with mental health issues and you have a family member that doesn't quite understand, I would encourage you to find other people. Like if, it doesn't have to be a family member. Maybe think about, is there a friend? Is there somebody from my community that is caring, that shows empathy that I can reach out to? It doesn't have to be a family member that would provide that support. And that's why I was saying earlier, the community can provide safe spaces, because not everybody has family members who are empathic, who are committed to helping their family member feel better, who care about their family member. So we have to be able to provide these safe spaces, this empathy for people who are not able to get that from home, right? So whether you're a church representative or a school representative, you can provide these safe spaces in your little community. So people who don't have that at home can at least have somewhere else to go to and get that support.
All right, thank you so much, Dr.
Thank
Funta. This
you.
has been so beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
believe, everyone has learned a thing or two. And
Yeah.
we're glad you joined us for this. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
all right.
Bye-bye,
So,
everyone.
bye. Our next speaker is here, but before that, we're going on a break, right? So we'll be back in about 15 minutes. So please get up, take a walk, stretch, grab a snack if you need to, and then be back in 15 minutes. Thank you so much for staying with us. So I'll just put up a timer. All right, welcome back, everyone. Welcome. So we'll just wait for a few minutes for some persons that left to join in. But our break is over. I'm guessing you feel a bit pumped. So while we wait for while we wait for others to join, I'm just going to put up a poll. Okay. All right. So I'm going to launch a poll just to get a feel of the room before I introduce our next speaker. So please indulge me. There's a poll on your screen. Please fill it out. So let us know how you're finding this conference. How is it going for you? Okay, insightful. I love it. I'll need more responses. And please reach out to your friends or those who were here before. The break is over now, and so please nudge them to join back in. Right, so more responses, please. Insightful. Okay, great. All right, so we don't. Okay, so that's all. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for joining. Our next speaker is here, and we'll just play a quick intro video so that you get to know a bit about her, and then she would jump right into her session. Yeah, all right, so. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
One of the voices we're excited to spotlight this year is a distinguished community psychologist and public health professional with over 15 years of cross-continental impact across Africa and the Americas. She currently serves as the project coordinator for Peer Recovery Support Services and the Substance Use Prevention and Recovery Program at the University of Illinois at Chicago. Her expertise spans reintegration, overdose prevention, and help-seeking behavior with a deep commitment to harm reduction and behavioral change. Her work is both academic and hands-on, from reviving the Sobering Tent initiative in Chicago to leading public health interventions through partnerships with GIZ, TechnoServe, and Save the Children. Her work is a bridge between international expertise and grassroots impact. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Loretta Ekanem Omali.
So, Dr. Loretta, you have the floor.
Hi, everyone. Very interesting. First, Nimbolet to the picture. Where did you get my pictures from?
Instagram.
Where did you guys take all my pictures from?
We are pros.
Wow.
We go all the way.
You guys really deep dived. Can everyone see me? Good morning. Sorry, good evening, Nigeria. Good morning. Good morning, Chicago Midwest. And good afternoon, Eastern timers.
Mhm.
And good day, everybody across the world, everyone joining us. Thank you so much. This is interesting. We will picture me here now. I don't have any other one. Sophia, thank you so
We
much.
captured all the ones we could see.
Kilo day. You guys went all the way new. Thank you so much. Dr. Kumbi, you're already a doctor. Allow me to call you doctor because you become a specialist in the work you're doing. So, I mean, people we call doctors, aside from medical doctors, are supposed to be specialists in the area of work they are doing, and you're doing an awesome work. So allow me to confer on you honorary doctoral degree. I hope nobody will catch me. Thank you so much, Sophia. You've done an awesome job. I know you've been on my tail. I know my schedule is crazy, but thank you so much for the job you've done. Praise Macaulay as well, and everyone that's been on this platform so far. Thank you so much. My work is not so much. It's just to talk a bit about faith-based approaches using the Good Samaritan approach. We all know the story of the Good Samaritan, and I'm going to be deep diving a bit about how we can use that approach to support the church. There's so much light behind me. So Sophia and Praise, just let me know if this light is affecting how you see me, because I mean, I just want to make sure I'm bright and the room is bright. But let me not talk so much, and let me quickly share my screen. Just give me a second. I will share my screen. Okay, where is my screen? I think I found my screen eventually. I can share now. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
We can.
Okay, awesome. See how I can hide my floating meeting control. Floating meeting control. I want to hide that. Great. I've been able to hide that. Okay, people, my name is Loretta Ekanem Omale, as I've been introduced. And today I will be speaking to you about the Good Samaritan model, a Christian approach to overdose prevention and harm reduction. Sophia has done a good job from my introduction. I know I went through the participants on the Zoom, and I see a lot of Nigerian names. And I want to say, please feel comfortable with me. I'm also a Nigerian. And even though I live in the US, you see that my accent has not changed. And I'm going to be speaking as bold as you can hear. So if there's something you want me to pause and repeat, please feel free to do that. I might not be seeing those responses on the chat box, but please, Sophia, please stop me and I can repeat or respond to any question. I'm a community psychologist by training. I have a public health degree from Obafemi Awolowo University. I also did my first degree in UNN in Nsukka, Enugu State. And before I left Nigeria, I have been in the not-for-profit space for about 16 years before I left for my doctoral degree in the United States. So I still have home skin on my body. So So I'm going to talk about how the church responds to substance use. I'm going to talk to us about how the church should respond to substance use. I'm going to talk about how Christians and faith-based people should respond to substance use. First and foremost, okay, so my screen is doing shakara for me. Let me use this. Okay. All right. So I don't know how many of us know or read about the Good Samaritan story. Now, if you remember, we're Christians here. You remember that there's this guy that was traveling along the road and he fell among thieves. And the thieves really dealt with him. They beat the hell out of him. And he was laying down there. And the interesting thing is that he was in Jericho. And I don't know if you guys know the history of Jericho. Jericho has all kinds of human beings in Jericho. And there are priests in Jericho. There are thieves in Jericho. There are good people. There are bad people. There are pastors in Jericho. There were pastors in Jericho. It was a diverse population. So every kind of person you will find in Jericho. And that was exactly where our brother fell into the hands of rogues and thieves. And they really beat him. An interesting part of it, if you all remember, that all kinds of people saw him. Everybody saw him pass. But how many people stopped? How many people stopped? It was just one person that stopped. And you know the person that stopped? The person that stopped was also traveling along that path. He did not, he did not belong to that country. He did not belong to that place. That was, and before he passed, don't forget, pastors passed and saw him and looked the other way around. Choir members saw him and looked the other way around. Apostles, bishops, alphas, name all kinds of people who believe in one thing or the other, who believe in God. Now I'm going to narrow it down to Christians because that is who I am. Now all kinds of prayer warriors saw him and passed. Deaconesses saw him and passed. Just think about all kinds of departments in church. They all saw him and they walked away. It is not my business. Kilo come in there. What's my business with this person? Is it my fault? Who told him to travel at night? He doesn't know he should travel during the day. When victim blaming. But the Samaritan did what? He stopped. The Bible says he took pity on him and went to him. Number one, he took pity and went to him and bandaged his wound, poured an oil and wine. Then he put the man on his own donkey and brought him to an inn and took care of him. This was a man that was also traveling. It means he had to reschedule his time. It means every other thing had to wait for him to provide the support. Let's keep deep diving. Now, before we deep dive, I want to ask a question. And please feel free to unmute yourself and respond. I'm also a teacher, I'm also a lecturer. So it's going to be a combined approach. So it's a conference, but I'm not going to do all the talking. We're going to be talking together. So feel free to unmute because I want to hear that people understand. Yes, please go ahead. Sophia.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that if they want to speak, they'll need to raise their hand and then I give them permission to unmute.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Please. And I want as many people that want to speak to speak. I don't worry, I'll manage my time. I've timed myself. I know when to stop talking. So even though Sophia, we didn't start at exactly 11:30, so I have 10 extra minutes. I'm going to that was with Kumbi. So the next question is going to be, who is your neighbor? Can anybody just tell me who is your neighbor? Can someone describe who their neighbor is to me or to us? Please raise your hands. You'll be unmuted and you can talk. Who is your neighbor? Who do you see as your neighbor? Who do you define as your neighbor? I'm going to wait for anybody to respond. Yeah, I see Fumilayo's hands up. Can you please unmute her so she can speak? Mrs. Fumilayo Kolawole, who is your neighbor?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you. Shoot,
all right,
ma'am.
I would say my neighbor is anyone I have the capacity to help. Because in this part of our own country, people see neighbor as the person that lives next to you, or your next door, the person that lives next to you, maybe your next room, next house. But I would see my neighbor as anybody I have the capacity to help, or that I render helping hands to.
Thank you so much, Fumilayo. I don't know, maybe people understand Yoruba, but forgive me. Even though I'm not Yoruba, but I speak Yoruba, there's a Yoruba saying that says, anything the person is the NKG, the person, right? So anybody you have the capacity to help is supposed to be your neighbor. So is that someone else that wants to tell me who their neighbor is? Thank you so much, Fumilayo. Someone else tell me who their neighbor is?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please shoot.
Okay, my neighbor is anybody around me at any given time. For instance, if I'm in a vehicle, if I'm in a public vehicle, anybody around me at that time is my neighbor. If I'm in church, anybody around me is my neighbor at that time.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yes, you guys are hitting the nail on the head. I like this population of people in this conference. Kumi, how did you get them? These are fantastic people. Who else is here? Tell me who your neighbor is. Who is your neighbor? Who is my neighbor?
There's a comment here. My neighbor is everyone around me. A comment by Victory.
Thank you, Victory. Your neighbor is anyone around you. Awesome. Thank you. I'm going to go to my next slide. You guys have been awesome because we're doing this together. So the question is, we've done a heart check. Who is my neighbor? Luke chapter 10:29. It says, who your neighbor is. When you see someone struggling with addiction. Now, what is addiction? Remember that we're talking about substance use here. And I know the bulk of the population in this Zoom or on this Zoom are Nigerians or Africans. If you're not African and you're on this call or you're on this Zoom, it's okay. I just want to give a perspective from my own background, from where I'm coming from. So you please forgive me. So basically, we know that the Samaritan story, a lot of us, when we see our neighbors going through difficulties, when we see our neighbors going through challenges, what do? Now, we either do three things. One, we cross to the other side of the road. What's my business? You avoid contact. I don't want. You know, in Nigeria, when growing up, even till now, when you see a madman, what do? You go to the other side. This man should not come and embarrass me or tear my clothes or embarrass me or do something I don't like. You avoid. Or when you see your neighbor going through, maybe they're shouting, they're screaming, something not so palatable is happening. You try to take yourself out of that situation. You avoid. And sometimes we pretend as if we don't see people struggling. I know how bad the economy is right now in Nigeria. The thing is that even in that same Nigeria that people are going through a lot of, issues with food, the same Nigeria you see on Instagram, people are having parties, like the kind of big parties I see every day on this, and I'm like, did they not say people are hungry in Nigeria? Where is this money coming from? Is it, so many things. People don't care anymore about anybody. People are sick. Nobody cares. Me, I'm also sick. I'm also sick. I'm also broke. I'm looking for food to eat. I don't have transport as well. I don't have a job as well. And me too, I need what you need. So it's everybody for themselves. So we also judge other people. We determine what other people deserve, if they deserve compassion. And after all, some times ago, when the person could help, he could not help. Why should I help the person? So we judge people and we look at the other side. We don't care about our neighbor. Now, I want to talk to us about, let's talk about the parable. So this parable of the Samaritan man, it changed a lot of things. What did he do? Now, naturally, this person that fell among thieves, he was left beaten. How many of you on this platform have been left beaten up? A lot of us have been beaten up by economy, we've been beaten up emotionally, we've been beaten up psychologically, we've been beaten up spiritually, we've been beaten up in all aspects of life. A lot of people are beaten up so much so that for the purpose of this conference, they have turned to using drugs. They've been beaten so much by life, because the truth is that life will always life will keep lifing. They've been beaten up so much by life that they turn to, a lot of people have been raped, and for them to hide their shame, they withdraw, and some of them do what? They resort to using substance. Some of them are going through a lot of things in their homes. But what do? They resort to substance use. That is all they know. That is what is available. But what do we do as the Levites, as the priests that passed? Emilio coming there, Kilo coming there. Why did they have to turn to all that? Why were they not patient? Why did they not hold on? Why did they not talk to somebody? Who are we to judge? Yes, we can judge all we can. The Bible says, do not judge so you don't be judged, but we keep judging. And when life beats us, what do we experience? Trauma. And trauma is when you remember something and you are downcasted, you are afraid. Trauma is when you remember what had happened to you, you are shaken to your marrows. You don't know where to turn to. You resolve to going into yourself, locking yourself up, crying all day, avoiding people, not eating, not communicating, not socializing. You are just You're just tired of life because of what has happened to you. We all have different kinds of trauma. Growing up, we have trauma growing up. A lot of people have been raped growing up. A lot of people have been abused by our spouses. A lot of people are going through domestic violence. A lot of people are going through economic hardship. A lot of people are going through embarrassment in church and abuse of all kinds. And people that are not as strong as you are, that you claim you're strong, they've turned to using drugs. They've turned to you to become addicted. And addiction is not only to drugs, but for the purpose of this conference, we're looking at drugs. Addiction can also, people have even turned to sex addicts. Some people have turned to food addicts. Some people have turned to talkative addicts. Addiction, alcohol, all kinds of addiction. We don't have a right to judge. Some people have been stripped of their dignity. Some people are barely surviving, they're half dead. And like I said, there are three responses. Are you a priest? Are you a Levite? How have you responded? You saw the person around you and you walked away. You passed. The Levite saw and they passed. But the Samaritan saw and had compassion. The question is, which of these three proves to be a neighbor? Which of these three do you belong to? Which category do you fall? Do you fall as a priest that looked away? Do you fall as a Levite that... And if you look at these three people, they are church people, they are God people, they are not unbelievers, they are not sinners, but they don't care. They're like, I mean, it's not my fault that you're in this condition. And that is how most of us see people who use drugs or who are addicted in the churches, in our house fellowships, in our cell meetings. So which of this neighbor are you? Now, the Samaritan model is what I'm talking about for addiction. And when I talk about, I'm talking about drug use or any other kind of addiction. But for the purpose of this meeting, I'm going to be looking at substance use, all kinds of drug, marijuana. I mean, we call it Igbo. They call it whatever they call it, all kinds of names. I mean, I've forgotten some names. My colleagues and friends in Nigeria, who can tell me some of the names of drugs you've heard in Nigeria? Please, you can unmute or raise your hands. Tell me some name of the drugs you've heard in Nigeria. Street name or original name, whichever. Please, you can unmute or raise your hand and Sophia will allow you to talk. Just tell me some of, if you can write it in the chat, some of the names of drugs you've heard, so I can use some as an example.
There's one in the chat, ice.
Ice, I've heard of ice. Which other one?
Loud.
Loud, I've heard of loud.
Style meth.
Which one is that one again? Style meth. It's just combination of all kinds of things.
Yeah. Okay, rock.
Rock. Okay. So all kinds of drugs, all kinds. And the thing is that more people are using substance around the world that you even know, especially in Nigeria and Africa. They are using more than you think they are using. So when you see such people who are using and they are going through and they are manifesting the impact or the consequences of drug use, what do you do? When you see them, do you recognize that they are suffering and you help them without judging them? So the Samaritan model is talking about you recognize that somebody is suffering from addiction. Did you stop to interrupt your journey? Did you stop to talk to the person to see the level of help the person needs? Or you just judge? Do you touch? Do you invest in the person's recovery? And do you help the person return to normalcy? I want to say that addiction is not a detour from the gospel. Addiction is not a detour from the gospel. It is a road to it. You can lead somebody to Christ through using the Samaritan approach. You can lead someone to Christ using the Samaritan approach. You can. When you begin to recognize that they need help, instead of throwing them away. Don't forget, when you see, you stop, you touch, you support, and you help the person recover. Now, I've talked about this before, but I want to talk about the traditional way the church responds to substance use. Don't forget, this person has been beaten by trauma, pain, mental illness. The person has been stripped of their dignity. You know, the stigma of drug use in Africa, in fact, in the whole world, is terrible. But because it is a strange thing, it's not a cultural thing for us in Africa. So anyone that uses drug is possessed of the devil. The person is having a serious mental health issue. The person needs deliverance. The only solution is to go to Babalawo. They should beat the demon out of the person. The person sometimes is half dead because when someone overdoses, if there is no help to resuscitate the person dies. The traditional way of response by the church is that they will say, the person choose this partner. That's their decision. When they were smoking, it was I there. Did I decide for them? What's my business? They chose the path now. The victim blame the people. Or leave them, let them continue. The church say, let them continue. By the time he hits bottom rock, he will come back to his senses. Sometimes people hit bottom rock and never survive. They said, no, don't worry, pray. I believe in prayers. Oh, I do not joke with my prayers. I pray as if my life depends on prayers. But there is a place of prayer at all times. The Bible says pray without ceasing. But there is a place of the Samaritan approach. Remember the Bible, was it Jeremiah who was building the wall? As he was building with one hand, he was also having, he was building with one hand, he also had the sword in the other hand. What am I saying? As you are praying for the person, you can look for help for the person. That's Samaritan approach of helping people with addiction. Find a place you can go to help them. Ask around, how can you support them? Help them if they need prayers. Help them if they need help with their children. Help them if they need to come to church. Help them if they need some domestic help to clean their house or something, rather than abandoning them. Most of us, we cross to the other side. We look the other way. God will help us in Jesus' name. How do we overcome spiritual growth? Like I said, we always approach substance use, mostly in Africa, as being demon possessed. But I want to tell you how this works. When someone is having substance use challenges, sometimes biological, it could be genetic. It could be something in their brain that is craving. It could be a brain chemistry that want them to use as a craving, maybe because they've been around people who use, they've perceived. It might be a dispositional thing as well. It can be spiritual, having broken relationship with God and with yourself. It can be psychological. Maybe you're having mental health issues or trauma. It can be social. Poverty and isolation. It can be all this. And that's why people don't judge people, because you don't know where they are coming from. You don't know how they got to the point of addiction. You don't know what brought about it. It could have been you. And if it were you, how will you want people to relate with you? Will you choose people to relate to you like the Levites or the priests or the Good Samaritan? How does the church help people with substance use issues? How does the church help with people who have trauma? How does the church help with people who have mental health issues? Ask yourself, you are the church. Because the building is not the church. The people in there are the church. How do you respond to those people? Do you look the other way? Do you cross the other side? Or are you a good Samaritan? Now, let's look at the life of Jesus. Jesus addressed the people's physical needs. He gave them food. He cast out demons. But do you know what he did? He did all this before he began to preach to them. He healed and said, go and sin no more. He healed the blind and said, go and wash yourself clean. But most of us, we feel we have to preach for them to receive Jesus. Like I said, addiction is not a detour from faith, but is a path to receiving Jesus. So how we care for people who we see in our neighborhood, in the church, in the marketplace, in our schools, in our places of work, in the places we socialize, how do we relate to them? I keep telling myself every day, it could have been me. If I were the one in this situation, how will I expect people to treat me? Naturally, people judge. the smoking, bad gang. Have you ever thought about how they joined bad gang? Have you ever thought of what, especially in the world economic condition right now? People will do anything to eat. People will join any gang to survive. If we can remove judgmentalness from our lives, we'll be able to see clearly as Jesus saw and help people in need. So God works through doctors and counselors and medication. A lot of people say, no, it's prayers. Yes, evidence and spirituality have a relationship. It is God that gave wisdom, psychologists, counselors, the wisdom to come up with medications. I will give you a story. I don't know if any member of my family is here, but if they are here, I told some of them to join. They will concur with my story. I had an auntie some couple of years ago. I'm in the medical space, so I'm in medical space. I'm also a child of God by the grace of God. And she had a terminal illness. And I told my cousin, like, we need to take her to the hospital. We did. And the doctor said, you know what? We have to operate on her. We have to cut. And the person that was her direct child or her children said, oh, no, let's go for an alternative confirmation. We went, they confirmed. Okay, we had paid, we had done everything. Let us go ahead and do this operation so that she can survive. Oh, no, there's nothing God cannot do. We want to take her to this church. But we have been praying. Now, the doctors were ready to operate on her and save her life. God gave them the wisdom. Guess what happened? A couple of weeks later, she died. She would have been saved. She would have been saved because God used the hands of doctors. He puts words in the mouth of the counselors. He gives them wisdom to deal with this situation. So there is a relationship between what? Between our trust in God, prayers, and evidence-based medicine and psychological approaches. Everything in creation was created by God for every purpose. So when you see someone like going to the hospital now in Africa, a psychiatric Yahweh is a madman. There is no hope. Who says? There's a Yoruba adage. I'm married to a Yoruba man. He will say something something. No, anything. Person is cured. Person is healed. Now, I'm not going to dwell so much on this. But I know that the Bible says, come to me, all you who are weary and heavy laden, and I will give you rest. The church is a place where people with addiction should find support. Their families, when we look at ecological system of life, the ecosystem, the family, the church, friends, neighbors should be the first line of support. But when you see a young boy in your neighborhood who is using drug, don't fagbana, don't mugbo, don't load loud, that is using ice, what comes to your mind first? Pity and condemnation? No, it shouldn't be. That's when you should help the person and be a good Samaritan. You don't have to know the person. Remember, the good Samaritan did not know this person. He was also traveling. We are all traveling in this part of life. But there are people we come across for a period, for a season, and for a purpose. That everybody that comes through your way, and for the sake of this this conference, people with addiction that have come your way, it was not by accident. You have to point them to the right direction. And this is where we are hoping that pastors in Africa and all over the world can begin to think about all of what Jesus did and also allow people with addiction to come to the church and they can receive support. People will say that helping people with substance use is enabling sin. It is not enabling sin. Who has not committed sin here? Did God throw you away? Remember the Samaritan did what? He gave he gave medication to clean the wounds of this man who fell among thieves. Jesus ate with tax collectors who are sinners. God has not come to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance. The church role and responsibility in this time where the use of substance has increased heavily is to lead them to the professional counselors. There are people that are specialized. God has given wisdom to deal with issues like this. There's something we call naloxone. Naloxone is it's a medicine sort of that can be given to people who are using substances so that they do not die of overdose. I do some work with NDLA in Nigeria, and there's this, the naloxone is still not in Nigeria. It is not there yet. And that's just my concern. If it were there, it makes sense. We would have said we recommend this, find the right pharmacy or find the right hospital to go. It's not there. So while we are waiting for that kind of level of medical support to get people using substances, can the church stand up and help? And not just pray, but guide people to right counsel, because people are going through a lot of trauma. They don't know where to go. I'm telling you, even in America, people don't know where to go for help because the stigma of substance use is still here, heavily here. I can imagine how worse is it over back at home. We know that they are facing the consequences of their drug use. Life is punishing them enough. Please give me a minute, please. Okay, life is punishing them enough, and we don't know what next life has for them. So let's not add to the consequences of the use of drug in their life by stigmatizing them or judging them. Our job is to turn them to the place of grace. Yeah, so let's look at the Good Samaritan model in action again. Don't forget there was immediate response. When you find someone that needs addiction support, please do not postpone your response to the person. Do not postpone it. Try as much as possible to help them. If we don't even have naloxone to support them, or we don't know where to guide them to, you can speak with them. You can also learn. You can go to the internet. Now the internet is on your phone. Open your phone, learn about overdose prevention education. If someone is using drugs around your environment, all of us, what we do, if it's not Instagram, it's TikTok, it's Twitter, it's social media. Sometimes be deliberate, learn about drug use and how to prevent an overdose. Learn about how to support people with overdose challenges. Look for the organizations, NGOs within your neighborhood that you can refer them to. If you need to transport them to that place, transport them if you can. If you need to take them there, if you need to give them transport and ensure they go there, do. If you need to take them to the hospital, if you need to refer them to a doctor, if you need to identify a mental health support around your vicinity, Google it. Take them there or talk to people to come and help them. And when you're talking to people to come and help those with substance use addiction, do not say, we're there is someone that needs help. Let's be compassionate. So I'm going to talk about how the words we use. Words are very, very powerful in helping people in addiction or going through substance use. As Christians, what word do we use? That's a drug addict. That's a junkie. Junkie, that person is a junkie. That person is a user. That person is still dirty person using drug. They will never stop. They can never stop. What if is impossible for them to change? And they chose these paths now. Leave them. Let them bear the consequences. We should rather say that people with substance use disorder, refer them as your neighbors. Call them child of God. Oh, that person is in recovery. Oh, that person is on a journey. They will soon get to their destination. They'll be fine. How can you walk alongside with them as Christians? Let me tell you, addiction is a complex disease. It is not just physical using of drug. It has spiritual connotations. It has psychological components. Psychological components are environmental influences. There is a way you'll be hungry. You'll be so hungry that you go and start selling drugs. And sometimes we always think, sometimes when you tie Igbo, you will use Igbo. You don't know. Maybe because you want your sister, your brother, your family, your child in school wants to feel among. Maybe they've been intimidating them in school and they have to join the cult. And in cult, you have to take drugs. So they've entered there for protection, but instead they got addicted. So people do things for different reasons. We should not judge them. We should not judge them, but we should be a good Samaritan. People use drugs because they are trying to run away from the pain in their marriage. They're going to a relationship that is very abusive and toxic. They're trying to hide. And the different kind of drug we have, some are what we call sedatives. When you take them, it calms you down. You're able to sleep. But the issue is that when you begin to use it consistently for that purpose, you become dependent, you become addicted. So when we say somebody is addictive, you're dependent on that substance or that behavior or that act to be stable in life. Some people, if they don't have sex in a day, it's like their life have come down. Some people, if they don't eat, they can't fast though. They're addicted to food. Some people is alcohol. Some people is drug. The question is that if you look at your life, what are you also addicted to? So the words we use are very powerful, and the words we use can also be healing. So let's choose our word, especially for people going through substance use disorder. And let's reflect that all human beings deserve dignity, irrespective of what they go through. Like I talked about it, I said faith. You can see this Bible and the medical equipment. There is a link. It is the Bible, is the word of God that gives wisdom for medicine to function. It's the word of God that gives counselors the wisdom to speak the right words. It's the word of God that guides the medical system, the medical space. It's the word of God. They can't do anything without the word of God. So you cannot also help people without the word of God. So medicine and the scriptures. After all, remember what happened in the Bible, the blind man that met Jesus. Jesus spat on the ground and he mixed it and he touched the eye of the person and the blind man could see. That is medicine. Why do we say that the blood of Jesus Christ heals? Because the blood of Jesus Christ is also medicinal, it's powerful, it's spiritual. So everybody going through substance use disorder, any form of addiction needs not your sympathy, needs your empathy, like the Samaritan woman. If you're a pastor listening to me, think about the people in your congregation that are going through this. If you're a cell leader here, if you're a house fellowship leader here, if you're a community leader here, if you are a leader in any space, think about how you can help people in addiction. I would say let us help you experience God love. Let us build a bridge rather than a wall. A lot of people have built walls. In our relationship, we build walls with people so much so that the only thing they can fall to as a way of escape is going into addiction. Addiction by using substances, addiction of whatever kind, alcohol, addiction of anything. Partner with organizations. Be the voice in your community. Stand for people that cannot stand for them. Maybe we are the one that always pray one prayer, say, Agbani Lagbaton, the one that fights for us. Be the one that stands for people. Let the church be a source of support. I'm looking at my time. I have, I think, 5 or 6 more minutes. Now, if you're a pastor here, you're listening to me, how can you implement this? Provide education in your church. If you're a church member here, recommend it to your pastors. If you're a Muslim here, recommend it to your imam. If you're a traditionalist, go to your traditional people and talk to them about this. If you know they would not, you learn about it and be the one to teach them. You know, there's something called mental health first aid. Dr. Kumbi here is a certified trainer. If you need that, contact her. She can organize online training for your church. She can organize online training for your church. Because that's what I would say we have now. It helps people understand how to manage their mental health. It all starts from your mental health. Nigeria is not talking about my mental health. What is mental health? When you can't deal with the stress of life, how you respond to it affects the way your mental health state is. Establish support groups, create family support groups. A lot of families, by the grace of God, a lot of families in the US, I'm about to work with them. A lot of them, they are caregivers of people with substance use. Those group of people need support more than anything. If the church can even support families of people with addiction in their household, it goes a long way. We must find a way to help those people. We can't look the other side. We can't cross over to the other side. We can't just be the priest and the Levite in that Good Samaritan story. We must help. Because addiction is a holistic matter. Let's assume the person gets well from some places and comes back to a family that is stigmatizing them. They will relapse and continue to use, or go back to the same friends. The person will continue to use. We just have to help in a way. Now, measuring kingdom impact. We want to know that everybody is following the steps. We want to measure success, not just in number, but we want to see heart and restored relationship that reflects God's love in our community. This is a radical call. So harm reduction is just saying, harm reduction is meeting people where they are. Let's meet them where they are. The Good Samaritan met the person, the man, where he was. He didn't say, oh no, bring him, let him follow me to my house. Meet people where we are. Jesus went to dine with the people. So what is the faith-based perspective? Harm reduction is not a permission to sin, but is a pathway to healing and restoration. It preserves lives. It gives opportunity for transformation and rededication to God. We must value human dignity. Harm reduction, it means we're encouraging somebody to be using drugs. No, because you cannot force people to stop using drugs. Let us keep being their friend until they decide that I want to stop. Take me to the hospital, take me to a psychologist, take me to a counselor. But until they decide, it is not a visa to committing sin, because you don't know how they got there. And we can only preach. It's the Holy Spirit that convinces of people of their sin and repentance. So we need to break the shame barrier in the church. Addiction is not just a sin or demon possession. Don't isolate people and prevent them from seeking help within the church community. Don't keep them away. Michael Wale, don't let them come in. They can't see pastor. How can that kind of person see pastor? No. No, he can't see pastor. Let them even be the first to sit, because they're the one that need. He did not come for the righteous. He came for people that need help. The church is like a clinic. It's a spiritual clinic. A lot of people are sick in church, and that's why they're in church. Let them see the pastor. Like I said, addiction is a complex chronic condition. Psychological, environmental influence, genetic trauma. We should cast in compassion and support and evidence-based care along with prayers. The Bible says there is no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus. Let's cast out the demons. Jesus cast out the demons and threw them into the pig. How do we cast the demon of addiction? It's not only by prayer, but by supporting them. Like I said before, the Good Samaritan strategy for overdose prevention is to acknowledge that there is a drug use crisis in your environment. Listen to their stories. Recognize that there's a humanity behind the statistics you see. 10 people are using drugs in this community. There is a human story. Always listen to the human story before you judge. See. Touch them. Pray for them. Pay for their support. And help them return back to Christ. I know that Dr. Kumbi is still working around, and she has a peer recovery led program in Nigeria. Contact her. These are trained individuals either with lived experience or they've been trained to support and navigate hope for people who want to stop using drugs. So they can also help with trauma-informed care. It will help them address underlying wounds. A lot of us are carrying wounds in our hearts that often make us to look for help. And some people look for help in drug, in alcohol, in sex, in food, in being talkatives, even in juju, all kinds of things. But the Bible said he has sent us to bind up the brokenhearted. As a child of God who have people using substances around their life, the Bible says he has sent you to bind the brokenhearted. Let's carry one another's burden. And that's how to fulfill the law of Christ. Let's help people stay alive while they're using drugs. Don't condemn them. One day they will come out of it. The Bible says, while we're yet sinners, Christ died for us. I didn't say you should die for somebody, but while they are still using drug, help them to seek a way out. Talk to Kumbi. She has a system on ground. By the grace of God, we'll also be coming up with some of our own plans as well to help people in our community. But for now, talk to Kumbi. She has a peer-led program. Let us organize training for your churches, for your communities. We have people on ground in Nigeria that can come and help you. There are people with substance use in your community. Talk to us. Let us help them recover. Please, don't let them die in their addiction. Don't let them die in what they did not bring upon themselves. Some people, got into this by peer influence. But what has Christ called us to do? It breaks my heart every day that I see pastors turn away people that are using drugs from church. It breaks my heart that they can't even seek help from the church. The church should be the first place of support. But we are all selfish. We are all selfish. We are all selfish. I really want to talk about naloxone training, but we don't have that in Nigeria. But I want to say we can start what we call faith-informed recovery support groups in church. And a lot of people might not come out to say I'm using drugs, but people that have family and friends using drugs in their environment, in their community, anywhere, we can form a group in church. If it's just to pray for them, pray. If it's just to gather food and go and take the someone say, auntie you mankaka, from that little you have. That if we are seeing all these unnecessary parties all over in Nigeria, we can identify some people that can help to support these people as well. The government can't do everything, I can assure you. If you want to take offering in church to help people with substance use disorder in church, please go ahead and do it. And pastors should stop. It's enough of preaching money. Preach compassion. Let the sermon be about compassion instead of condemnation. Pastors should begin to talk about addressing addiction and talking about grace that will lead to salvation. And if there are people that have been healed from substance use, that have recovered, let us hear testimonies that will encourage other people. I like to listen to testimonies a lot because testimony actually boosts my faith. It increases my faith that if God can do it for this person, God can do it for me. Let's listen to a lot of testimonies. Faith and science can work together. I've said that before. Call to action. Let's repent from judgment. Let's revive the spirit of compassion. Let's understand the tools we need to support people with substance use addiction in the church, in our community. Let's restore the community as well. Let's do a lot of training. Kumbi, I'm going to leave the training and introducing people to the work we do in Nigeria and send links how they can contact you. So we can do a lot of trainings around our churches and faith-based organizations. I want everybody to pray this prayer with me as I bring it to an end. Let's all pray this prayer together. You can say it after me. It's a prayer of compassion. It's a prayer of compassion. Loving Father, grant me compassion that moves beyond words to action. Give me courage to stand in the gap for those struggling with addiction. Provide clarity as we navigate both faith and science in service to others. Holy Spirit, transform my heart and system. Help me to be like the Good Samaritan, seeing, stopping, touching, investing, and walking alongside those in need of healing. May we be known as people who go and do likewise, who is following the example of Christ. May the Lord help us give us the grace, give us strength, even to do likewise as Christ did, in Jesus' name. Thank you for listening to me.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Thank
Amen.
you. Thank you. This was powerful. Woo!
Yes, what a session. Thank you so much, Dr. Loretta. We are so grateful that you joined us. Thank you. I mean, I believe that by the grace of God, we'll all do better as a church, as siblings in Christ. Yeah. So I'll just go right into the question. We have 3 questions here, and then there is also one that was asked, I think, through YouTube, because the link was also shared there. So I will just read through. So the first one, thank you for your session, Ma. What can one do in a church setting where you have a leader who is constantly being like the priest or Levite in that story that's hurting members? So how can I rise as a Samaritan?
Awesome question. How can you rise as a Samaritan? Begin to act as a Samaritan. Begin to start small. If there is somebody in church that you know, and Kumbi, please, you can jump in. I don't know all the answers. If there's someone else that is listening that you have an idea of what the answer is, please jump in and make your additions. I don't know everything. But if I were in a church like that with a pastor who behaves like the Levite or the priest, what I would do is I would identify the people who need that help and begin to work with them as individuals. And if the pastor comes to ask me, and the work of God needs boldness as well, not rudeness, not disrespect. If the pastor comes to ask me and say, why are you doing this without my permission? Or let me reverse my answer and say, first, now that you have been exposed to this, you also want to approach your pastor and discuss the possibility of starting a group, a support group in the church. And that is if you identify people who need this help. Mm-hmm. Talk to your pastor. Get him to agree with you. If you need us to also come speak to your pastor, we can set up a WhatsApp call. We can set up a Zoom call and have these conversations. Identify the need. Now, there's something I didn't talk about. There's something I call strength-based assessment. Also look within the church. Who in the church also have the capacity to work with you? Mm-hmm. If you're interested in doing this, before you bring us in, if you have doctors in your church, you have counselors in your church. When I mean counselors, not marriage counselors, or people just say I'm a counselor, or it's not people that will be doing what's this thing. People do what people do. They say they are coaches, life coaches. I'm talking about trained counselors, trained psychologists, doctors in churches. If they are there, speak to them and this is what you're thinking. Take it up from there with your pastor. And if he still says no, or behaving like the priest or the Levites, pray about it. Then you can now invite us. We can now have discussions, because sometimes professional intervention can go a long way. Kumbi, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Loretta. One of the things that I wanted to share was, like you said, I think you had said going to the form of talking to your pastor first to find out, understand the reason why he's behaving that way. Sometimes pastors are very hesitant because they don't have the understanding, or because there's just a lot of workload. So adding that one to them is an extra thing, and they're like, I don't want to deal with it. So it will start with understanding where your pastor, like you said, then going through the process of, okay, it's okay, I can support you. A lot of pastors are willing to delegate, as much as possible, if they have the understanding of what it is that you need to do and all of that, and that you're not there to take it from the pastor, but you're not going to rule the pastor, you're just there to support him. So I think I really agree with what you said, and definitely we can be here as support. There's somebody raising their hand.
And yes, some pastors are also going through trauma. And some pastors are also dealing with addiction. So they might not be comfortable already in that space. So there's a lot that has to go into it. Yeah, please, the next question. But if you're not satisfied, please, let's have this conversation. You can connect with us through Sophia or Kumbi. Yeah, next question, please.
Someone would like to contribute as well. So
yes.
Okay, yeah, please go ahead. I can't say a name, but Zaomi.
Okay. Thank you very much, Thank you very much, Doctor. I just wanted to add something. Like Dr. Kunmi said, I wanted to say that too, that some pastors are going through trauma. You don't know where they are coming from. Though they are pastors, they are pastoring the church. You don't know where they are facing. I'm speaking from experience because I spoke with in a conference of pastors' wives. Then you will discover that they too have a problem that they need healing. And so it depends on the way you come. If you just come to them like that, they will be talking to you, not because they are bad, not because they don't like your idea, but because they are coming from a dark place too. So they are speaking from where they are coming from. So I think the strategy I use, maybe I don't have the best of character though, but the strategy I use is my character go before. Yes, some people can come to you to church and they're like, oh, I like the way you're doing, I like the way you're talking, I like the way you're doing this. Then when you're involved in communication with them, you start conversation with them, you will discover that they actually, like one time I remember one lady, each time she sees me, she looks, that kind of expectant look. And then I was like, this lady surely have something to tell me. And when I got close to her, and then I discovered she was going through her case is, imagine a lady that is married to a man that is not bearing children, but the man and the family forced her to have children out of wedlock, putting it, so she has 3 children with 3 different men, and everybody, even her family, knows that is her husband, they are her husband's children. And so the husband is maltreating her and she has no voice to talk. So sometimes it's just the way she saw me behaving, she saw me the way I'm interacting with children and all that, and then she felt like she should talk to me. So sometimes the character you put forth to, you don't come like a hero, you don't come like a hero, you come like a servant. When they see that servant attitude in you, people will want to come close to you. And when they come close to you and they find trust, they find confidence, they find that you are a solid place, a place that they can find solace, they will open up to you. And you can start from one person to another. If you have 2, 3 persons already, you see that you already have a group of people. Now, bringing it now to an authority, you can best explain because there is an evidence of what you have already started doing. And people can easily buy into your idea because there is already a result of what you have started. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I agree. You go with humility. In harm reduction for substance use, when you go into communities, Way Church is one of them. Your networks, you must go with humility. I like what you said. Don't go as a hero. Because you know what?
Yeah.
As I'm talking to you, I'm also going through my own trauma. We are all going through one form of trauma. So we must understand that everybody by himself. But, like I said, the Samaritan approach, do not cross over, look away. Let's look for a solution. Thank you. Any other question, please? Sophia.
Yeah, we have some more questions. Okay. I mean, we don't really have much time, but let's see how we can cover all of them. So, how can I break the stereotype around people with addiction without looking disobedient to my church authority? Your session is very insightful. Yeah, that's the question.
Thank you so much. How can you do that without what's now? I might have for you for me. Sorry, don't give me headache. So what will Jesus do? So what is the church preaching about people with substance use? If Jesus was the pastor of your church, how would he tell you to behave? Will he tell you to isolate yourself from them? Jesus himself sat down with the taxpayers, tax collectors. He sat down with the teachers who were teaching false. He did that. So I do not know if a church will tell you, if these pastors are really preaching the word of God, will tell you to look or cross over and not be concerned about people who are in addiction. Let me tell you, if you are in a church and they are saying do that, walk away and look for a Bible-believing church that encourages, because the bedrock, the main reason for us being called Christian is that we are Christ-like. And the question I always say, what will Jesus do if he was in the midst of people with addiction? If you're in the church and says, oh no, those people are bad people, they are sinners. The church is actually meant for sinners. He didn't come to save the righteous, he came to save the sinners. Then why are we saying let's go fishing? Let's go. I mean, I'll make you fishers of men. Fishers of men, is it just righteous people that want to fish? No. Addicts as well, thieves. People you call robbers, people that call prostitutes, people in prostitution, people that seemingly you think, I mean, they are immoral. Those are the fishes he's asking you to go grab. So any church that is saying that has a description of the fish or the human beings should win to salvation, there is a problem. Kumbi, I don't know if I've answered that question.
You did a fantastic job.
Yeah, and there was an additional comment from the person. Okay, I asked because I have seen churches tie people to trees. Maybe as a form of punishment. I'm not sure what that is.
Are you kidding me? If you see a church, they don't have understanding. Oh, yeah. They don't have understanding. So that kind of church, invite us to come and talk. Let us have a conversation with your pastors. And let them know that even though we want to cast out demons, when Jesus was the madman of Gadara, did Jesus Christ tie him to a tree? No, he did not. He only spoke the word, and he cast demons into the pigs, and the pigs ran into the water, and that was it. You don't tie people to the trees to cast out demons. It's the word of God. He says, such cannot come. Such cannot happen except by fasting and prayers. If pastors are fasting and praying and they're filled with the Holy Spirit, all they have to speak is the word. The word. Not tie people to the tree. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. So one more question. Let me just merge two. So this person is saying, please, how can I be a good Samaritan in a situation where the person on this journey doesn't trust me? How can I build a healthy relationship with him without being too pushy? And then another question, how do we handle situations where the person needing help has relapsed multiple times without losing empathy?
Maybe Mark, Mr. Mark, I know you're here, and I'm sure you're hearing these questions. Please feel free to jump in, please.
Yes, I would just say too, and I really, do you pronounce your name Loretta?
Yes, please, Loretta.
I love everything you're saying, and I love how you're saying it. You have enthusiasm, which comes from a Greek word which means the God within. So we can feel the spirit of the God within you. And I so agree with everything that you say that there's a woman who went to prison 67 times. She was sexually abused so frequently that she lost count from the time she was a girl. She lived homeless and sold her body through prostitution to pay for drugs. And now she's like 20 years in recovery. And she says, as long as there's breath, there's hope. So we don't give up on anyone. And ideally, while we're trying to do everything we can to help people with their addiction, that we simultaneously are providing supportive spaces for like loved ones so they can support each other through this journey. That becomes important too. And we pray for people, we support each other, and then we wait for the miracle of God to occur.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Max. I think that is it. So for the person that has relapsed, please don't give up on the person. You know why? I will ask you a question. Every time we'll commit sin, consciously, unconsciously, and we go back to the Savior, Father, have mercy, lift up holy hands. Oh, cleanse me. Your word says that you will cast my sin to your sea of forgetfulness. Amen. Hallelujah. The same person, because addiction is a stronghold. It's a stronghold. It keeps coming and going. And it takes people like you around the person. In my work as prevention and substance use disorder support specialist, I say to people, 3 things will help you to stabilize and to stay clean: people, places, and things. So someone that relapses, we need to keep the person within the circle of people who love him or her, who are not doing drugs, who will not expose the person to using drugs, and who will encourage the person to stay clean. So the people, the places, and the thing the person finds himself doing, whatever it is. So for you as a friend, do not give up on the person. Help the person to navigate through those 3 core areas that will not help them to keep asking, where did you go? Who are your friends? What are you watching? There are a lot of triggers on our internet, a lot of triggers, a lot, every day. So you can support, if the person has a family, work with the family. If there's a mental health counselor, talk to the person, pray for the person, stand in the gap for the person. The other person said the person is pushing her away. If they're pushing you away, stay away, but don't look away. keep praying, but support from a distance. And always make sure the person knows you are available to support or to help. Any other questions, Sophia?
Yes, 2 more. Yeah. So what are some?
Are you sure we are not cutting it to Dr. Mark's session?
Let these last 2 questions be the last one,
Okay.
then we'll let Dr. Mark do. If you have questions, please DM me, email me, WhatsApp me. We'll talk about it. Yeah, go ahead, Sophia.
So what are some examples of harm reduction strategies that churches or faith-based organizations can support without compromising moral convictions? I think you talked about this a bit. And then the second one, what's one misconception about Christianity and harm reduction you would like to challenge today? Yeah, so that's all.
Okay, so I'll take the last one. So for harm reduction, people think, and so harm reduction is basically providing people with safe supplies to continue to use drug in a safe way. So, but Christians think we are enabling people to continue to use drugs, but that's not true. Now, people will use drug irrespective. So we are saying that as we continue to support people and guide them to stop using or guide them into considering treatment and recovery, you can't force them. If you force people to stop, they will relapse. When they relapse, they might actually overdose and die. So we've lost them. So instead of getting to that point of losing them to death, we will work with them. The church will work it with them. Professionals will work with them. Things like ensuring they have clean syringes, clean needles to inject their drugs, ensuring they have what we call naloxone. But I don't think we have naloxone yet in Nigeria. Ensuring that safe sex. They don't share their syringes and they properly dispose their syringes after using. So someone does not pick it up and also use it. They don't know if the person has any kind of transmittable disease like HIV, Hep B or Hep C. In the US, what we are canvassing for is what we call safe consumption sites. We're still there dealing with the respective state governments to ensure we achieve that. I live in Illinois, and it's something we're still working with the government to ensure that we have a couple of safe consumption sites. But for Africa and for Nigeria, what I would say is for us to continue to provide counseling, for us to continue to encourage people to use safe supplies, which I know the church will never encourage that to happen. They would rather go to the psychiatric home. But so we are not there yet. The readiness to uptake harm reduction, we are not there yet. I wrote a whole article in a journal about readiness to uptake harm reduction supplies in Africa. You can find it, Google my name, read it up. We are not there yet. But I'm hoping we'll get there someday. But for the church for now, let's keep praying, counseling, looking for mental health, looking for substance use counselors, having support groups in the churches to encourage caregivers or people with substance use disorder in households. That's what I can say for now. So, but if it was in America, trust me, I will ensure we have Narcan in every church, naloxone in every church. I will ensure that. But we are not there yet. God will help us. Okay.
Amen. Thank you so much, Dr. Loretta. Whew, this has been so insightful. I really, 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 please, we need to react. This has been such a beautiful session. Thank you for joining us. I love the passion, the vim. And yes, we'll do better. We will do better. So our next speaker, Mark, is here, and just play a bit of introduction, and then he will just jump right into it. So, okay, so I'll just share my screen.
Our next speaker is a renowned international speaker and behavioral health consultant whose work has impacted audiences across the US, Europe, and beyond. He is a recipient of multiple Lifetime Achievement Awards, including the prestigious NAADAC Enlightenment Award, and is a celebrated author of 5 books on addiction recovery and healthy relationships. His groundbreaking work on trauma-informed violence prevention and recovery system reform has shaped public health approaches in major US cities, With over 30 years of experience as a university educator and co-founder of Serenity Academy in Chicago, Mark continues to raise a generation of youth empowered for recovery and resilience. His voice is a powerful blend of wisdom, experience, and heart, speaking directly to the soul of healing. He is our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mark Sanders.
What a beautiful introduction. Dr. Kumbi, is it okay? Can I share the screen?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Loretta was talking about naloxone. Does everyone know about naloxone?
I don't know. Maybe some people.
Well, my first order of business, you see, I've been taking good notes, is to make sure that we can get naloxone in Nigeria. I'll just share with your listeners that naloxone is a spray that when someone is taking an opiate like heroin and they've overdosed and they're about to die, you spray it in one nostril and they come to life, and it's significant. Because we have naloxone in the United States, and people ask me, how do I know that God loves drug addicts? How do you know God loves drug addicts? Christians have asked me that. And I tell them that Jesus rose from the dead one time. And thanks to God being able to allow people to create naloxone, I've seen people addicted to drugs rise from the dead 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 times. It's very amazing. A 95-year-old man told me I should share this story with every audience I talk to for the first time. So I'm sharing this story with you. It happened about 7 years ago. I was flying in from the state of Arizona to the state of Illinois where I live. And on the plane next to me was a man who had earned 6 Purple Hearts. And how do you earn a Purple Heart? I'm glad you asked. Bravery. He was a World War II veteran. He fought to defeat Hitler. And he won 6 Purple Hearts for bravery. So for 3.5 hours on this flight from the state of Arizona to the state of Chicago where I live, I sat next to this brave man. And at one point he says, Mark, what do you do? I told him I was a social worker. I give speeches. I talk to counselors and therapists and recovery support specialists and people who help other people for a living. And this brave man told me to tell you, thank you for your service. Thank you so much for your service and for your commitment to help other people. For I'm reminded of a story of the great boxer Muhammad Ali. The story had it when Muhammad Ali was in the prime of his career as a boxer. He was invited to a home with people living with Alzheimer's. They had lost their memory, to cheer them up. So Muhammad Ali walked in a room, and there were 20 people in that room living with Alzheimer's disease. And Ali went up to them and said, the champ is here. I'm the greatest boxer of all time. Don't you recognize me? And not one person in that room recognized Muhammad Ali. He walked into a second room. There were 20 people in that room living with Alzheimer's. He said, the champ is here. I'm the greatest of all time. Don't you recognize me? And not one person in that room with Alzheimer's recognized Muhammad Ali. And he walked into a third room. There was an 85-year-old man sitting in a room by himself, staring out of a window. And Ali walked up to the 85-year-old man and said, the champ is here. I'm the greatest of all time. Don't you recognize me? And the 85-year-old man didn't recognize boxer Muhammad Ali. And as Ali was leaving with his entourage, the 85-year-old man said, hey, champ, I recognize you. You're my boyhood hero. All my life I wanted to meet you, champ. You're the greatest of all time, Mike Tyson. And Ali's trainer ran up. He said, that's not Mike Tyson. That's Muhammad Ali. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. And Ali said, wait a minute. Didn't you hear what he said? He said his boyhood dreams was to meet his hero. Never kill a person's dreams. Poverty kills dreams. Unemployment kills dreams. Mental illness can kill dreams. Domestic violence can kill dreams. Addiction can kill dreams. And those of you with us today are the people that encourage the clients that you serve to dream about what's possible for them. So would you take a moment to release your favorite emoji for people attending this conference today? Take a moment and find your emojis and just release them, letting them know that you recognize that what they do is important and that they make a difference. Muhammad Ali also said that service to others is the rent that you pay for your room here on earth. Service to other people is the rent that you pay for your room here on earth. And know that because you've committed to helping people with their mental health recovery, their trauma, their addictions recovery, that your rent, your mortgage has been paid in full. God told me to tell you that your grandkids' grandkids will never miss a meal. They will always have food because of your commitment to helping other people. By way of introduction, I'm in my 43rd year as a drug counselor. I've been a drug counselor for 43 years. And you ought to know it's personal for me. My father died smoking crack cocaine May 29, 1986. And right after my father died, my uncle got into recovery. And we count 30 people in our family who are now in recovery. So it's a beautiful thing. So I decided I would speak on the theme of your conference: faith, evidence-based solutions for trauma, mental health, and substance use challenges. So first, I want to take a moment to recognize Dr. Coombe. You are a leader, a history maker. You see, in the history of the world, this conference has never happened. Let me share with your audience what happened to my generation. Our ancestors were kidnapped some 200 years ago and brought from Africa to the United States, the New World. And as you know, on our way over to the United States, our ancestors had to pass through a door that was called the door of no return to Africa, meaning that they were to brainwash us so bad. The task was to get us to so hate Africa that we would never want to return to Africa. And then when Africans come to the United States, they're told bad things about Black Americans. Black Americans are told bad things about Africans. And Dr. Coombe, a visionary leader, moved past all of that noise and said, you know what, we need to come together and work together to promote mental health, addictions recovery, and trauma recovery, and doing work that will impact the next generations within our communities. Would you join me in releasing your favorite emoji for Dr. Coombe? And just know, because of your visionary leadership, however you ask me to get involved, I'm going to always say yes before you ask me. If you ask me to walk to Nigeria, I'll tell you I can't swim, but help me figure out how to walk there. We're going to get this done.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Welcome.
Oh, thank you so much, Mark. I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Fantastic. So let us continue. All right. So how many of you if you are familiar with this book, would you just raise your hand? A friend of mine put this book in my hand about 40 years ago. It's called Things Fall Apart by a Nigerian author. This book is such a bestseller. I'm going to take a sip of water because no book stays a bestseller this long. This book has been translated into 40 different languages all over the world. And basically, the author talked about what Africa was like, what Nigeria was like before the European slave trade. And one of the things that caught my attention as a certified addictions counselor, I wondered, before the European slave trade, what drugs did they use in Nigeria? Palm wine. You see, we've learned if you take any fruit, grapes, apples, cherries, strawberries, peaches, and you sit them in a bowl, and God's sun shines upon them, and turns some of those fruit into a liquid, it will become wine. The strongest that can be produced naturally by God's sun is 14%. It'll get you drunk. But what happened since the transatlantic slave trade? What's in Nigeria now? I did my homework. Dr. David spoke this morning about a 13-year-old girl using Hennessy. Whiskey is there. Champagne's in Nigeria. Oh, I learned that the 18 to 25-year-olds, and by the way, you should really be concerned with the 18 to 25-year-olds, because what you have in common with the United States is that it's the 18 to 25-year-olds who are using the most drugs and the hardest to treat, who commit the most crimes. So one day, Dr. Kumbi, you might just ask me to just talk about the 18 to 25-year-olds. They're smoking a lot of marijuana in Nigeria, including loud. Heroin is there. Crack cocaine. Methamphetamines. Oh, my Lord. Fentanyl is in Nigeria. You have a drug in Nigeria that we don't have in the United States, as far as I know. Let me see if I can pronounce it. It's called Kolos. It's a synthetic type drug we don't have here. So when things fall apart, addiction increases on continents and countries. Mental health increases on continents and in countries. So let's begin with our definitions. Trauma, an emotional response to a terrible event like an accident or a sexual assault or domestic violence. You know, as in witnessing our father physically abuse our mother in front of us. And by the way, you should know that most of the men in prison on death row, they're facing the death penalty in the United States. Most of them witnessed their father physically abusing their mother when they were boys growing up, and now they're on death row. Natural disasters. I became curious, what natural disasters do you have in Nigeria? So I looked it up. You might have windstorms, sandstorms, rainstorms, floods. Let me ask you a question. Dr. Kumbi, has the ocean ever flooded in Nigeria?
Not
Because
that.
I know you can have floods as a natural disaster. You know, let me just share with you all. In the United States, we have hurricanes, right? Real bad winds. One day I drove through a town that had a hurricane. And when I saw that those winds knocked the top off of those houses, all I could think is I need some Hennessy. And I hadn't had a drink in 30 years. So I know that where there's trauma, there's drug use. Immediately after the event, shock and denial occurs. You can't believe it. The long-term reaction to trauma includes unpredictable emotions, flashbacks where you can remember the emotions, and strained relationships and physical symptoms. New definition: trauma is a pervasive problem. It involves some exposure to an incident or a series of events. So sometimes trauma could be one event, or it could be many events that are emotionally disturbing or life-threatening, with lasting adverse effects on the individual's functioning, mental, physical, social, emotional, spiritual well-being. Let me ask you all a question. Can a parent's trauma be passed to their children? And if yes, how? Can a parent's trauma be passed to their children? So we see some thumbs up. We see some thumbs up. But how does that happen? Sometimes I think we might see that across generations. You can feel free to unmute yourself. I'm curious how that happens. And I'll give you one way it happens. A father comes back from war and he's suffering from flashbacks and bad dreams and nightmares, right? So every time he wakes up in the middle of the night screaming, he traumatizes his kids because now they're frightened. And before you know it, they're using drugs to cope with their trauma. All right. The trauma is the real gateway drug. So let me tell you what prevention specialists say the gateway drugs are. And by gateway drugs, they mean the drugs that lead people to use other drugs that people start using when they're children that lead to harder drugs. People say that cigarettes are a gateway drug and that marijuana is a gateway drug. But today I'm going to suggest to you that trauma is the real gateway drug. Here's how I know. There are people in the United States who've given up crack cocaine, heroin, methamphetamines, and fentanyl who haven't given up cigarettes. Would you give a thumbs up if you think we could travel through Nigeria and find people who've given up like heroin and cocaine and methamphetamines who either still smoke cigarettes or marijuana? Would you put a thumbs up if you think we could discover that in Nigeria as well? Or is that just a phenomenon in the United States? And one of the things we learned is that the co-founders of Alcoholics Anonymous, they did not die of alcoholism. They got into recovery from their alcoholism. They stopped drinking alcohol, but they died of cancer connected to their cigarette smoking. What we've learned is that for a lot of people who smoke cigarettes at a very early age or marijuana at a very early age, what they're doing is medicating childhood trauma. So they give up all of those hard drugs, but they hold on to the cigarettes or the marijuana. So the second best book I ever read on addictions is called Chasing the Scream by Joanne Hari. And he wanted to understand the American war on drugs during two eras, the 1930s and today. And you're wondering, why did we have a war on drugs in the 1930s? Because in the 1920s, they thought if you had alcoholism, you were a bad person, a sinner. So the US government outlawed the drinking of alcohol. And when you say that a drug is illegal, people start selling that drug underneath the table. So in the 1930s, the war on drugs was with Al Capone and Italian gangsters from Chicago, an Irish gangster by the name of Bugs Moran and his Irish gang. In the 1930s, the war on drugs was amongst Mexicans along the southern part of Illinois, the Chinese in San Francisco because they were so successful. And the war on drugs in the 1930s was a war on drugs with one African-American woman, a singer named Billie Holiday. Would you give a thumbs up if you've ever heard of Billie Holiday? We just want to know if her name traveled over the Atlantic Ocean and reached Nigeria. Have you ever heard the singer, Billie Holiday? Some people believe that Billie Holiday is the greatest blues singer in history. You see, in the 1930s, Billie Holiday sung a song called Strange Fruit. Strange Fruit. And the director of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, which later became known as the FBI, went to Billie Holiday and said, you need to stop singing that song, because if you sing that song, you might incite a riot. People might start fighting in the streets. The song Strange Fruit was about Africans who had been lynched, hung against trees with ropes around their neck. And picture Billie Holiday driving through the southern states, seeing these Africans hanging from trees. And she said, that's strange fruit. And Harry Unsinger said, we heard you use the drug heroin. If you keep singing that song, we're going to take away your freedom to sing. And Billie Holiday said, you silenced me when I was 10 years old. You took away my voice when I was 10 years old. You will never silence me again. She kept singing the song. So the author made its way up to the United States recently, and he landed in New York And he wanted to meet everyone who knew Billie Holiday, the singer, when she was alive. So he went to Harlem in New York and talked to people that knew Billie Holiday. And what he learned was that singer Billie Holiday grew up in a house of prostitution. When she was a little girl, her father left the family. So to make money, her mother sold her body in prostitution. And when Billie Holiday was 10 years old, the police showed up and raided the house of prostitution. They put Billie Holiday's mother in jail. And when her mother came from jail, she opened the door, and there was a grown man having sex with Billie Holiday. And she was 10 years old. So they let the man go free, and they put Billie Holiday in solitary confinement. They kept her in prison, isolated by herself, for a whole year. It's kind of like someone mentioned at one of the churches tying people up against a tree, which is very shameful, you know. Billie Holiday was separated from the whole rest of the world and placed in solitary confinement. The United Nations taught us that everything in solitary confinement over 2 weeks is considered torture, trauma. Billie Holiday was in solitary confinement for a year. She gets out of solitary confinement at age 11. She starts drinking alcohol to cope with her trauma. By age 14, she's using heroin. Do you know how Billie Holiday died? Of cirrhosis of the liver from drinking alcohol heavy from the time she was 11 years old until she died, while she was in withdrawal from heroin. So next, the author flew from New York City to Juarez, Mexico, to understand the American war on drugs. And why Juarez, Mexico? Juarez, Mexico is a city in Mexico where El Chapo Guzman and other people that manufacture drugs like methamphetamines and fentanyl and heroin, they fight each other, the gangs fight each other to ship drugs into the United States. And what he discovered is that Juarez, Mexico, is the bloodiest city in all of Mexico. There are more killings in that city where they're bringing drugs into the United States. So if you ever hear presidents of the United States talking about sealing the borders in the southern region, it is to keep drugs out of the United States. So then the author flew, he's trying to understand the American war on drugs, to Vancouver, Canada. And he met with a doctor named Gabor Mate. And he asked the great doctor, why were there so many Americans that left to the United States and moved to Canada to use drugs? And the great doctor told him, because in Canada, we don't put drug addicts in jail. We have safe injection sites where we practice harm reduction. And then he told him, the people that come to Canada are the ones that have the most trauma. The more severe the trauma, the more severe the addiction. So the author of this book says, okay, Billie Holiday was sexually assaulted and she started drinking alcohol heavy and she died of cirrhosis of the liver, trauma. Juarez, Mexico, where the gangs are killing each other to bring drugs into the United States, trauma, heavy drinking. Canada, all these American drug users in Canada suffering from trauma. He concluded that at the core of addiction is childhood trauma. So the two have been heavily connected. So let me take a moment to talk with you about the best book I ever read on addiction. It's called In the Rim of the Hungry Ghost by Dr. Gabor Mate. And he makes 3 bold statements in the book. The first statement is that drugs don't cause addiction any more than a deck of cards causes compulsive gambling. Now, let me ask you a question. I went online and found out that Nigeria has a lottery where you can gamble and play the lottery, and you also have casinos. So let me ask you, yes or no? You can just raise your hand. I can't see who's raising their hand. Have you ever gambled before? Bet money on something before? Just yes or no. Just, I want to know if anybody here ever gambled before. And you know what we've learned? Is most people who gamble don't become addicted to gambling. Less than 1 out of 100. We've also learned that most people that use drugs don't become addicted to drugs. Only 1 out of 10 people who drink become alcoholic. Only 1 out of 10. Only 1 out of 10 people who use stimulants become addicted to stimulants. Only 1 out of 10 people who use opiates like heroin become addicted to opiates. I've had every opiate under the sun. I'm not interested in opiates. My drug is food. My trauma is that when I was a boy growing up, my stepfather would physically abuse my mother in front of us children. And that was traumatic. And then our mother would whip us in front of each other. She would beat us, whip us in front of each other. And if you're in Nigeria, I want you to hear the name I call those beatings, whippings. The origin of that word came out of slavery. When our ancestors were enslaved, they were whipped. Our mother would whip us. Our stepfather would beat our mother, domestic violence in front of us. That was a lot of my childhood trauma. So I dealt with my childhood trauma by eating a lot of food. Food was my drug. My friends, I ate so much food that I weighed 350 pounds. Now I weigh half of that because I started dealing with my trauma. But I don't know how long Dr. Kumbi has known me, but probably when Dr. Kumbi first met me, I probably weighed 350 pounds. I dealt with my trauma. Still dealing with my trauma. I've even had fentanyl because I needed to be under anesthesia for a medical procedure. And I said, doctor, what are you using for anesthesia? Fentanyl. I said, oh, doctor, I'm a drug counselor. Fentanyl is killing people all over the world. I rolled up my sleeves. I said, how are you going to make sure if you use fentanyl for anesthesia that I'm going to not die? And he said, these 3 nurses will be with you the whole time. I will stay near your side the whole time. So they asked me if I wanted to listen to some music while they were putting me to sleep. I said, sure, let me listen to some 1960s Motown music. If I want to die, I'm going to listen to Diana Ross and the Jackson 5s. And before they could sing the first note, I was out like a light. Just like that, I was asleep. And when I woke up, I was not interested in fentanyl. I wanted some cookies. My drug of choice has always been food. In order to become a drug addict, Dr. Gabor Mate says there needs to be a pre-existing vulnerability. So we have a hard time studying ourselves, so we study animals. So here's a study. They took these laboratory rats and they gave them 2 things to drink, water and whiskey. And what the researchers wanted to find out, if given a choice between water and whiskey to drink, Hennessy, what do these laboratory rats naturally prefer? What they discovered is some rats like water, other rats like whiskey. So once they discover which of those rats prefer water to whiskey, they would breed them with other rats who also prefer water to whiskey. And they were producing offspring, children, that also like water more than whiskey. And then the researchers wondered what would happen if you traumatize these rats. They introduced an electric shock to their cage. The cage was shocking them with electricity. And what these rats discovered by trial and error was the way you get rid of the trauma was to drink the whiskey. And once they became addicted to the whiskey, they no longer like water. They only like whiskey. So we have a hard time studying ourselves as humans. So here's a study. They took these chimpanzees and they gave them 5 things to eat or drink: bananas, grapes, water to drink, a solid form of cocaine, and a solid form of heroin. The researchers wanted to know, if you gave a chimpanzee these 5 choices, bananas, grapes, water, a solid form of cocaine, solid form of heroin, which do they naturally prefer? The answer is chimpanzees like bananas, and then grapes, and water when they're thirsty. They tend to leave cocaine and heroin alone. Then the researchers wondered what would happen if you remove them from their mother and then remove their father and then took away their brothers and siblings, their sisters, their siblings, and all of their playmates. You isolated them. What would happen? And then in isolation, which was traumatic, they started chipping on the cocaine and the heroin. I listened to, in preparation to talk with you today, an expert out of Nigeria that works with people that have drug and alcohol problems. And he says that neglect, when children feel like they're being, I think this morning, the doctor mentioned children being raised by stewards instead of their parents, they feel abandoned. That's a risk factor for addiction, when children are raised by stewards and they feel abandoned, deserted by their parents. For some people, the seeds of addiction is planted. The seeds of addiction is planted years before they ever use drugs. How many of you remember a young Michael Jackson? Did the greatness of Michael Jackson make its way across the ocean to Nigeria? Give a thumbs up if you know Michael Jackson. See, there was a time when look how fast those thumbs are going up. When even a heart, all the girls in my grammar school wanted to marry Michael Jackson. My sister has the same birthday as Michael Jackson. She told me when we were kids, he's going to be my husband, watch. She told me recently, if he hadn't died, we were going to get married. I wanted to be Michael Jackson. It wasn't because he could sing or because he could walk on the moon. You know, the moonwalk. It was because, look at the picture in the upper right-hand corner. He had that perfect afro. And when I was growing up, in order to have a girlfriend, you had an afro, right? I could never grow an afro. That little boy, Michael Jackson, did not have a drug problem. But one of these Michael Jacksons developed a drug addiction. The one in the upper left-hand corner with the leather jacket. The one who left his brothers. And he got together with Quincy Jones and made a song called Billie Jean and Bad. If you ever heard Billie Jean and Bad, would you give a thumbs up? I just want to make sure you know what I'm talking about. Billie Jean and Bad. Yeah, you've heard it. You've heard Billie Jean and Bad. When Michael Jackson made Billie Jean and Bad, he was the most famous face in the world. So Pepsi Cola called Michael Jackson and asked Michael Jackson, would you be our spokesperson? You see, Coca-Cola is about 10 years older than Pepsi Cola. Do you know how Coca-Cola got its name? Years ago, they used to put the drug cocaine inside of Coca-Cola. Did you know that? So Coca-Cola is always outsold Pepsi, but Pepsi figured if you could get Michael Jackson to show up and hold up a Pepsi can, then Pepsi would make more sales. Yeah, than Coca-Cola. So Michael showed up They filmed the commercial with him holding a Pepsi can. His scalp caught on fire. His hair was burning up. So they rushed him to the emergency room of a hospital, and they gave him an opiate for pain. And it felt like a warm hug. And before you knew it, Michael Jackson was addicted to opiates. He was 35 years old the first time he tried an opiate. It felt like a warm hug, like an orgasmic experience. And Michael Jackson wondered, where have you been my whole life? I've waited for you. We believe that Michael Jackson had 4 conditions which left him vulnerable. The first is an absence of a childhood. Some children grow up too fast. They become like adults too early. You know how that happens? Someone sexually abuses a child and they're like an adult. Or the father leaves the home and the youngest son becomes like the man of the house. He's only 12 years old. I talk a lot to single mothers when the husband has left the house. And I say to single mothers that don't have a husband at home, do not make the 12-year-old boy the man of the house. He's only 12. Because if he's the man of the house, it means he's married to you. You're his wife, his mother. And that's a lot of pressure. You all don't know my mother. But if you knew my mother, you'd understand the statement I'm about to make with you. If I was 12 years old, married to my mother, I would smoke marijuana every day. I mean, that's a lot of pressure. You don't know my mother. Some girls become pregnant and they can't be a child anymore. They're like a young adult, or their parents desert them. They're like a young adult. You see, Michael Jackson never had a childhood, because when he was a little boy, he was the star of the family. So he never had a childhood. Let me ask you this. If this is true, would you put a thumbs up in chat? Are there some children in Nigeria who haven't had a childhood? They're like an adult at too early an age. Another thing that led to Michael Jackson's addiction is pressure from his father to be perfect. You see, I believe at the core of addiction is childhood trauma, childhood abandonment where you desert the child and the child is raising herself in the streets, or when parents push their kids to be perfect. You see, young Michael Jackson, every time he made a mistake in rehearsal, his father would say, do it again, Michael, do it again. You have to be perfect. You see, in my family, we had so many secrets around drug addiction and domestic violence at home, sexual abuse in our family. If you brought home 8 A's on your report card, which is the highest grade you can get in the States, and 1 B on your report card, the second highest grade you can get, instead of saying congratulations for getting those 8 A's on your report card, they would say, why did you get that B? And you knew you had to be perfect. And one of the things I figured out, when parents push their kids to be perfect, and the reason they do it is to hide the family secrets. You know, some families intermarry based on your family name. And some families try to hide family secrets because they fear that nobody will want to marry in our family, so they push the kids to be perfect. And I figured it out. When parents push their kids to be perfect, what they're saying is, if you're not perfect, we won't love you. And that's traumatic. Okay, so my friends, here's the deal. My sister's about my complexion. Oh, my friends, I'm an American citizen. But don't be fooled. I'm African. My sister's about my complexion. My grandmother is really light in skin. My grandmother is about the complexion of this paper. And she told my sister, don't marry a man who's darker than you, because he'll give you dark babies and they'll experience a lot of discrimination. And I thought about what Malcolm X said. The minute we started hating Africa, we started hating ourselves. You cannot love the root and hate the fruit. You must love where you come from. So Michael Jackson's father said, you're a good singer, a good dancer, but your skin is a little too dark. Your nose is a little too big. So he started cutting off his nose and bleaching his skin. Father wounds. There are two ways that children are wounded by their fathers. The first is called father hunger, where the father disappears and the boy has a yearning for his father in his heart, right? He misses his father. By the way, you know when fathers are more likely to disappear? When jobs go away. Because all over the world, we've defined fatherhood by how much money you have. I used to work with boys between the ages of 5 to 10 years old who didn't have contact with their father. Mr. Standers, can you find my father? Please find him, please. Age 11, have you found my father yet? Please find him, please. Age 12, I think about my father all the time. Age 13, I think about him sometime. Age 14, I never think about him. Age 15, I wish my father were dead. And he's filled with anger and rage. And you know what he might find himself doing? Smoking marijuana every day. Or Colos every day. In order to deal with that anger and rage. And what about daughters? Deserted by their fathers. Daughters deserted by their fathers are more likely to date older partners because they're looking for fathers through their boyfriend. And for some of these girls, that's early introduction to sex, and sometimes selling drugs. Girls deserted by their fathers in the United States are 140 times more likely to have a baby as a teenager. Her mindset is that my father doesn't love me, but I'll have this baby that will never leave me. Girls deserted by their fathers are 6 times more likely to be sexually abused. And there's a link between sexual abuse and heavy drug use. Girls deserted by their fathers are more likely to be physically abused by partners, especially when the father are not around. Michael Jackson had all 4 of these. He was set up for heroin addiction when he was a little boy. It just took years for him to hold up that Pepsi can. Let me ask you this. Is anything I'm talking about making sense to you, or does it seem like I don't know what I'm talking about? Just, would you let me know if this is making sense? At least an emoji. Hope you're getting something out of this. It's making some sense. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, my friends, thank you so much. You've heard, we'll look at these diagnostic categories. You've heard of PTSD. Would you give a thumbs up if you've ever heard of post-traumatic stress disorder? The person has been exposed to a traumatic event. They witnessed something that's horrible. And they keep having bad memories of that event. They try to stay away from all conversations where that's talked about. They have flashbacks, bad nightmares and dreams. They can't sleep because of the event. The reason they call it post-traumatic stress disorder is because you don't usually get the symptoms while you're in the traumatic event. You get the symptoms when you're in a more safe environment. Take a woman who lives with a husband that abuses her physically. She doesn't have all of these symptoms while it's happening. It's when she leaves them. People who go to war, they don't have all these symptoms on the battlefield. They have them when they return home. Post-traumatic stress disorder. It differs from complex trauma. With post-traumatic stress disorder, exposure to a specific event is required, like witnessing domestic violence, or witness a stabbing or a shooting or a bad car accident. With complex trauma, exposure to a specific event is not required. What's required are years when a child grows up dealing with neglect. And what we mean by neglect is when their basic needs are not met, when the parents don't clothe them, don't feed them regularly, don't nurture them, don't take care of them, neglect. Or the girl with years where they've been abandoned, their parents disappear. Or multiple placements where they go from group living to group living without being with their parents. Or if their parents use drugs and can't be emotionally available to them. Or they suffer a lot of losses, a lot of people they love and care about die. Or they witness violence at home. Or they get abused at home. Then they are vulnerable to complex trauma. Can I ask you a question? Do you think in Nigeria, do you think kids are more vulnerable to PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, or you think they're more vulnerable to complex trauma? Which one? Post-traumatic stress disorder or complex trauma? And I know that Dr. Kumbi, is there any way somebody can respond to that question? I don't know if I can see if anybody putting anything in. Maybe somebody can respond. I'm curious. Which one? Somebody might have mute themselves. What'd you say?
I think post-traumatic disorder.
Okay, so you think more people are vulnerable to post-traumatic stress, right? Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right. So with post-traumatic stress,
trauma.
what did you say?
There's a comment.
Yeah,
There's a comment here.
Thank you so much. What I found is that there's some people who have one or the other, and some people have both. So the main symptoms of post-traumatic stress is you experience flashbacks. Let's say you were yelled at all the time as a kid. Now you hear somebody raising their voice and you start having a flashback to your childhood. The number one symptom of complex trauma is difficulty regulating emotions. Have you ever seen a child go from really calm to explosive, like almost like a hand grenade or a bomb? They go from quiet to explosive. Would you give a thumbs up if you've ever seen a teenager do that? Go from calm to explosive, difficulty regulating emotions. That comes from years of living with these things, right? Now, incidentally, those young people that go from quiet to explosive, when they use drugs, drugs have a way of calming them down. Difficulty with impulse control. They don't feel good about themselves. Difficulty concentrating. Aggression. 12% of those who have complex trauma also have post-traumatic stress disorder, and 10% of them will use drugs in order to cope with that trauma. And then there's historical trauma. We're talking about generational trauma. The last time I was with you, what I learned from you is that Nigeria has a lot of historical trauma. You have hundreds of years of generational trauma. The transatlantic slave trade. Let me make it plain. What you have in Nigeria is so precious that everything that comes from Africa and the United States is so precious. It's behind bars. It's locked up. The African American people are locked up behind bars. The diamonds that come from Africa, you have to, if you want to buy some diamonds that come from Africa in the United States, they have to push a buzzer to let you in, and security is there. The oil that comes from Africa is underneath the ground. The African animals are in zoos behind cages, and they look miserable. You see, in Africa, the animals are used to being able to run free. We have them in cages. Everything that comes from Africa in the United States is locked up. It's a prisoner, everything. And because we've stolen so much from Africa, you have a lot of historical trauma. Civil wars, community violence. The Native Americans have historical trauma. Black Americans have historical trauma. What I'm showing you on the screen is a group of Native American children. And by the way, I'm going to say something really bold to you. There are historians who believe that the original inhabitants of the Americas were African. In the States, we call them Native Americans. This is a picture of Native Americans who were separated from their parents and their grandparents and their religion and their culture. And they were placed in boarding schools. And they were separated from their way of life. Do you all know the meaning of Sankofa? Would you give a thumbs up if you know the meaning of Sankofa? I learned about Sankofa in Ghana. I visited Ghana in West Africa. We learned about Sankofa. There's a Sankofa bird, an image in Ghana. There's a bird that has a long beak, and it's facing its tail. And on the back of its tail is an egg. And the bird is picking the egg up with its beak off of its tail. And Sankofa means to go back and fetch that which you've lost. You see, so much of culture has been lost. So when they separated these children from their parents, from their grandparents, from their culture, they developed the highest alcoholism rate in the world. That when people migrate to the United States, their alcohol use increases, their weight increases because we eat a lot in the United States, mental illness increases, drug use increases, divorce increases, because they're separated from the ways of their culture. So Native Americans, the original inhabitants of the United States, developed the highest alcoholism rate in the world, the highest suicide rate in the United States, most violence, etc. Okay. So what happens when your culture is taken away, right? Depression sets in, traumatic stress symptoms, numbing. Sometimes you're going to find when you work with trauma survivors, like people who've been sexually abused, sometimes they may struggle to hold eye contact with you. They may look down when you talk to them because people blame themselves from their trauma and they can lower their self-esteem. We're talking about the signs of generational trauma, historical unresolved grief. So my friends, about 20 years ago, me and 7 African-American social workers took a journey to Ghana, West Africa. What, about 30 miles from Nigeria, I think? We traveled from New York City to Ghana, West Africa, trying to find ourselves because our culture had been taken away. We were on a plane for 18 hours. You ever been on a plane for 18 hours? I will never fly 18 hours again. I couldn't sleep for 18 hours. I had a headache for 18 hours. I had sinuses acting up for 18 hours. I was miserable. And on top of all that, when the plane landed in Ghana, West Africa, my luggage was lost. I couldn't find my suitcase. Irritated. Didn't have a clue what to expect. Our first stop was in a village. And there were these elders, African elders. between the ages of 60 to 90 years old. And these African elders, by the way, they were 60 to 90, but they looked like they were 40. In the United States, they say that African skin don't crack. They were 60 to 90 years old, but they looked like they were 40. And these 30 African elders were sitting in a circle. And one of my friends asked the elders the question, so how do you feel about us as African Americans? When he asked that question, it was so quiet you can almost hear a pin drop. I later asked him, why'd you ask that question? He said, man, I waited my whole life to ask the elders that one question, how do you feel about us as African Americans? And we were not prepared for their response. They said to us, we love you, we think about you more than you know, and we pray for you. And we were crying like babies. Actually, as soon as they said, we love you, we think about you more than you know, and we pray for you, an 85-year-old man stood up and he started singing a song. And the lyrics were, you've come back home. And all 30 of them were singing these songs of 7 Black Americans, you've come back home. And the story that they told us is that 200 years ago, there was a Ghanaian, an African. He was being forced on the ships to the Americas to be enslaved. He looked back on the shore of Ghana, West Africa, and said, I'll be back home one day. And after they sung the song to the 7 of us, they looked at us and they said, for all we know, one of you can be the descendants of that man. Welcome home. And we cried like babies. Welcome home. It was like we were lost orphans. And just so you know, every Black American who I've known, who've ever traveled to Nigeria or Ghana or any part of Africa, when we arrive, we either cry or kiss the ground because we're at home for the first time. We grieve. Whenever you have historical trauma, like when children are separated from their parents and their grandparents, you have heavy drug use and heavy suicide. And then we start traumatizing each other for generations. So first colonizers traumatized us, and then we start traumatizing each other. Would you give a thumbs up in chat if what I'm saying is making sense? Or does it seem like I'm making this up, that traumatized people traumatize people? Sometimes for generations, until we stop the process. So you all are familiar with ACEs? If you are familiar with ACEs, would you give a thumbs up? There was an insurance company in the United States that wanted to find out if there was a link between diabetes and medical complications later in life. So they asked 18,000 patients 10 questions to find out if there was any traumatic things happening in their house before age 18. Abuse, physical abuse, emotional abuse, or sexual abuse. Or did you witness when you were growing up at home domestic violence, father abusing mother, mother abusing father? Was anyone in your house before age 18 had mental illness or addiction? Were your parents separated or divorced? Did you lose a parent through death or prison or deportation? So it's only 10 questions. The highest you can score on this is 10. What they found is a person who scores a 4, just 4 yeses, their risk of addiction to mental illness is 8 times greater than other people. If you score a 5 out of 10, your risk of addiction to mental illness is 10 times greater than other people who score a 0. I scored an 8. You know how I dealt with all that trauma? By eating food, 5 meals a day. Other people deal with it by using heroin and smoking marijuana all the time. And they discovered that a person who scores a 6 out of 10, their life expectancy is age 60. Most Americans live to be about 85 years old, they discovered. Childhood trauma can reduce your life expectancy by 20 to 25 years. Philadelphia did its own ages to found out that poverty can be traumatic and racism can be traumatic. And dealing with violence in the community where you never get rest from it can be traumatic. The United Nations weighed in and told us that colonization can be traumatic across generations and war. So what I want to do in the next few moments is to talk about evidence-based practices. They've been studied by research and they've proven to be effective. And there's 5 questions you should ask yourself about evidence-based practices. Who conducted the research? And where did they conduct it? So let me share with you 2 studies. One study proved that gay men and lesbian women drink more alcohol than heterosexual men and heterosexual women. Where did they do the studies? With gay men and lesbian women, they did the studies in gay bars where people were drinking alcohol. With heterosexuals, they mailed surveys to their homes. Everybody drinks more alcohol in bars. Something was wrong with the study. They did studies that revealed in the United States that Black Americans don't have a problem with gambling. Gambling can be an addiction too. And I had a problem with the studies because my grandmother was a saint. She went to church 8 days out of a 7-day week and gambled every day. My grandfather was the lead deacon in the church. He gambled every day. All my aunts and uncles played the lottery, played the horse races. They gambled, went to casinos. So a friend of mine who was a Harvard graduate asked the question, told me, if somebody shares some research that doesn't match your experience, you ought to find out where they did the study. So we asked him, where did you do the studies that proved that Black Americans don't have a problem with gambling? At Gamblers Anonymous meetings in white neighborhoods, there were no Black people in the studies. Has the approach been replicated and tried with a number of populations? In other words, here's what we're saying. Just because an approach is proven to work in Chicago doesn't mean it will work in Lagos, Nigeria, or Cameroon, or Mississippi, or Lithuania, or Spain. And then the final point I want to make is even if you're using an evidence-based practice to address trauma, addiction, and mental illness, you have to make it your own by sprinkling your culture in it. So the treatment of like complex trauma and PTSD is cognitive behavioral therapy. It's a kind of therapy where you listen to people's metaphors. And what we mean by that is what people say to themselves about what happened to them. What we found is a person's self-talk when they've been traumatized, what they say to themselves about what happened to them can sometimes cause them more damage than what happened to them. Let me tell you what I mean. A girl was sexually abused by her uncle when she was 13 years old. And she says to herself, I'm nasty, I'm dirty, I'm filthy, I'm a bad person, it's my fault. We believe that what she says to herself may do her more damage than what her uncle did to her. So she has to change her thinking about what happened to her. Otherwise, she might find herself dating people in her life, marrying people that continue to abuse her. Do you agree with that? If you do, you can give us a thumbs up. That what we say to ourselves about our trauma can cause us a lot of damage. Is that true? We found that non-talk therapy, like meditation when you close your eyes or deep breathing, helps a lot of people with their trauma. Do you know why, my friends? Let me ask you this. My brothers and sisters in Nigeria, have you ever hugged somebody and their whole body got tense? Their body tensed up, you gave them a hug? You ever had that experience? You're the greatest hugger in the world. But you hug that person, their whole body became really tense. It is because that trauma lodges itself in the body. You can experience some trauma in childhood. Your mind, your brain can forget the details of the trauma. Your whole body can remembers. You can shake somebody's hand and their body remembers their trauma. It holds on to the trauma. So deep breathing and meditation, closing your eyes, getting still, achieving internal peace can release some of the trauma from one's body. So Native Americans, some people think the first Africans to come to the United States are now called the Native American in the United States, are doing some of the best work at healing historical trauma. They're coming together and grieving and crying together. You see, the last time I was with you, I asked our brothers and sisters in Nigeria, have they ever came together as a whole country and healed all the horrible things that have happened to Nigeria, all the trauma? It says, no, we've never healed together. But Native Americans are coming together and they're crying together. And they're returning to the culture that was stolen from them. And they're healing historical trauma. And some of these tribes are putting together really high recovery rates. One of my heroes is a man by the name of Don Kois. And Dr. Kumbi, I think I probably have, about 10 minutes left? And Don Kois is Native American, the First Nation people that came to the United States. And he had got into recovery from alcoholism, but he felt pessimism because most of his tribe was still drinking alcohol heavy. They were drinking a lot. So he met with the elders. And let me suggest to you this. What I've learned from Native Americans is the one way you're going to heal addiction in Nigeria is you've got to connect with the elders, the older folks who remember the ancestors, because they know the way. The elders and the ancestors remember what the country was like before things fall apart. And Don asked the elders, what will be the sign that Native American people are ready to recover? And the elders told him that a sign will be that a white buffalo will be born somewhere in the United States. I don't know if you've ever seen a buffalo, but most buffalo are brown. And the miracle of God occurred. A white buffalo was born in the state where he lives. And that's the actual buffalo. So he saw it as a miracle from God. And so they started helping members of his tribe recover. And ultimately, they mobilized the whole community. They brought families together and addictions treatment facilities together and the church together and mental health centers and people in recovery and people who've gotten out of prison and people that can hire people with drug problems and citizens in that town and people who specialize in treating trauma. And some of these tribes have been able to put together 50, 60, and 70, and 80% recovery rates. Working together, healing together, grieving together, and returning to the culture that was stolen from them. There is a group of Canadian Indians, First Nation tribe in Canada that went from 100% alcoholism to 95% recovery. And they've maintained a 95% recovery rate for 45 years. They have maintained a 95% recovery for 45 years. And some of you are wondering, how can the entire tribe be alcoholic? It's simple. the mothers would drink alcohol while they were pregnant. And when the babies were born, they would experience withdrawal. The babies would start shaking when they were born. And they discovered the way you stop the babies from shaking is you give them alcohol. So babies were developing alcoholism. But how did they achieve a 95% recovery rate? One recovery at a time. They brought Alcoholics Anonymous to the reservation. They would encourage members of the tribe to go into drug treatment. And get this. Every time a member of the tribe would go into drug treatment, the rest of the tribe would come together and paint their house, give them new furniture, new paintings on the wall. They believed that if you left drug treatment and you came home to a new house with no bad memories, you would feel better about your recovery. Get this. They brought back their tribal religion, the teachings of the ancestors. The ancestors always know the way, and their cultural practices before colonialization. They reinstated the tree from the tribal council, and they taught their children, this is really important. Addiction is not a part of our culture. That's how we deal with our trauma. That's not who we are. You see, my friends, if you have Hennessy in Nigeria and marijuana and loud and heroin and crack and meth, one lesson we must teach the young. That is not our culture. We're a proud people. We're God-loving people. Our drug use is how we deal with our trauma. They thought it was important to have really great schools because if kids can give a good education, they can have hope. And then they started spreading this approach to other communities. I think in the name of time, oh, this is really nice. Talk about historical trauma. You know, not too far from Nigeria, there's a country called Liberia. The capital city of Liberia is Monrovia. 200 years ago, when James Monroe was president of the United States, he allowed a group of Africans to go back to Africa that were enslaved in the United States. So they went to Liberia, and as you know, they took over the country because they had come out of slavery in the United States and traumatized people. So as you know, they fought a 200-year civil war in Liberia. Those with American names fighting in a war against those who never left Liberia for 200 years. And this story tells the story of the power of one woman. On this book cover, she's a social worker. And she got tired of boys and men killing each other for 200 years. So she organized the women in Liberia. And these women went on a sex strike and a prayer vigil. They told the men, as long as you're killing each other, we're going to stop having sex. We're going to pray every day. And they stopped a 200-year civil war. Isn't that an original way to end a historical trauma? We want to try things until we figure out what works. In the United States, we have a lot of Christian-based drug ministries where just like the speaker before me was talking, Loretta, they've been organizing church groups, right, to address addiction within their congregation. We see that happening a lot in the United States. I just want to share with you one more thing, and then I'll stop talking. All right. So, do you remember hearing about September 11, 2001 in the United States when the World Trade Towers were attacked? If you remember that, would you raise your hand hearing about that? When those planes flew into the building, what you should know is that when that happened in New York City, the alcohol drinking in all 5 boroughs of New York City increased. Where you have trauma, you have more drinking of alcohol. And they asked people in New York City who survived that tragedy, what helped you survive? It was all physical stuff. Acupuncture, massage, yoga, any kind of movement, and dance. What you ought to know about us in the States, us African Americans in the States, is every 3 months, we develop a new dance. Every 3 months, we develop a new dance. And then we throw away those old dances and we bring new dances in. And as a trauma specialist, I figured it out. The reason we keep creating all these new dances, first off, that's the African in us. You see, when I was in Ghana, there was a lot of dancing, right? But what I discovered is through the dance and movement that we're removing trauma out of our bodies. You see, in the States, Black people go to church. Does church look like that in Nigeria? People raising their hands and they're shouting and they're singing and they're dancing. You see, what we're doing is removing trauma out of our body through singing and dancing and shouting. It is the African way, the way of the ancestors. I met with a Native American woman who was teaching Native American girls, teenage girls, Native American dance. And she told me that these girls knew nothing about their culture, nothing about their language. So they were teaching these girls Native American dance because they knew that once you lose your culture, then you're lost. That's why it's important to hold on to our language. And she told me her own story. She was sexually abused at age 6. She started drinking alcohol heavy at age 7. She returned to Native American dance at age 36. She got into recovery from alcoholism at age 37. She looked at me and told me that dancing was what got her sober. She was moving the trauma from her body through movement. All right, those are my words. But I do have a story for you and see if you have any questions or comments for me. Have any of you all ever saw the movie The Color Purple? The movie The Color Purple was filmed years ago. The producers was a man by the name of Steven Spielberg and a woman by the name of Oprah Winfrey. You know Oprah Winfrey, who built those schools for teenage girls in South Africa. And in the movie The Color Purple, there was a lot of violence, a lot of heavy drinking, and sexual abuse. And in the middle of the movie, there was a singer who showed up from Memphis, Tennessee. And her name was Shug Avery. And Shug Avery was a daughter of a preacher. Her father was a minister. Now, towards the end of the movie, she was going to go back to Memphis to sing. And true to African tradition, before she went back to Memphis, they held a dinner for her. And when we were in Ghana, West Africa, every time we left her home, they fed us first. So they had a dinner for Shug Avery. We haven't lost all of our culture, just most of it. So as she was leaving the home to go back to Memphis to sing after the meal. Her husband said to those remaining in the house, "You are the salt of the earth." So I became curious. Where does that phrase come from, the salt of the earth? I learned that that phrase, the salt of the earth, is in the Bible. Good people were called the salt of the earth. I learned that in ancient Rome, people were not paid in dollars and cents, they were paid in salt. You may have heard that phrase, "He is not worth his weight in salt." And I learned that in America, the United States, before we had refrigeration to keep food fresh, salt was used to preserve food. So salt was considered precious and sacred, which is exactly how I see you. Individuals who dedicated your life to helping others with their mental illness, their addiction, and their trauma. You truly are the salt of the earth. You know, there's an African proverb that said that spider webs, when united, can carry an elephant. So as you move to make a difference in addressing mental illness and addiction and trauma, the suggestion is not to go it alone, to do this together, and to continue to learn together. Thank you so much for allowing me the privilege to talk with you today. Thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Kumbi, for inviting me.
Yay. Thank you so much, Mark. Okay, we have some reactions. Thank you so much, everyone. My video is turned off now because my network is a bit.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Yes, thank you, Sophie. Thank you, Sophie, for coordinating everything.
You look like a
All right, so I think we have a question or two. Okay, so I'm just going to jump right into it. So there's a question that someone asked one of the speakers that we didn't get to address, but I think that's something you can address. So yeah, I just want to make sure we're not skipping anyone's question. Yeah, so I'll just read through. It says, I learned that, so this is coming from a medical student. I learned that everything we do, either negative or positive, is either to get love or to compensate for the lack of love. For parents who lacked genuine love or don't even have love, might have experienced trauma. So, what framework can they use to train a child away from substance use? Mind you, they can't give what they don't have. So, how can we approach that?
Yeah, so this thing we're talking about here is a marathon, not a sprint. And the best marathon runners in the world all come from Africa. They win all the marathons, right? So we know about long distance, right? So the parents never received love and maybe they were traumatized. So in an ideal world, we would work with the parents. And we would work with them around the love they didn't receive. And therefore, because they didn't receive that love, how difficult it is to give love to their children. And by the way, my friends, love is a verb, it's an action word. And what love really is giving your children, hello, Reverend Azabor. This is my pastor right here.
How are you, my friend?
I'm doing really good. Love is a verb. So we start working with parents on the trauma they experienced, the trauma they endured, but how important it is to start giving individual time to their children. My father convinced all 5 of his children that we were his favorite. You know how hard it is to convince every child you're their parents' favorite? Because he spent a lot of time with us together, but he also spent time with us individually, right? So they start breaking those patterns. It's a two-pronged process. You help them heal from what they didn't get so they can give their children what they need. And parents always want what's best for their children, even if they don't. So it's really hard. But then we teach parents, how do you start to believe that you're worthy of love? And some of it is that we help them figure out how not to blame themselves for what they didn't get from their parents or people who abused them. And, you know, Native Americans, you know, the original Africans in the States, they told me to share with you that once you help one member of a family make a life transformation, then you've helped that family for 7 generations. So you help one family, the next 7 generations in their family will benefit from it. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So my hunch, I've taken really good notes that you could use some curriculum on parenting and recovery, some curriculum on raising drug-free kids in a drug-free world. We have these curriculums in the States. See, we can be beautiful partners because this is what we have in the States. In the United States, we have all these evidence-based practices. And what you have in Nigeria and all over Africa is that you're closer to the teachings of the ancestors. You're in the motherland. And when we marry those two, the evidence-based practices that we have coming from the States with the traditional African teachings, that's how we're going to heal as a people.
Yep.
The ancestors knew how to raise children, how to love children. And it was always tribal.
All right. Okay, thank you so much for your response. So there's a follow-up question from same person that asked, I'm so sorry, my network glitched a bit, and so I can't see some previous questions that were asked, but once I get to them, we would certainly ask those questions. So please, if you sent in a question, can you resend it? Because I currently can't see any at the moment. I'm so sorry.
Well, I have a question for the group. They've been together all day, and you have a little bit more time to go. I want to ask this group, what's the one action they're going to take as a result of these hours? And by the way, you all can sit. You know, in the States, we're so addicted to our phones. You know, we can't see. You all been sitting all day since 7 o'clock in the morning, our time. What time is it there in Nigeria?
9.
Late?
9 o'clock.
9 at night? You all gonna be together almost midnight? Oh my Lord. Bless your soul.
I think it's a 7-hour difference.
Yes, you all are ahead of us. You're into the future. So my question to this group is, what's an action you're going to take as a result of all these hours you spent together? You're together tomorrow too. What are you going to do with this material? Are you going to let it shrivel up in the sun like a raisin in the sun? Or are you going to use this material? And Dr. Cumby, one of my first things is to figure out how can we make sure they have access to Narcan so we can save lives.
Yes. Yes.
So if there are no questions to me, I will just be a listener.
So someone responded to your question, Ayobami. She said, based on the question you asked everyone, she'll be the change, be the good Samaritan, encourage prevention, and of course, start with her family. I think that's
Nice.
beautiful. Yeah.
And I agree with Gandhi that we should never underestimate what one person is capable of achieving. Like I said, one social worker in Liberia stopped the 200-year civil war.
All right. So we also have another comment before you go. So from Counselor Joanne, she said there is music, folklore, dance, and oral history which can be fused to heal. So yes.
And what we've learned.
Okay, sorry. The question. Oh, sorry.
What we've learned is that those are the things
Please
that are
go
going to help
ahead.
us to heal. Those are the things that are going to help us to heal, for sure.
Yes, they will. So before we move on to our last speaker, I mentioned that there was a question that wiped off somehow because of my network. And so she has sent it again. This is from Michelle. So she's asking, for those traumatized, how can they blend with the world in relationship, social life, and still be successful?
I don't get the question fully. So can you repeat it?
Okay, can you hear me now? Is it better
Yes.
now?
Yeah, but I didn't get half of the question. So
Okay,
say the
great.
question again.
For those traumatized, how can they blend with the world in their relationship, social life, and still be successful?
Yeah, so there's a lot of, by the way, my friends, you'd be shocked how many therapists are trauma survivors. I'll just give you just one little more piece of my story. My mother left my father when I was in 3rd grade. As I mentioned, that was traumatic. She married my stepfather who would abuse her in front of us. That was traumatic. She would abuse us. That was traumatic. My father died smoking crack cocaine. That was traumatic. And 20 years ago, my first son died. And that was the biggest trauma of all. And so what I've learned is everything that does not kill you make you stronger. And I agree with Viktor Frankl, the Holocaust survivor, that the greatest source of life purpose is life pain. Show me a person's pain, I'll show you their purpose. My hunch is that a lot of you who are doing this work is because you've experienced some trauma yourself and you're using that to help other people, right? Barack Obama, our great president, had childhood trauma. His father left the family when he was a little boy, became president of the United States, right? Mm-hmm. The first order of business is that we help people heal their trauma. They start to learn things about who they can trust and who they can't trust. They figure out ways of not being re-traumatized in the future. In fact, research says one of the greatest determining factors of who will be traumatized is who was traumatized before. And then people start to actualize. They start to reach their potential. But just know that trauma survivors are walking around achieving success all over the world. And we can start to help them to heal beginning in childhood.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mark, once again. We're so
Thank
happy
you.
that you got to join us. Yeah. And Victory said, as for her, she'll work to break the stigma and be part of the mental health awareness team in her community.
Nice.
And of course, share this information to her family. So, yeah, it's been so nice having you here, Mark. Thank you so much once again. Yes, and thank you everyone for staying up until this point. I mean, you've been here for hours, and we sincerely do not take your presence for granted. So right now, we'll be having Reverend Didi come up. She's our last speaker for today, and I will just quickly play her introduction so we know a bit about her. And yeah, we'll jump right into her session. Thank you so much, everyone. Really so grateful that you're here. Okay.
Few people carry the weight of transformation like her. A woman whose life radiates the power of real, lasting change through God's grace. She's the founder and president of Sisters in Sobriety Transformed, Anointed and Healed. Sister, a non-profit that has supported countless women in their recovery journeys since 2006. She is both a substance use and cancer survivor, what she calls a 2-time drug survivor, living proof that healing is possible on every level. She's an ordained minister, a certified prison ministry trainer, and has spent over 30 years ministering hope and restoration to women behind bars and beyond. Her story is not just about recovery, it's about radical transformation. Get ready to be challenged, inspired, and changed. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Reverend Didi Osobo.
Thank you so much, Didi. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Uh-oh, I'm messing up slides here. Can you see my slides? No? Yes? Did I share yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, hold on. Let me downsize this and hit share. And here we go. Hopefully that. What about now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever part of the world you're in, depending upon your time zone. I want to thank you so much, you guys, for inviting Sister to be a part of this panelist session. But let me just put a disclaimer here right now. You just heard from my brother, my mentor, my friend, Mark Saunders, who's the guru of trauma, substance abuse, and mental health. I thank God for him. I thank God for our friendship. I thank God for our relationship. And I'm just excited, but I didn't want to come behind him. But nonetheless, be it as it may. He taught me well, though. He's my mentor. Yes, we want to thank you once again for this platform to be amongst all the wonderful, wonderful presenters that presented earlier. I mean, it's just been awesome. All day long, I've been kind of like working. I've been multitasking because I've been working for my job. Our church is having a convocation in New Orleans, Louisiana, where I had a friend that was being installed as a bishop. So I had to listen to some of that sermon. And then I was back and forth listening to all the wonderful presenters that have gone forth thus far. First and foremost, I need to thank my parents, my mother, Mary, my father, David. They instilled in me great values and morals. They guided me. And in their absence, I just always like to acknowledge them because I'm who I am because of them. And then today is also kind of like a bittersweet day for me because it's my brothers who I was so close to. There was 5 of us, and he and I were the closest in age as well as far as I'm concerned in relationship. Today was the day that he made his transition 10 years ago. So I want to acknowledge him as well, who was my rock. I do accounting. He was an accountant revenue auditor for the state of Illinois. And I spent a lot of time picking his brain, asking him information, just like I do my brother Mark, when it comes to substance abuse and recovery and things of that nature. And then lastly, my third grade teacher, Miss Cartwright, she made her transition this year. And she was the one, when I was 8 years old, saw something that I didn't see. I don't know what she saw, but I didn't see it. But anyway, she told me, she said, Cecile, that's my government name. You've got a mouth on you and, you know, you're going to go places, but I'm the only teacher in this classroom because I would always suggest to her things that I thought she should teach. You know, she's like, you're not the teacher, so go and sit down. But I thank God for her. I thank God for her guidance. She followed me when I was ordained. She was at my ordination service over 20 years ago. When I had my first program for Sister, when we did our first fundraiser, she was there supporting me. She supported me financially throughout the years up until the time of her passing, up until really when she got sick a couple of years ago. So I'm only who I am because of these people, and I thank God for them. Also, I'm not sure if she's on today, but my dear friend, Dr. Lucy Willis, she works very closely with me in Sisters. In some of the various places that I'll share with you a little later where we've been. So I want to thank her for her support and for her prayers and just being my rock as well. And then Dr. Kelly Gage, who's going to come on tomorrow, I want to thank her for her sisterhood as well. And then we thank Dr. Kunde. Thank you for the invitation. You and Miss Sophie, I appreciate both of you guys. Thank you for putting up with us these past couple of months, trying to organize and get things together. And we're just happy to be here. But I tell you, you know, you've heard from the trailblazer already, and I thank God for him. So let me just pray before we get started, because I'm coming off a work computer and I need to refresh myself and put my mind in the space and place that I like to be in, and that's dealing with women in recovery. Eternal God, we come before you, first of all, thanking and praising you for this day. For this is truly the day that you have made, and we have been rejoicing and being glad in it. We thank you, Father God, for this conference. We thank you for all those that participated, Lord. We thank you for all those, Father God, that are here today with us, Father God, to glean from this information, to get support, to get help, to get recharged, to get restarted, Father God, and go out and do the work that needs to be done. But I pray right now that the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart will be acceptable to you, Father God. I give your name all the praise, all the glory, and all the honor. In the matchless name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen. All right, let's get started. Welcome to Recovery Management. We're going to talk about Caterpillar to Butterfly, because I know that was probably on the form that was sent out about what this session is all about. But Caterpillar to Butterfly was created to be a vehicle to help with recovery management. It's one thing to use, to abuse. You go to treatment, you get all clean, you stay there for 30, 60, 90 days, however long. And then you come out and you can't manage what it is that you just dealt with to be clean and sober. And I tell the women the first step is getting there. Whether you take an Uber, you come on the L train. In Chicago, we have an L train. Or if Ray drop you off, or Pookie, whomever, you woke up and decided to wash your face, brush your teeth, comb your hair, and you were going to come for treatment because you were tired of being sick and tired. I hate when people say that because I always like to know, well, what are you sick and tired of? Well, these women were sick and tired of getting high and being high, right? So I am Dee Dee Osborne, like they've already shared, and I'm the president and founder of this organization called Sister. I like to think of recovery as a return to a normal state of health, mind, and strength. The word recovery starts with re. That means to be able to do over. The action or process of regaining possession or control of something. We're trying to get control of our lives. Our lives have become unmanageable. That's step one, right? So now we're trying to get control of our lives again. And then the whole thing around management, it's the process of planning, organizing, leading, and controlling resources to achieve specific goals. What are we trying to do? We're trying to stay sober. Why? Because we have our children at home. We need to get back home to the babies. We need to stay sober even for ourselves because we've been twisted and tore up for God knows how many years, right? So as we prepare to regain the possession of our life by reorganizing and redirecting our pathway of sobriety. Recovery is always an option. Let me repeat that. Recovery is always an option. Every day is a day to restart, restore, rebuild, and repair. I mean, even the scripture tells us he gives us new mercy every single day. God gives us new mercy. What do we do with it? It's up to us as to what we do with it. Now, today, I can say that some may still be recovering from COVID. I didn't get COVID when it first started. I mean, when it was real high and everyone was getting sick and people were dying, unfortunately. I got COVID on the back end. It was like 4 years later. I ended up having COVID 3 times in 1 year. Every 4 months, I was sick with COVID. I'm like, well, what is this? Well, I put my guards down. I stopped wearing my mask. I would carry around, I had alcohol that I carried around all the time with me because I would spray stuff constantly. But I took my guards down. You know, during the period of COVID, people were trying to scramble and figure out what's going on. What is the world, going to come to? Is this the end? We weren't broken. We were just responding. A lot of people felt like they were broken. We weren't broken. We were just responding. Okay. Our humble beginnings. Sister Humble Beginnings started in April 6, 2006. We became a non-for-profit 501c3. That means we were able to put together programs that would help women in treatment center and recovery homes, in the jails, so on and so forth. And we wouldn't have to pay taxes on this money we received because all the money would go back out into all the programs that we would put together. We got coaches and facilitators to help us to come together because one of the things that I realized, I did prison ministry and still doing it for years, started in 1992. And one of the things after going into the penal institution, realized that they have programs designed for men all day long. But when it came to women, they would tweak. We are right brain, we're emotional. Men are left brain, they're logical. So we had to put together programs that we, to help us understand why we flush everything through our emotions. Not to say that we should be governed by them, but that's how we are as women. It's like, when you call your girlfriend, you can get on the phone and talk all day long and hang up and think about something you forgot to tell her. You call her back, you can talk another 2 or 3 hours. Whereas with men, like I tell the women, you go to the store to get the bacon, the eggs, the bread, or what have you. You run into a friend that you haven't seen in years and you guys chit-chat about the time you get home, you're all excited. wanting to tell him about this situation. And all he wants to know is, did you get the bacon? Did you get the eggs? And when are you going to cook breakfast? We can talk about all that other stuff later. So that's how we are. So we were established in 2006. We're coming up to our 20th year anniversary next year. Woohoo! We're working with women from all walks of life, regardless of their ethnicity, their race, their finance, their sexual orientation, or religion. Drugs and or alcohol has no preference and does not discriminate. Okay, that's good. Let me say that one more time. Drugs and or alcohol has no preference and does not discriminate. How do I know? Because the treatment center that I'm in now, that I go to and do groups every week, I have witnessed Black, white, young, old, transgender, you name it. I witnessed them all, lesbians, and I treat them all the same way. I make no discrimination. So in order to break these barriers, we have to accept the challenges that we are up against, the racial barriers, the sexual orientation barriers, the financial and religious barriers. Disclaimer, I am an ordained minister, like they've already said, for over 20 years. But I have 38 years of sobriety. 38 years of sobriety. And I have 15 years of being recovered from breast cancer surgery. So I beat drugs twice. I tell people I beat street pharmaceutical drugs, and I beat Northwestern, which is the hospital where I was treated for the cancer that I was going through. And also, my beloved spiritual daughter, Lord rest her soul, that I mentored and sponsored for years, came from a prominent Muslim family here in the city. We found the way to love on each other, irregardless to what we believed in terms of our religion, okay? And it worked. I mean, I don't have biological children, but if I would have had a child, it would have been her. The king shall answer and say unto them, verily I say unto you, inasmuch as you have done this unto the least of these, my brethren, you have done it unto me. God is not making a distinction. So as I share my story and allow God to do what only he can do, and that is to bring forth the increase. He said, some plant, some water, but only he would bring the increase. He reminds me daily that I cannot clean fish that I have not caught. Okay, who is Sister? What are they about and who do we serve? Sister is an acronym for Sisters in Sobriety, Transform, Anointed, and Heal. Yes, we are non-for-profit, 501c3. Prayerfully, with the new administration, they won't take our status away from us. Okay, so what do we do and who do we serve? We started in the Women's Treatment Center back in 2006. The Women's Treatment Center, unfortunately, is closed today because of various reasons, but it was a wonderful place where women could come and bring their children. They could stay with their children. They interacted with other children, and it was just a good environment for the women to be in while they were trying to get their lives in order. We started in detox. These women came in off the streets of Chicago, tore up from the floor up. I mean, and I was just like, oh my goodness, this is the first group we're going to get. I mean, I had done prison ministry before, but this is the first introduction I had to dealing with women on drugs, other than the women that I knew that were doing drugs with me back in the day. And I had to remind them constantly, this is just stabilization. That's all it is. You're just getting stable. They would nod in the groups. The nurse or the caseworker would come by and make them wake. I said, no, don't wake them up. I'm talking to their spirit. It's fine. They're taking methadone to come off heroin. These women are still high. And I would tell them, always drink a lot of water. Please drink the water, because I've even drank a lot of water even when I was going through with breast cancer surgery and the meds that they would give me, the chemo and all that stuff, because I wanted to flush my system out. And I would constantly remind them, drink a lot of water, eat all the peanut butter sandwiches that they have around here, because you need the protein. The struggles from coming off heroin, I witnessed that on the streets of Chicago But it broke my heart when I had to witness it in the treatment center with the women at the Women's Treatment Center. We left the Women's Treatment Center, went on to Dwight Correctional Center. Now, Dwight Correctional Center was a max penitentiary for women, and they operated from 1930 to 2013. Sister was allowed to do some work and workshops with them. We did a seminar called Peeling the Onion. We did one that's, where you take the onion layer by layer, which represented your life. And of course, the things that you experienced in your life would make you cry. So we talked about, and when you're peeling an onion, the onion's going to make you cry. And we just had to, just do it in baby steps. We couldn't do it very fast because some of the stuff that they had to deal with was a little bit too much, and being incarcerated at the same time in trying to process it. We also talked to them about parenting. We taught parenting education classes because not only did we want to equip them while they were inside the institution, we wanted to give them life skills that would help them once they came back home to be with their family and their children. From there, we went over to Grace House Recovery Home. Grace House, we spent time with the women there who were transferred from the Cook County Jail. They were there to finish out their time and to get assistance while becoming back acclimated into mainstream society after recovery. Sisters would put together what we call my sister's closet, where I would have all my friends who have very nice clothes, donate clothes, jewelry, shoes, all kind of accessories. And we would give them shopping bags and just let them go in and shop. Get whatever you want. We would let each one take a turn, and then we would go back the second time, the third time, until all the stuff was gone. We also provided women to come in and give them mini facials. They gave them manicures. We want the women to feel good while going through. It's important that you're feeling good while going through. Then we ended up at Cook County Sheriff's Department. It was called the Furlough Group, where they would have the women, they were incarcerated, but they weren't with the women that had done other crimes, hardcore crimes. This was a unit that they put together because they decided, well, substance abuse. We want to rehabilitate them. We want to help them to get their lives back in order so they can go back until to their family members, get back, out on the streets. But it was required that they would do time. During the time that they were there, it was required for them to do these groups all day long. Now, one of the things I was involved in, I was thankful to be a part, to be able to come in and run Caterpillar to Butterfly. This is when we started the Caterpillar to Butterfly Change and Transformation. But I would sit sometimes with the staff doing staffing. And I recall them asking me one time, well, Minister Didi, can you tell us, why do Black women spank their children? Now, these were Caucasian women that had gone to some of the most prestigious schools here in Chicago, Adler downtown. I says, well, I think you may have to ask your great-grandfather. And it took them by surprise. They were shocked because they were like, well, why would you say that? I'm like, well, they taught our ancestors this is a form of discipline. When you would beat the slaves, when you would put them in check, it was a form of discipline. Then I had the privilege of reading Dr. Joy DeGroove's book, Post-Traumatic Slavery Syndrome. And that opened my eyes to a whole lot of information. But it's interesting because these clinicians and psychiatrists, some psychologists, it was kind of hard for them to really do intake on these women because they didn't understand the language in which these women spoke. We know drugs have a culture, right? So they would talk about my wife-in-law, and they're like, well, what is a wife-in-law? And they would say, well, I'm in this stable with this guy over here. They're like, well, why do they consider themselves living in a stable? I said, well, they're all involved in this one man that's considered their John, their pimp. So their wife-in-law, the other prostitutes that are part of this stable, that are part of this household, that are all under the same roof. So it was very interesting that during the time that I spent over there, not only did I run my program, introduce Caterpillar to Butterfly Change and Transformation, I also had to help teach these highly educated women about how to do an intake on our sisters that was coming through the door. And I was so thankful to be able to teach Caterpillar to Butterfly because it's all about transform from within. Not to be conformed to the world, but to be transformed from the inside out, right? The word teaches us, do not be conformed to this world, but to be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. That's key. The renewing of your mind, that ye may prove that which is good and acceptable and perfect will of God. And after about maybe 6 to 8 weeks, we would award the women certificates. They would get butterfly certificates so they could go to court, show the judge, I'm complying. I'm doing my groups. I'm completing the assignment. I go to groups every day. I go to this group. I go to that group. This would help to reduce their sentencing. We served there from like 2013, I think, to about 2017. Then we moved over to the Haymarket Center. Now, the Haymarket Center is so unique because it's a comprehensive drug facility treatment program. I mean, I think they were one of the few programs that did both mental illness and drugs. So it was wonderful because back in the day, they called it MESA, Mentally Ill and Substance Abuse. And I was part of that group under another agency called Free in One, which was free from drugs and alcohol, one in Christ. But when Sister started there in 2018, we were even going in parts of COVID. They were allowing us to come in and work with the women. We're currently working with the women in what they call WIT, W-I-T, which is Women Integrated Treatment. We work with these women, and they're also, some of them have mental illness disorders. But we provide medicine without chemicals. I'm glad you asked. What is medicine without chemicals? It's L-O-V-E, love. We come in and we share, we love on the women. We share the Caterpillar to Butterfly Change and Transformation seminar information. The facility even allows us to do spiritual groups, but we're not too preachy, and we're very respectful of what others believe. I thank God that we even practice the 12 steps. We have one step a month that we do because there are 12 months in the year, right? So every month we start a new step. This month we're wrapping up step 7, which is humbly ask Him, God, to remove all of our shortcomings. We talk about harm reduction and the need not to flip one addiction for the other. We have to be careful. We may say, oh, I stopped using drugs. Okay, that's wonderful. That's a start. But now you're drinking 3 pots of coffee a day? Are you smoking 2 packs of cigarettes? We don't want to flip one addiction for the other, right? We share on addictive thinking and character defects. That also comes into play. We talk about how drugs has a culture. So it's not only important to be detoxed from the drugs and the alcohol, you have to be detoxed from the culture. What is the culture? The people, places, and things. And that's very interesting. I'm going to elaborate a little bit more on that, but we also help the women to focus on their strengths, because we don't just want to talk about the negative things that they're dealing with, but they've got some, these women, they're not, they don't just wake up and decide they want to be high and they want to be addicted and on drugs. I mean, they come from various backgrounds. I mean, some of them were doctors. I mean, some of them, made six-digit figures. So they're not all, people that you may just see in the streets like I do sometime in the alley shooting up. But no, that's not always the case. So, we try to deal with them and meet them where they are, because this is not a cookie cutter thing, right? We can't just put everybody in the same basket. So we focus on their strengths and goal setting. It's important. We, like was shared earlier, you do the short-term goals so that you can accomplish things and feel good about yourself. And then you do the long-term goals. When I leave here, what do I want to do? Who are the people that I need to find in order to help me to do some of the things that I want to do? Okay. Let me see. Oh, and the main thing is helping them to understand, with the caterpillar to butterfly, you are this worm. You are in a cocoon when you're here in the treatment facility. But as you're here in the cocoon and you're getting life skills seminars and you're getting all this information, you're spinning, and pretty soon you're going to shed all that old man, all of that old stuff, and you're going to see this beautiful butterfly that's going to come forth. We prepare them for the next step, whether it's going back home to their families and their children, or if they're going to the treatment, another recovery home, not a treatment center, but a recovery home. I always like to take them bite-sized treats. I have to be careful because, again, we don't want to flip addiction one for the other, but I always take them bite-sized treats because I tell them at the end, I'm going to give you this treat because I hope the sweetness of the treat will remove the bitterness of the day. Sister likes to celebrate them even while they're going through the process of change. What is our vision? We transform women to live fully functioning, productive lives. What is our mission statement? We seek to encourage, empower, and equip women to change their lives to become fully functioning members of society after substance abuse. We aim to assist in the transformation process of recovery while ultimately enabling women to take the responsibility to maintain healthy, sober lives. That's why I love recovery management. It's designed to assist with continuing care after the transformation process of being recovered. Sobriety is not a one-time event, but a lifestyle that has to become a way of life. Therefore, one must learn how to maintain and manage after treatment. You have to practice using the tools you receive in groups and therapy to stay focused to stay focused with your cognition and things that can be triggers. Plan to organize and control our thoughts, our feelings, our actions in order to stay the course. What do we say in group? It will work if you work it. And I found this next picture. I really love this next slide because it really helps to share, to show how the worm goes through so many different things before becoming this beautiful butterfly. But they have to find their way. They're turned upside down. And that's how some of these women feel. They feel like their lives have been turned, and they literally have been turned upside down. So as they're in the cocoon at the treatment facility, they're just learning how to spin and spin. And it's also helping. I told them, I said, think about it. You're here with all these other women. This is a community. You have to learn how to communicate. You have to learn how to communicate to others. You have to learn how to get back with your families. You have to, and some of them, oh, they're getting on my nerves. Oh, yeah, that may be true. But what's going to happen when you leave here? I'm like, there's so many women that would love to be in these seats. So you really need to sit back, put on your seatbelt, put your table tray upright, and enjoy the turbulence and the ride. Because when you leave, hopefully you will not be returning and coming back, right? I want them to flap their wings and fly. Yes, we want them to fly. I don't know how that got there. Oh, excuse me. Let me get this out of our way. Oh, I can't pull this down. We're preparing our tube belt. How are we preparing our tube belt? We're learning to meditate, spiritual guidance. Let me see. We'll put it down here. Okay. Spiritual guidance. Meditating is interconnection. You're getting in tune not only with yourself, but also with God, right? We're three parts. We're world conscious, we're self-conscious, and we're spiritual conscious, right? World conscious, feel, touch, smell. That identifies with the world. Your self-conscious is your soul. You house everything in your emotions, your will, why you do what you do. All of that is, housed in your soul. And then you're God conscious, okay? I mean, when you're spiritual conscious, that brings you in tune with God, right? So try to meditate. I really urge and encourage people to meditate. I tell the ladies at least 3 times, 30 minutes a day, 10 minutes in the morning, 10 minutes in the afternoon, and 10 minutes at night. Just quieting yourself. Put the day to rest. Before you go to bed, put the day to rest. Think about things that you did. Think about how it happened. Think about how you could have done something differently. Think about how you could have encouraged somebody, how your words were more cutting. Think about your actions. Think about your nonverbal communication, because that speaks louder sometimes than verbal communication, right? So we really encourage them to meditate. Then the other thing we want them to do is understand the need for meetings. Meetings are important. When you leave the treatment facility, when you go back home, find you a meeting, whether it's all women, if it's co-ed meeting, make sure you're not in there looking for somebody because you're in there still trying to maintain what you was able to learn while you were in treatment. Peer groups, that's so important. Get with your peers that are going through sobriety. Talk about what you're going through. I mean, what you're going through is probably the same things that they're going through, and what the way you handle it will be a help and an assistance to them if you share how you will overcome some things. A sponsor. That is really crucial because a sponsor will help you. And I tell people to be balanced. Get a sponsor that's your peer. Get a sponsor that's over you, whether they're older or had more clean time than you. And then one of the things about recovery is giving back. So get someone that has less clean time than you. Be with someone that they may be older or younger. I don't know, but they should have less clean time than you. So you can have that mentor-mentee relationship going all the time, right? Again, we're talking about detoxing from the lifestyle. That's important because the lifestyle brings about so much stuff. You know, one of the things about the lifestyle, about having a culture, I'll get into that a little more, but because I really want to elaborate on that because that's key. Because the women thinks, oh well, you know, I can go back and hang around this person, or I can go and be around them. No, you cannot. They will get you high before you can get them sober. You can't do that. So you have to be very, very careful about the people, places, and the things. Recovery skills. I tell them when they're giving you recovery skills in these groups, some women get irritated. They don't like to hear it. They like, oh, I don't want to hear that stuff. Eat the fish and spit out the bones. Take what you need, and actually should take all of it because this is part of your tool belt. Because when you're building a house, you need all kind of tools, right? So you may not need that specific tool right then and there, but 3 months, 6 months later, you're going to need that tool. So you really need to listen and pay close attention to what's being said in groups. Therapy, individual or group. I think it's very important that you get to talk therapy where you can share what's on your mind. You can share what you're going through, how you're processing, how you're not processing. Because we're very emotional, and we need to have a space and place where we can share some of that information. Remember to enjoy the journey and not to be concerned with the destiny. Okay. Oh, let me put a disclaimer here. Before I show the next couple of slides, I don't know if anyone's on the call that may be recovering or going through. So there may be some paraphernalia, there may be some drugs, because I'm just trying to expound and elaborate, in my presentation here. But I don't want to cause anybody to have, as Mark was talking about earlier and others were alluding to, the triggers. We have to be very careful about our triggers. Smiling faces. Smiling on the outside, but suffering in silence on the inside. We are only as sick as the secrets we keep. They said smiling faces sometimes tells lies. Don't be afraid to seek out help. Don't allow peer pressure to hold you down or feel like you have to fit in. Seek internal validation and less external stimulation. Let me say that again. Seek internal validation and less external. Seek internal validation and less external stimulation. Don't be afraid to speak up if you witness something that is not right. Don't allow yourself to go back to the old acquaintances, especially if they're still using. Remember, they'll get you high before you can get them sober. Okay? Again, the culture. You know what he looks like, you know what the drug dealer smells like, you know what the kind of clothes he wears, you know the cologne he wears, you know where he's going to be hanging out, the places where he's going to be hanging out, you know the kind of car he drives. We know it all. And the things we do to get it. We will drive a car with no gas and we're going to cop our drugs. We do all kind of crazy things that we're not even aware of because we're on these mind-altering substances when we're using, that all we can think about is the drugs. They're talking to us. They're calling our names. But you have to stop. And like I share with the ladies, detox from the people, detox from the places, and detox from your addictive thinking, because stinking thinking is stinking behavior all day long. I'm going to keep going here because I know we got time. You guys have been sitting a long time today. I'm almost finished. Hitting rock bottom. One is too many, but 1,000 is not enough. I'm sure some of you may have heard that. We say it in the room all the time. You're chasing that first high. You cannot allow yourself to chase that first high. You'll never get it. You'll never get it. Your life is worth it. So we need to really stop and seriously stop and ask God to save you, because he tells us, for the Son of Man came to seek and save that which were lost. That's the word of God in Luke 19:10. But we can't allow these barriers to hold us back, whether it's finance, whether it's sexism, whether it's ageism. Some people think they're too old and, that their life is over. They think they can't, get the help that they, I don't care how old you are, how young you are, if you're using, help is available. Help is available. But then I had to remind myself, recovery is not for those who need it. Recovery is for those who want it. You have to take steps, not just the 12 steps. The first step is admitting truth is true, but the first step is getting to the treatment center to admit. You have to make up your mind that you're sick and tired of being sick and tired of doing the same thing and expecting a different result, because we call that insanity. You cannot do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. It's just not going to happen. And remember, there's nothing that can separate you from the love of God. That's Romans 8:38. Please take the first step, even if it's just a leap of faith. Or if nothing else, practice harm reduction. Try to use less. Try to smoke less cigarettes. Try to drink less alcohol. God promised you to never leave you nor forsake you. Now, the Lord himself goes before you, and he will be with you. He will never leave you or forsake you. He says, do not be afraid and do not be discouraged. Now, we talked about, we didn't talk about, others have talked about some of the flags, the red flags someone's using. I concur with them as well. Physical changes, weight loss, fidgety, short attention span, borrowing money, you're having financial and legal troubles, changing habits and priorities, disregarding consequences, make up excuses all the time. But then I have to ask another question. What about a functioning addict or an abuser? Because that's how I was. I functioned. I went to work. I paid my bills. But as the old saying go, I was living for the weekend. Thursday through Saturday, it was party, party, party. But I went to work every day. I paid my bills. And my crazy way of thinking is, I'm not hurting anybody. I'm functioning. I'm fine. Addiction is both a brain disorder and a mental illness that affects millions of people each and every year. We need to treat it as a disease, or as I would call it when I was going through breast cancer, it's a dis-ease. Not a disease, it's a dis-ease, but we need to treat it just like any other disease that goes on. Now, the National Institute of Drug Abuse defines drug addiction as the 3 C's, and this part I love. It's a compulsive behavior with continual use despite harmful consequences, and it produces long-term changes in the brain. How do we deal with intervention? Now, that differs between the person, the individual, and the circumstance. So you have to be careful, like the doctor alluded to earlier. You just can't, depending upon where a person is, you just can't go in there and bum rush them about an intervention. Because if they're on the edge, they may just go over. Now, the stages of change, you have to get them to see the pink elephant in the room. Pre-contemplation, forget it. No intention whatsoever of changing their behavior. Then you get those that are in contemplation. They're aware the problem exists, but with no commitment to the action. But then you have to help them with the preparation, the intent to take action to address the problem. The action is being active modification of behavior. And then the maintenance. We have to sustain the change. It's work. It's work, my friends. This isn't easy. But again, it's worth it. Your life is worth it. I tell the ladies, don't let people put you on a discount rack. Don't let them discount you. Your life is worth it. It's worth it. God said we are fearfully and wonderfully made. Then the last thing in the stages of change is relapse. We don't want to fall back into those patterns of old behavior. Okay? Peer groups, again, seek out someone that you can trust, someone that you're comfortable, as it was shared earlier. Don't just go to a busybody. talk to somebody that will, even if they don't do anything as far as giving you advice, just listen, be a good listener. Make your meetings. Do not disregard the meetings. That's crucial. Okay, then there's some statistics that I was able to come up with the United States. We have close to 2 million, we probably have 2 million people now incarcerated with the way they're doing with ICE. But we have these people, and most of the cases are drug cases. They're drug related. Why are these people in jail? They have a drug problem. I mean, they're not gonna, you may stop using drugs because you can't, well, then some jails you can't get drugs too in the States. I don't know about in Nigeria, but you definitely can get them in the States. Mark, you made me go back to Nigeria. I'm like, oh my goodness. When you were talking about Nigeria earlier, I was thinking about my trip when I went years ago, and it was just so many great memories. I think every Black American needs to make a pilgrim trip and go to Africa. I was just in South Africa in 2023, and we were, doing some substance abuse stuff, and it was wonderful. That's good soil. That soil, I mean, it's wonderful soil. You need to go to see what your heritage, where you came from, why you do some of the stuff that you do, why we dance the way that we dance, why we're late to so many things. Okay, we got final tips and takeaways. My time is winding down. Substance abuse is not a light switch. I tell people you can't turn it off and on. You can't turn it off and on. Trauma and mental health have triggers. My brother has already shared on the trauma and the triggers that go along with trauma and mental health. Substance abuse and mental health are classified as dual diagnosis, or back in the day, like I said, we called it MISA, mentally ill and substance abuse. Please, please don't be afraid or embarrassed to seek help. Help is there if you need it. Help is there if you want. You have to want to, we say a closed mouth don't get fed. So if you don't share with somebody what you're going through, how's anybody going to know? When I went through my treatment for cancer, not my cancer, but the cancer, I had to have 16 chemo treatments. 16 every week for 16 weeks, I had to endure 3 hours of infusion. I said, I am not doing this alone. We put together what we call the juice bar because I couldn't, it wasn't therapeutic at the time for me to say chemo. We put together the juice bar. I had women from my church to sign it. My girlfriend in San Diego, she put the list together. We called each session a different kind of juice, kiwi, strawberry. And one young lady, when she came the first time, because it was red, it had a pinkish color, and you could see it through this long syringe and that was going through the port, connected to my port. She really thought it was juice. I said, no, honey, that's chemo. Those are drugs. So I had to endure this for 16 weeks. But if I hadn't spoke up, I wouldn't have had nobody to do it with me. And I told them, you can share your experience, just don't share what my doctor is discussing with me, because he would come into the room and there would be 2 or 3 women every time. They thought they were coming to the hospital just to sit in the lobby and wait for me. I'm like, oh, no, you're going in the room with me. If I got to be here for 3 hours, you're going to come in and hold a conversation with me. Again, like you said, I had to do acupuncture to calm my nerves. Sometimes I would be stressful. The anxiety on me was heavy. I didn't want drugs in my system. My system was clean. I didn't even like taking aspirins after I stopped using drugs. It was clean. But in order for me to live, I had to go through what I went through. But I wasn't going to do it alone. I had made up my mind. I'm not doing this alone. Same thing with substance abuse. You don't have to do this alone. There are many people like ourselves and others who are willing to help you. Life is not a straight line. We have many turns and curves. Everybody go through a detour. Everybody have to hit a red light. Everybody have to, do a turn here and there. Pull over because you got a flat tire. Life is not a straight line. So don't feel like you're isolated and all alone. Practice, practice, practice patience, loving on yourself, and forgiving yourself. Find your great support person, group, or sponsor like we talked about earlier. You're not broken. You're not broken. You're just responding. All right, we are coming to the close. Again, I am Dede Ozibour, the president and founder of Sisters in Sobriety, Transform, Anointed, and Heal, also known as SISTA. I have a heart to let you know how much I love you and appreciate you. But I also have you a treat today. I have your little ice cream cone, your imaginary ice cream cone. So I hope if there was anything that was said, it would help to remove the bitterness of what was shared. God bless you and thank you so much. Miss Sophie.
Yay.
We're
Thank
wrapping
you
up the
so
end
much,
of the day.
Reverend.
These people have been patient all day long.
It was fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone, for staying till this time.
Yes, yes.
All right. Thank you, Miss Didi. Thank you so much for this
You're
fantastic.
so welcome. You're so welcome, Doc. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the invitation.
And we'll definitely be sharing your contact, everybody's contact and info at the end, so everybody has your stuff. I don't know if you have any questions. We have some questions or.
Not okay. There's a question here. Yes, I'll just read through. This is from Michelle. She's saying, "Okay, thank you, sir. I think that was for Mark. So thank you, sir. I hope to be. I already have a mental. Oh, I think she has a question for you, Reverend Didi. But let me just go through all she typed. So thank you, sir. I hope to be a force. I already have a mental health club group in Nigeria of over 300 members. I am not just motivated, inspired and more equipped to help over here. However, based on my experience with some traumatized persons, they always tell me now that they hate themselves and don't think they deserve to be free. Mr. Mark, how can I help? And then to our current speaker and founder of Sister, at their daily routines, one can participate in to feel better or be happier in terms of things like consistent daily anxieties. Because most times, every day feels like they are drowning in their negative thoughts. How do we relieve this? Because some rape victims hate themselves. So we have two questions, one for Mark and then one for Reverend Didi. Yeah.
So can we just say, like, if somebody's experienced a rape and they go through the process of, say, reporting it and talking to people about it, in many instances they talk to a lot of men and they wind up feeling worse. People treat them like it didn't happen or that it's their fault. So there's a value in speaking with compassionate women who look you in the eye in a way that says you're somebody, you have a sense of somebodyness, and who has the ability to tell them this is not your fault that what happened to you.
Right.
And to give what happened to them a name, right? And then, one can benefit from the ability to, because I talk negative all the time too, but just to train yourself how to go from like talking negative to quickly turn it around. No, this is not my fault. I don't hate myself. I love myself.
Right.
I deserve to be treated special. God loves me.
Right.
So you counter all that negativity with positivity. And then Dr. Didi talked about, then we have to watch who we spend our time with, because truly, for many of us, when we're in a dangerous situation, we have that mechanism in our brain that tells me the danger's around, I better get out of here. They found that lots of people who have experienced a lot of childhood trauma, sexual assault, etc., that part of their brain is not working as well. So they might find themselves in a space or situation where they can be re-traumatized over and over and over again. Who's ever working with them, and Dr. Didi talked about these places, talk to them about where are those places that you need to stay away from, where you can be re-traumatized. Last thing I want to say about that is that women will tell you some stories, and that's why we work with women in groups and why women work with women in groups. Just when you think you've heard it all, a woman one time told me that she's so happy that she doesn't smoke crack cocaine anymore because now she no longer has to have sex with her drug dealer's dog. Drug dealer would ask her to have sex with his dog in order to give her drugs on credit. Then she went to a women's group and told her story, and other women in that space said, me too, I went through that too. And they give her a hug, and she starts to feel love. And shame gradually starts to diminish. Shame hates exposure. Now, Reverend Didi said, we're only as sick as our secrets, right? When she's around women and she shares her story and they still care about her, eventually the veil of shame begins to be lifted. It's more of a marathon than a sprint.
Right, right.
All right,
Take that
thank
answer,
you so
Sophie.
much. Yeah, I was going to ask if you have anything
Sure.
to add to what Mark
No, I
shared.
just, I concur with Mark. I agree with Mark. And I learned that through treatment because there was a lot of, there was about a group of us, maybe 8 of us, that were going through treatment in terms of our cancer at the same time. And when one would, have their last chemo treatment, we would ring the bell and, we would bring in cupcakes, and it was a support group. I didn't have to go to a support group because they were my support system. And it's not to say that you have to go through in order to be empathetic to what someone else is going through. You don't have to strike the match and get burned in order to know it'll burn you. But it helps when, especially when someone can relate and be a little bit more empathetic to your situation. So I wouldn't advise, that's why I started Sister, because again, most programs are designed for men, and women, they take that same program and they tweak it. And that's not fair to us. I mean, and I talk to brothers that are going through substance abuse problems. I have no problem sharing with them as well. But I think it's also crucially important. I mean, women birth civilization. Okay. So I'm liberated through submission. So I haven't, burnt my bra. And I'm like, yo, let's go women. But I'm just saying we have to support women in all areas, because we don't support each other. We don't admonish, we don't esteem. We're too busy being catty. It takes nothing away from me to compliment another woman. It takes nothing away from me, to help my sister in a time of need. So yeah, I definitely, agree with Mark. When you find that likeness and you feel like you can let your guards down, because the other interesting piece, I'm gonna share this right quick. I can talk about chemo and cancer in my church. But I got to be careful talking about cocaine, because it's a stigma. So we have to learn how to break all those barriers that we're dealing with.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have
Thank you
any
so much.
You're welcome, Miss Sophie.
No more questions. So, Michelle, I hope that answered your question. And then Councillor Joan is saying this was such a beautiful summary for the day. So, God bless all our speakers. Africa is home to all and will definitely be a safe space for all our brothers and sisters around the globe. So, we look forward to having you here.
The motherland.
Again.
We will be having, by the grace of God, we plan to have a physical conference. So everybody will be there, so it'll be fantastic to have a physical conference. We're packed with everyone. So look forward to having that very soon.
And our passports are ready.
Yes. I want to say a big thank you to everybody, Mark and all the speakers that have come. I'm so grateful. Reverend Didi, I'm so grateful. Thank you so much for coming. And
God bless you, my sister. Thank you.
You can see that there's a hunger, there's a thirst, there's the learning is so much that we are grateful for the impact. And so because of that, we're going to do a closing prayer. And they say there's day 2 tomorrow. I want to say thank you for everybody that stayed for how many hours we've had. It's been long. So the next time we're taking notes about things that we can do better. So next time we probably would do it a longer days and not, yes, like maybe the whole week rather than having just a few days, so that people can actually, spend time to do rather than just chunking it up in 2 days. But I'm going to wrap up a closing prayer, and so we can all take our rest and get ready for tomorrow. Thank you. So I'm going to pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for all this wonderful time. Thank you for the beautiful speakers, and thank you for them spending the time, the resources, the strength to come and speak. We are grateful. We're grateful for them. We pray that, Lord, as they have watered us, that you water them as well, that you bless them in everything that they do, and that you visit them. And we thank you for all the participants. We pray that, Lord, you continue to strengthen them, and that they will use the information received for good in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you, Lord, for all you've done. In Jesus' most precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. God bless you, Doc.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Good night. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
God bless you, Sophie. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Amen. Thank you so much, Sophie.
Thank you so
All
much.
right.
Really
Bye,
Totally.
everyone.
It was wonderful. I totally enjoyed it. I mean, I had my church thing going. I'm listening to them, and then I'm on my phone, and then I'm working, and I would come back to you guys. I'm like, oh no, I don't want to miss what he said. What he said. I had a chance to hear Mr. David, Mr. Art, and it was wonderful. Oh, it was wonderful. Yes, indeed.
Yes, yes, yes,
So are you
yes.
still in Washington now?
I am.
Okay. Okay. But yeah, we have to do this in Nigeria.
We do.
Yes.
And I am, by the
I've got
grace of
in-laws in Nigeria.
yes, we can't wait to have you come. It will be wonderful, you
They
know.
can't wait for me to come back because it's been a while. Like I said, the last time I was in Africa, I was in South Africa in 2023.
Okay.
Years ago.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's time for Nigeria to have you. So
Oh, praise God. All right, you guys, I'll be praying for tomorrow, and I'm going to be listening in as well.
okay.
All right.
Take care. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Okay.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Bye everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you everyone. I don't know if I end.
Someone said Cameroon is also ready.
Nigeria first. They will move to different countries. They will do Nigeria first. Nigeria first.
Bye,
Okay.
everyone.
Bye. I wonder if I end, but does the meeting end for everyone if I end it?